Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS won. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a two-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Looks like you need my help. Go down! Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away! Rapid fire!
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that!
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Pertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new Team Deathmatch map, the Boardwalk, and more. Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
حتاكلين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final day here of PGS 2. The grand final is on the way momentarily. However, before we get to that, to my left here, in the pre-show brought to you by Savvy Games Group, I have myself, Avenger, Toby, and another day. No, it's Wacky Jackie, a special guest joining us here in Riyadh. Welcome, Wacky.
Thank you very much.
I guess my first question is, how have you been enjoying Gamers 8 and PGS 2?
Yeah, well, it's really, really cool. It's been a long time since I've been to an esport event live, and it's a nice welcoming experience again. Yeah. It's been really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you. You've had a pleasure to not only see the games from this, like from the audience, but you've also had a chance to walk up on stage and see some of the players up there. How has that been for you?
Like it's been really interesting seeing how the players warm up when they do training map, aim trainers, all that kind of stuff. It really makes me feel very bad at the game because these guys are so good. Just watching them all like playing against each other in CDM and then owning like that, it is something special. Yeah.
What's impressed you the most so far?
Probably, I guess the whole experience of Gamers 8 with PUBG, of course, but also just all the lights, all the good vibes. Everyone's so friendly, and might be a small and maybe a little bit funny thing, but just the sound out of the speakers in the venue, it's really like you can feel the bass when there's explosions.
Like a cinema experience, but for PUBG.
Yeah, it's quite immersive, I'd say. Yeah.
Nice. Makes a lot of sense. Looking at the tournament as a whole, do you have any particular favorites you want to see maybe get the championship? What are you looking at here?
Yeah, well, mostly I've been talking with FaZe and Sonics. I feel like Sonics they're looking very, very focused, very, very strong. Even though Twisted Mind, I mean, they're probably sitting there cheering a little bit for Sonics, if I have to be honest.
Yeah.
Singleton bias right there.
Okay. But you know.
Ever since that PGIS win, obviously, kind of they were really on kind of people's focus point, right, Toby?
I mean, on desk with a full EMEA crew and he vouches for the NA team. I mean, there's that. Okay, I see it.
There's like five teams from EMEA in the top 5. Like, okay, sure.
They're doing all right. They're doing all right.
But you know, I'm generally also cheering for EMEA. So.
Good save. Good save.
Hopefully he's going to cheer for Denmark as well when we get Nations Cup in 3 weeks' time as well.
We'll see.
Okay.
Probably.
That's going to be exciting, seeing Denmark actually representing finally Avenger at PNC.
Yeah, for sure. Super excited for that, for sure. It's going to be it's a pretty good lineup as well. We'll call some players here is represented for that as well. Nations Cup in general is going to be a fun thing to watch. The question is really how far ahead is Korea gonna get? Because their team is nuts.
Wait, whoa. How far ahead is the UK gonna be when we defend our championship?
Yeah, but you're missing one of your key players. Like
maybe
the biggest tire popper, one of the biggest damage dealers, he's not there.
I suppose so. So what's on the cards for you for the rest of the day, Jackie?
I'm gonna go watch the games in the venue and just look forward to seeing the winners go on stage. That's always a really cool moment when you're there live.
Yeah, I mean, especially as you say, this stage, how it all set up as well here in Riyadh. It's been amazing. I mean, it's just been an awesome festival, Toby, so far.
It surely has. It surely has. I mean, we couldn't want it any better way. From start to finish, we've seen some of the best moments in PUBG esports history throughout this tournament, and I just cannot wait to see more of it come on.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Wacky Jackie. Thank you very much, boys. I'll see you in a little bit's time. We are done here for the pre-show, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. That is it for now. We'll be back in a few to talk all about PGS 2.
你好，你好。感觉这边天气很炎热，然后其次官方组织的活动也是非常多样化，在这边的体验很开心。
여행을 이렇게 돈이 없이 온 건 처음인데.
ก็คาดหวังว่าจะได้ไปชมวิวโดยรวมของริยาดครับของเมืองนี้
사진 보니까 칠레 같아 보이길래 시원할 것 같아서 보이는 것 같아요.
뭐야?
몇 층까지 올라가요? 99. 나 고소공포증 있는데.
太高了，风景很好，我感觉能看到尼亚的所有地方。没有安全感，虽然感觉没事，但是还是没有安全感。ก็ดีใจครับแล้วก็สวยมากครับวันนี้ 讲讲人呢？能讲讲两个人帮助拍一组照片吗？来，直接来。
One, two, three.
네, 선수님 5명.
One, two, three.
니怎么看？哇，啊，这个还好。右边。进来。진짜 괜찮은데?
3번이.
나쁘지 않다.
왜 나쁘지 않아?
그래, 쉽잖아.
빨리. 빨리.
오케이, 됐어.
Six.
오케이.
Let's go.
自己烦的慢吗？你他妈根本不好。哦喽。Party? Yeah. Oh my god. Yummy, yummy. Yeah, thank you, thank you. 엄마가 술 먹어. 아, for you look. Very good.
PGS 1คุณเป็นแชมป์คุณมีเทคนิคอะไรที่จะบอกเราไหมเพราะว่าเราเพิ่งมา PGS ครั้งแรก
就是保持好心态，不要畏惧每一支队伍，相信自己，更要相信队友，相信团队，加油！
석유 부자가 되면 영입하고 싶은 선수가 누구예요?
Salud So You good เป็นแชมป์ PGS 2ครับ
卫冕冠军
맞아보기 전이니까 최대한 열심히 해보겠습니다.
To get the quad, it should be the case. Are we going to be the first quad kill of the game? No, just two. Third one comes through the second time around him.
They just need to go for a trade. They're still playing this so passive with that amount of knocks, and finally Daku will go up and narrowly.
Too many angles, but Twisted Minds, keep in mind.
And you called it. It was going to be 17 coming up on the bottom side from the south. And all the other teams had to be very aware, but Sizzy will find it, and so will Larix. And all of a sudden, 17 is down to just one, but they will wipe here.
Throw it down. He is such a flank position. Nurit's gonna go down at force. 5-2. Now they got the line on the Flash. He picks up another one. 1v1. Munto one side, Flash on the other.
Is that destructible? Abel has not gone down yet. One of the members here of Daytrade is trying to just crawl forward. It's just down to a big battle. Flash is going left and right, and he's
Just one member up for E-Arena, throwing out the Molotovs, throwing out whatever he can, just trying to retreat. But let's not forget, Tai Lu is still hanging out around here, waiting to catch up with whoever wins this firefight and has to leave it. That's going to be, yes, technically double blue zone, but still cannot find this last member of E-Arena, cannot put the bullets into him, as it is just so well defended on this outside area. Make the push in, it's getting risky, problems abounding, these boxes being an issue, but finally goes.
Well aware that they are in all kinds of control towards the north. Instantly after though, E-Arena pushes in from the south side, so Twisted Minds has to react quickly.
They've been defending so well for multiple angles. That nade gonna land very close, not enough damage, but it does do enough to kind of stave off this push, as KM99 will be the only one to make it in the wall.
Players are prepped and ready. PGS 2 starts right here, right now.
Tensions rise high here at PGS2. Every emergency pickup, every team wipe, every nade could be a minute detail to distinguish yourself against second place. 16 teams here are going to be vying for the championship as they try and become the one to become the PGS2 champion overall. Tiggleton woke up this morning and said to me he only thinks about becoming the champion. Batulins from Twisted Minds woke up this morning after a litany of second and third places on the international stage, woke
up and talked to his team and said, not today. 17 Gaming woke up this morning, the PGS1 champions, and said to themselves they are going to defend their crowns. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to PGS2. My name's Kyle Laris. Joining me to my left-hand side is Avenger, and today we have ourselves the grand finals.
Yes, and I am super excited to kick this thing off. We're going to be playing for $2 million, James. And of course, as you said, is it going to be one of these three teams?
Who knows?
Could very well be. There's a little bit of a buffer, been worked up a little bit, but it's just 6 games. And if you're one of these mid-pack teams, you have to start super strong. Otherwise, you're not going to be the winner. You're going to be fighting for the crumbs.
Yep, definitely, definitely. As we find ourselves in that grand final, we are blasting through this because there's so much to talk about. I don't even care to agree about what is going on here. What I want to talk about is those contenders at the top. Aside from the 3 that I mentioned, Danawa is up there. Question Mark is up there, representing EMEA as well. All of these teams vying for points to try and get them towards PGC as well. But of course, on the horizon, imminently, right now, is that PGS2 championship.
Yeah, and $600,000 for first place. It's so much points here. As you see in the total leaderboard, there's a bit of a buffer, as we talked about here.
Yes.
Twisted Mind Sonic's looking good. We have 3 more teams that potentially could catch up with a good start. Danawa, Question Mark, and 70 Gaming. Navi, terrible day yesterday. They had 18 points in 6 games, James. That is not how you win PGS2.
No, definitely not. The world champions in terms of defending from our previous year is going to look to have a big boost up today. But again, on that right-hand side as well, you've got teams like Taego, who look great in the group stage. You've got FaZe that look great in the winners bracket. Cerberus, who looks great in the group stage here. They're going to have to do something monumental if they wanted to catch up. But importantly, there's money at every step of the way.
Yeah, we're talking literally 2 or 3 fantastic games to be able to contend for the top still. There is the points on the very top. The player to watch here, presented by LG Alter Gear, of course, H-Win and Spyro. I gotta say, I've been so impressed with H-Win in this tournament here. He has stepped up to so many times clutch, actually top frag and out frag both Shrimps and Tickleton, their current superstars, of course. The head-to-head here for Danawa and Question Mark. A lot of kills coming Question Mark's way, and they have also impressed me a lot when you consider they're coming all the way from open brackets to this stage.
I'm gonna pull it out though here when we have Danawa. For me, for my money on international stage, they've always kind of been the bridesmaid, never the bride. They've always had that kind of 4th to 5th place air about them when it comes to international play. Do you think they can leap to the top though?
They have to have one of these 2 first games. They have to win. They have to have a double-digit kill game. They have to step up and say, you know what, this is the time.
Yeah.
Because once you get to Erangel, you're going to know that your usual teams are going to be super consistent all the way through. They're going to squeeze out 5, 6, 7 points per game. So if you don't catch up by Taego, I feel like it's going to be over, and it's going to be our top teams that are still on top by those 3 games are going, then that's going to be the teams that are going to be fighting for it.
I just got chills thinking about the great players we have, the great teams that are up there competing for these spots. You can check out highhonor.com as well for the Magic 5 Pro that is way over there, over by Avenger. And also you can check out Spotify.com as well, as everybody on the planet listens to Spotify anyway. But yeah, you can check that out, and you can check out all the awesome music that we have here as the official Gamers 8 theme tune over at that playlist too. But coming in, Avenger, I'm going to ask you the big questions here. Who do you think's winning it, considering that these teams are so close together at the top right now?
Yeah, I talked to some of the Navi guys, and they said, you know, it's just like PGC, a rough second to last day, and then they went into the final and went absolutely ham. So they still believe it. So that could be a cool thing to see. Of course, check out the team skins as well for PGS2 in game. But in general, I gotta say, Twisted Minds is just looking super strong. Like, they have not had a bad day so far in the grand final. And even though they were only playing losers bracket, it's, yeah, they were just so poised, and now I feel like this could be the time for them to actually take it home and not be second or third like we've seen them so many times at our international tournaments.
No, indeed, indeed. I mean, of course, I think that for Batulins and the boys over in Twisted Minds, their eyes are still becoming on the world champion. But PGS2 is a step in the right direction for that, right?
It could be a stepping stone. It could be, all right, guys, we've done it before, now we know that we're able to do it. It could set them up mentally to, of course, be in there, of course. The PGC, actually, as you see on screen, the dates for it just announced here at PGS2. Super cool to see in Bangkok, Thailand.
That's right. Going back to Bangkok, where we had PNC last year, and clearly they left an impression. The crowd there left an impression.
It gave me chills so many times. Every time we saw some crazy moments. When Thailand won a game, my whole body just full chills, everything. It was crazy.
There was people running around with flags. It was, the place came unglued.
And there was thousands of people waiting outside trying to get into the stage. There is simply not enough room. So, of course, we have to go there again.
I mean, that's actually a really good point that you bring up, because again, you know, a lot of people might not have seen that around the world. They may have seen the arena, but there was so many people outside hoping and vying to get in. But we still have to finish this off. We still have to finish it off here in Riyadh for PGS2. Beyond Twisted Minds, of course, Sonics has looked like the best Sonics they have looked like on the international stage for quite a while here. And it does feel like they've slowed down the pace of their fights to a more calculated style compared to the absolute gun-ho, we're going and all guns blazing. It looks strong.
It's the effects of Gunnar, and you just see him, you know, opening up, and he's just put a stability into these guys and a little bit of freeze to put them at this level.
All right, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time to get it underway. The final day here of PGS2, the grand final. Who is going to become the champion?
And we cannot wait to see what they all bring, because we know it's going to be absolutely fantastic.
If we are able to perform like we have up until now, I think we can easily win. We have no mercy and no worries. All we have is victory.
We only have one wish this time. And that's for our competitors to watch us lift the trophy.
Mark has the strongest mentality and no one can stop us.
PGS2는 저희만 봐도 충분해요. 어차피 저희 팀만 나올 거기 때문에.
The grand finals will start with FaZe Clan and end with FaZe Clan.
มีคนอวยพรเราเยอะครับ พวกผมก็ตื่นเต้นที่จะแบกรับความคาดหวังเหล่านี้เอาไว้ครับ
Xin lỗi nhưng mà chúng tôi quá mạnh ở PGS2 lần này nên kết thúc quá dễ dàng đối với chúng tôi.
Guardamos nuestro verdadero nivel para la gran final. Así que nadie va a poder detenernos cuando estemos en el máximo nivel.
이전 순위는 신경 쓰지 않습니다. 진짜 시작은 지금부터니까요.
Don't forget that we are still here too. We are not gonna let anyone win this tournament.
虽然我们掉入了败者组，但是无所谓，我们会逆转乾坤。
我们会把你们逐个击破。
Chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra bất ngờ bằng cách giành chức vô địch.
หลบหลีกพวกเราให้ดี ถ้าไม่อยากโดนหมาจนตอกล้อมกัด
로얄 로더가 되기 위한 시나리오는 완성된 것 같고요. 마무리까지 잘 해보겠습니다.
The team that will stay eventually in front of the trophy is Navi.
我们就是奔着卫冕冠军来的。
بطل الرياض لم يحدد بعد.
Six matches stand between us and crowning the PGS2 champions. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been preparing for as we head on over to Miramar in just a few moments. I'm Toby, joined by Matrim, and Matrim here is our current first place team, Twisted Minds. They looked great on day one. They looked good yesterday, and they're still in the lead. But do they have what it takes to win it?
They had themselves a pretty hefty lead moving into the middle of the day yesterday. Well, I would say like second last game if we look at it. Sonics, though, managing to find a way to step up, get some points inside that one, make this a little bit more crazy for them, but there is the drop down afterwards. Danoa, question mark, 17 Gaming, all of these still in the thick of the pack. They know they need to have big games here. One bad game for them means the fact that number one could be off the table for them.
Exactly. A lot of teams on the hunt here, and Sonics, as you said, is one of them. Sonics, I've really loved what we've been seeing from them. It's not the full aggro. It's not the risk everything to get a couple of kills. They have been playing smart. They've been letting the circles do a lot of the work for them. They've maneuvered in slowly. It's not been the super flashy high kill win Sonics, but overall their placements and their endgame performances has been so much better than what we've seen in the past.
Look, we saw a headshot with a mortar coming out of Sonics. That was that wasn't in the grand finals. But that's where you flex and have fun, right?
That is true. That is true. And other teams here, of course, Na'Vi, our current world champions from PGC at the end of last year, wanting to go out and claim victory as well. A team that fell into the losers bracket, but proved to everyone that regardless of whether or not they're down there, they deserve a spot in the top. And here they are fighting for it too, but currently sat down in 6th.
There is a lot to be said for the teams that had to go down through the lower bracket and had that extra bit of time to work on gel, figure out how they wanted to navigate the meta. I mean, we saw a very aggressive mid-game coming out from the group stage that just has not translated over here. And so the teams that are playing much safer, making sure to get control over center compounds quite early, being heavily rewarded, and I guess it's about to be Christmas time?
PUBG Santa. I mean, if you can't get the gods when you pray to the PUBG gods, might as well hope that Santa Claus comes bringing the gifts for you in terms of hardships, because there are definitely teams here today that are going to need everything going their way in order to climb back up that leaderboard. And one of those teams are the guys we're looking at right here, Cerberus.
If Santa is coming out and gifting these circles, he is an evil, evil man, what he's been doing to these players, man. There have been so many hardships, and, well, again, I know I'm kind of like one of the agents of chaos, one of the guys that enjoys seeing the crueler circles. I have to say that this one feels like, even for me, it has put the metal onto these players and really had to step up.
Yep, definitely has. Another thing we should add as well, I'm sure it's going to be brought up in game 2, but we are missing a player from Cerberus coming into the final one. Dokmai is out, so Lolsi is in. We're going to see how that's going to impact things as we head on over to the first match of the final day of the PGS2 Grand Finals over on to Miramar.
If you need a way to try to make something work, this plane path is going to provide it. Starting off over Valdemar, ending up around that Azahar location, so not too crazy. Everybody can pretty much get to anything. We haven't seen anybody go in that Cantera or over into Oasis. I mean, Miramar provides enough for these players to work around without having to go that far to the edge.
Yeah, and we also haven't really seen too much commotion in the early game, in particular in the grand finals, so everything should be all right. But you never know. I mean, last day of the tournament, jitters can force crazy things to happen. We've seen it in the past, but we'll wait and see with this plane path coming through if anything happens. I doubt it, but of course, you can never be sure.
I mean, we've been seeing so much of a southern lean in these circles, too. Multiple times we've been dancing around Los Leones. We've had a lot of water in Miramar circles, which has been kind of wild. I got baited a couple times for the idea of even getting an island circle. So with this plane path, it is a bit more southern inlay. We might see a repeat of some of those locations popping up yet again.
We might as well. It's been southern for the most part. We'll see in just a 30 seconds time what's going to happen. And even with that, you know what? I think now would be a phenomenal time to do one thing, Metron. With everyone flying on out, getting their vehicles, getting things going, because we do have a person sat here in between us who I'm very excited to introduce. Once again, we heard from him just a little second ago, but hello, Wacky Jackie. How are you doing today?
What's up, guys? Nice to be here.
I'm waiting to see. We got to get him talking whenever the circle pops to find out if he can curse circles like the rest of us can.
He might just be able to. He gets it now. So let's see. This one, we've seen it a couple of times already, haven't we?
Yeah. I know that there is a lot of talk to be had around a circle like this, but we've been talking about specifically the southern locations. And whenever you get a circle like this, Jack, like, what are you looking for to navigate it? Because I know you've been watching a lot of the competitive play. You've been very impressed with some of the styles that have been coming out from this. Like, what are the ideas that you're looking at whenever you see what you want to see some of these players?
Yeah, when I see this circle, I think, well, that is very highly elevated. That's going to be difficult for a glider.
True.
We did see a glider in this event, though.
True. Now, we were talking about just before how, of course, this tournament, not only is it phenomenal for the sake of it being global PUBG, but there's been so many new things added to the tournament. Taego is in now. Yeah. We're seeing mortars. We're seeing Panzerfaust. Things that I know that maybe you, Wag, have gotten a little more used to than some of these players. How have you experienced? One thing is what you do, and I mean when you play on a daily basis, but how has it been for you seeing some of these pro players use, emergency pickups, Panzerfaust, mortars, all this stuff?
I think it's been really, really fun. And from the crowd perspective, there was a massive roar of excitement yesterday when we saw a double kill with the Panzerfaust. So even though it brings a lot of challenges and it's tough to adapt to as a player, I imagine, it's really fun for the audience. I can tell that at least.
It sure is. It sure is. I've for the few times we've been off as well, sitting there watching it, it's been phenomenal. Whether it be Panzerfaust or Mortis, has been really, really entertaining.
And one of my favorite moves that I've learned from this is actually when the team send one player up with an emergency pickup just to scout for the team.
Yeah.
I think that's a really cool move. I learned that here the first time.
And another thing as well that I did not think was going to have as big of an impact in competitive play as it has are the deployable shields. How many times have we seen them just sit in the middle of the open and go, nope, wall, I need to protect myself because these guys are hitting every shot.
And I mean, it's just been a considerable amount of innovation, specifically on games like in Erangel, right? Whenever let's be honest, Erangel could be a bit open in some of the sections for it, specifically with the circles we've been getting. So just having something like the deployable shields means the fact that at least you have a secondary option, or do that door reinforcement that we've been seeing that's becoming a lot more meta.
Now, Waggy, you, of course, have a ton of people that watch your channel that might not be too familiar with competitive PUBG. So for you as a viewer, what would you say is the biggest difference, like how do you approach watching a tournament like this differently than what you would watching, you know, your various streamers on streaming platforms?
I think the biggest difference is that the enemies are so good. Like, everybody here is insanely good. And yeah, it's...
Babsang head died. It's what happens. It's what happens.
But yeah, like that is really the biggest thing, because when you're watching often you're watching a streamer, they're not always playing against equally skilled opponents, but these guys, they are. So it's a completely different way that they're peeking, that they're moving around, and it's just really hard to get a lot of kills here.
And a lot more stressful of an opening game, right? No real big hot drops, not a lot of like deaths coming out early. You're moving into like these mid-game circles with so many more players. With that aim, it makes rotations just crazy to watch. Like, has that been one of the things that you've been kind of keeping an eye on? Is like, okay, what are some, like, that's one of the things I take back into my games, is the pathing options that these players seem to come up with.
Yeah. Sometimes you look at a team, they're way out of the circle. Like, this is a good example, and like you're thinking, how on earth are they going to go to a good position in this circle without dying?
Now, is there anything, when you mentioned the emergency pickups with one person flying up and scouting, is there anything else you've seen in tournaments as we get the replay here? Babsang Head just rotating, you know, these things are bound to happen every now and again. Is there anything in particular that when you watch a tournament you see and try to kind of bring back to your own games that you play?
Well, I think one thing would be the way these guys are shooting DMRs. It's just so fast, so controlled, and it's definitely something I can improve at, to be honest. And also, I like the way I'm seeing them use the shotguns for the close quarters. I know a lot of people think they're overpowered, which, you know, they are in those situations, but I like seeing it there. I think it's fun. It's very exciting.
I mean, it's one of those where if the shotgun wasn't good in that situation, then why would you have a shotgun
why would you have
at all?
it in
It's
the
the
first
only
place.
it can actually function. As we see, of course, question mark here, trying to rotate down towards that southern side. We know there's a lot of these, teams spot in the open too, a lot of these bottleneck situations where you have to stop, you have to scout, and yet teams go, but if we don't stop and scout, we might beat some teams to it, and they're the ones that get caught off guard. Teams here as well, stopped, tried to look further towards the south, and gets caught off guard.
There are so many different moving factors that we're looking at in the circle. Most notably, you can see that the lean away from Los Leones into the high ground and information gathering stage. It's one of the things that I'm always impressed at, and I love to see specifically how quickly the high ground positions are navigated for this, not just necessarily for the harassment or anything else like that. The DMRs you're talking about being a big factor, but more just to make sure that they can secure enough information to allow those rotations, because as you were talking about beforehand, things like the emergency pickup, we're seeing consistent more innovation in information gathering in the earlier stages, which is leading to so much like more of a, I guess, a violent circle 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. That's true. And one of the things as well is like how the teams are able to maximize the bad situations. That's really one thing that impressed me as well. Is sometimes you could just see a team, they know they're gonna be gone. The zone is coming, they cannot get out, but still they're finding a way to just get some extra kills for those extra points.
I want to ask you real quickly before we continue with the game here, Waggy. If you had the power, I'm not saying that you do, but if you had the power to decide where one game ended today, whether it be in Miramar, Taego, or Erangel, if you could decide one ending, where would it be? What's your favorite ending area of all the 3 maps?
Unsurprisingly, probably Miramar Island Circle.
Oh man,
now
let's go.
Every time we mention the island circles, they can't happen.
No, I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, everyone out there, Waggy. Yep, it's not bound to happen, unfortunately. It's I've tried so many times, still doesn't work for me.
I'm gonna give you a chance to call your shot. I'm giving you 3 teams. We can see that there's at least a pretty decent spread up at the top of the leaderboard. Who's your 3 that you're saying going to walk away at the top? Or you think they're at least going to get number 1?
I'm gonna call Sonics for number 1. I'm gonna say Navi second and Twisted Mind third.
Okay, it's gonna be a Navi type of day, I suppose. Yeah, I like it.
Hey, after PGC, strong choice. I'm not gonna argue it.
Not bad at all. Question mark here. Wishing they got the Waggy blessing. We'll see if they can make things happen without it. Danawa, same story to be said as they're maneuvering their way through Los Leones. So the spearhead here, he has no clue, I think, that Silson is sat just over on the other side. When you, Waggy, go into some of these up-close fights in your matches too, like what any sort of advice you would want to give to the viewers out there as we see Soul try and push on in?
Yeah, like don't do it unless you really have to.
Truth.
Yeah.
Or you have like a Panzerfaust or a shotgun, basically.
And right now we can see that Loki at least has neither. Maybe they're scouting the bottom floor here to try and find one Silson. Of course, hearing all these footsteps up high, will be sat here waiting, not in position of neither a Panzerfaust or a shotgun either. But now, in a short moment, he should be hearing and seeing people downstairs. But I don't think he's going to move a muscle until these two Danawa players come upstairs.
Oh, just waiting for them to make the curve around. He's already spotted it. AR's going to come out, hit Loki. He's going to get the knock on one. Loki's going to go for the peek back up to the top. Goes for the spray. Doesn't get the knock on a Silson. Silson does have the nade prepped, and Loki just has to step away. These tight corridors on these stairways can just be a death trap, as we just saw.
Sure can. Sure can. Has to back off now as well. As I like the smoke deployed. It's going to give both Silson time to hopefully get some teammates nearby, but unluckily for him, it's also going to allow for Danawa to regroup. Silson, though, jumps off. Xiaowu spots him from afar. This is to go back to what you were saying just before, Waggy, with how much these teams are just able to instantly like jump on any opportunity they get to get a kill.
Yeah, this is a scary place to play for sure against these guys.
Especially when it's this early in the game too, right? Oh, Silson tried to get in the door. Not gonna happen.
Door stuck!
And able to find him.
Yeah, nice angle.
And that's another thing. I mean, when you play, one thing is your casual play, but when you play competitive, like we see here, at no point can you feel safe. There's always someone somewhere that's going to find that off angle and take you out. So no one's going to sit around, but oh my lord, that is a Southern hard shift to start off the final day. The championship Sunday and Forest just got one for themselves.
And I also want to point out, Falcons didn't even make a move to come after Silson. They realized that he was just pretty much done, couldn't do anything with it, so just left him alone.
Now we see Sonics try and make their way on down here. Any last sayers of praise you want to say to the Sonics fans out there before we let you go, Waggy?
Yeah, well, I'm sitting right next to some of them in the audience. They're very passionate. Someone has traveled all the way from the United States to Riyadh, and that's quite a passion right there.
So there you go. Thank you so much, Waggy, for joining us here today. And for the Sonics fans out there, let's see the emotes in the chat. And on behalf of Waggy and the blessing he's brought, hopefully they can bring this one home.
Now we're going to start doing you guys a quick recap. Up into the northeast, we've got ourselves a death funnel that's going to be brewing up. It's going to be Tyloo as well as FaZe trying to make a pathing over here. We just had Na'Vi make that run by everything. So it looks like they're just trying to go for that center position. We have also the Expendables that were running a bit of a split to try to secure some of this territory around them. Na'Vi, also Twisted Minds, hopping in, using an emergency pickup, trying to bypass all of this mess.
The rotation down here to the south is so incredibly hard. When you have Los Leones up in the very center top of it, all these teams are forced to wrap around. Then you have the water on the east as well. These funnels are becoming small bottlenecks that are going to force teams to run into each other. We're seeing it here with Expendables, Team Falcons as well, both of whom have taken casualties already. Tanmu 777 getting away on a bike successfully, luckily at that.
This is a very strong position for Falcons to have inside the circle. You're going to get a lot of the high ground advantage, a lot of information. Specifically, they have Danawa that's right down below them as well that's going to provide a secondary firing line and some protection from now. Everybody has extricated themselves out of Los Leones and moved into the southern hillside. Again, there is enough for most of our teams to kind of navigate in, get some dips. It's just a matter of can you bypass the gauntlet of teams that are playing into that northeastern area.
Exactly. Circle Center is fully occupied at this point as we still have both 4 AM, Third on 5 and Game PT yet to make their way into the circle. No one is inside Los Leones proper, so there is real estate available up there, but down towards the middle, it is very, very occupied.
Nobody wants that Los Leones right now, as it is. If you commit into that in this stage, you have to assume those high ground players and teams that are already set up, most notably in 17, and Danawa will just pick you absolutely apart. T5 making their rotation right along that very eastern road. They're going to be coming in now. Puerto, FaZe not even in a position to really harass them too much, so they should be able to sneak in.
Yeah, I like how FaZe is positioned very similar fashion to Taego, just waiting for any one team to fill in behind them. And I guess it's, I mean, sure, it's unlucky for them that no one comes so they can get a couple of kills. Issue is for FaZe, they've already lost Jeem, so maybe actually not the worst situation for them to now be confirmed in the fact that, well, there's no one here.
Linen, pretty much 4 Angry Men, we do want to point out, has managed to put their backs up against the coast. Remember, with a bit of what we were seeing earlier, FaZe had a problem, lost one of their members. They are going to be pretty close to that Navi line, but it is going to be Gustav and Kurexi that are going to line into this, leaving Fex behind to make sure to control behind them.
They saw the emergency pickup deployed by Melman. They're going to wait for the plane to sweep on over and just start shooting as soon as the Navi players take to the sky. There you see Kurexi's already seen the plane coming in. He's sending his Navi, or his FaZe clan troops up close to try and prepare for the ambush.
You want to get there right before. You want to make sure that you're shooting down right on where that's at whenever they're locked into that position. Nade's now starting to come out. You can see they're trying to catch him. I don't think that it's going to roll far enough, and they can't get in position. Yoink goes multiple members, leaving one behind to try to protect. Here comes the roll-up, though. FaZe just doesn't get the time to execute the way that they want to, and now already retreating.
Nice attempt. Great setup. Unluckily, a little off with those nades there, but really, really, really smart counterplay attempt to try and deny Na'Vi the getaway. Now, the 3 Na'Vi players did manage to get away. The circle went further south. Issue is there's, as I said before, pretty much nothing to claim in this area of the map.
Oh, this is a problem. We can see Na'Vi is going to be landing right at the same time. That's going to be the Expendables who are trying to make their move in. Falcons as well. They are landing into a very hot zone. They do find themselves the capability of making some type of landing. Mel does get lost inside of this mix-up. Cerberus going to be just to the south of this, but Falcons just pushing directly in right up on top of this Na'Vi positional.
Just nowhere for them to go. Since all the teams here were already sat so comfortably, it was so easy for them to just pick them out of the sky. It's just Uber left alive now as Falcons start making their way down in this direction too.
We do still have Ayla that's back behind this one. Remember, he did kind of get left behind as an anchor position, so no reinforcement. Either one of those members go down, that's their life. They are done.
Yep, definitely. As Uber, oh, the timing just a bit off there. Falcons, Capitan able to wrap on over. Probably heard the nade pulled as well. Knew that that's the perfect timing to go for the aggressive play. So kudos to him for making a smart one there against Uber, who with one more Na'Vi player down now, as Himas actually is the one to steal it. It's just not looking good for Na'Vi off of game 1.
Yeah, Twisted Minds also holding back the last remaining member, so that's going to be some trouble up to the north. We also do have a bit of a dust-up going on between Danoa and Taego, as they're now leaving those high ground positions and getting pretty close to each other. This centered fight kind of calming down a bit more. I do want to point out that one of Taego members is staying pretty far back into the north, as FaZe looks like they're also going to go for a much wider wrap around all of this.
And this is where this circle is so interesting, because you pretty much have one big valley, one big ravine down the middle where you have Falcons and Cerberus, and it just splits the two sides up so easily. So you have all the teams clustered out east. You have a little more space towards the west, but that's more open fields. Ali have found that's Na'Vi out in 15th. Of course, not what they would have wanted coming into match number 1 here, but they got to shake it off and get ready for the next match to come.
As you can see, FaZe is going to send it right into that line where Twisted Minds is going to be at, but they're going to be able to navigate it pretty clean. They are taking some damage right now, still sitting at that 3 members, so Fex going to be leading the charge for the squad. They should find themselves a dip just to the kind of west of this position, so looks like that's not going to be too bad. The Danoa fight still going on pretty strong, as it looks like it is going to be Danoa just kind of destroying Taegu from this position.
I'm liking the timing of this Danoa push. They know that they have to make a play before Gen G, before FaZe, or before even Game PT out from the northeast side in the blue do anything about it. There's only so much time to maneuver, and the time glass is running out of sand. So Danoa forced to make an aggressive play. Issue is now Salute has fallen down, but instantly in return though, so finds the double as well. And there's the third. No, not gonna happen. Longs in return finds a double of his own.
A lot of death and destruction based around that blue zone, but Longs is gonna be down here. You can see it's gonna be PO, Gen G taking some shots in, and Nonix nowhere near the rest of his members. He was trying to go for a flanked position. You can see him at range. He might be able to spot out Longs, but that came at a massive cost. Neither team walking away from that one clean.
Exactly. Gen G the only victors of that fight, because they just get to come in and claim all the points to themselves. And Na'Vi now, again, trying to spread out here, trying to get some more control. Twisted Minds know exactly where they have him, and they want to make a play now. If you isolate all of FaZe Clan into one small ball, you don't really get a better chance to take them out.
Twisted Minds looking down into FaZe right now. They've got to make sure that they clean this up quickly. We do have, if you mind, Game PT that's going to be rotating into this position pretty close. They might hear this firefight and go for a stop, or they can choose to rotate. Don't forget about Gen G just over to the west of it as well. That means that every single one of these peaks coming out from Twisted Minds, they have got to be careful with that range. Now you can see it is going to be, if you mind, rolling right up next to Perfectix. This is opening up an opportunity for FaZe to now push up this hillside. Flanks coming in all over the place, but it is going to be Twisted Minds that holds it together.
I guess Game PT just figured here, if we don't shoot at them, maybe they won't shoot at us, but that is not how Championship Sunday PUBG works, my friend. You can't just drive on through and hope that no one notices you. Game PT down and out they go, as this fight between FaZe and Twisted Minds stalls, at least for a little moment, but here comes Gen G, peeking on over his PO, and he finds Fex.
Yeah, and that's just going to set up a terrible situation for FaZe. You can see they've just been bouncing around in these smokes, so a lot of utility already burned. The circle did shift down to the southwest from here, so this is not even a safe environment to be fighting in for too much longer. You can see FaZe, most of their vehicles gone, if not all of them at this stage, and just an unrelenting Twisted Minds, realizing the fact there are vultures right now, realizing that there are some points to be had, and they do not want to let FaZe make another move.
Exactly, they have to get inside the circle too. Now Perfectix knocked from Corexi. Huge knocks coming through here as they try to buy themselves some more time, some more space to try and maneuver on forward. Perfectix should get rescued. Imagine that should allow for FaZe to go onto Fex as well. But Batulans off angle towards that northeastern side as FaZe falls, starts closing on in.
Taking the shots in, now revealed. Nade range definitely close enough. Blue zone is going to be coming in. We're still in that phase 4 position, so it's going to start getting a bit tingly for these players to have to deal with. Batulin's going to go down, as it is going to be Gustav playing that angle back behind that. Gets the knock in. Twisted Minds can't make a move, and this is starting to stall them out. This is becoming a big problem for Twisted Minds.
It sure is, and everyone else is clapping their hands. I was just going to say, but no! Finally, the fight does come to a close. Issue is Twisted Minds has already taken casualties.
And now they have to move in. Falcons are already going to be waiting. DraftKings gets the knock on a Spyro. Gen G is going to be swooping in from that western position as well. Full on Gatekeep's just going to be locked in right now. This is a massive problem. While this is happening as well, 4 Angry Men are making an aggressive move into T5, and they're both being kept out by Question Mark.
Sure are. 3rd on 5 will be eliminated as 4AM alongside Question Mark deal with the threat towards the southeast. Now Falcons, the next team on approach, trying to take the fight to Gen G. Here's DraftKings first one to fall, and Longs from the blue. I mean, he's just cleaning up. He's found 2 already, and again, it's not going to be a good game for Taego, but converting a 0-point game, just give them something going. Could potentially be a win con for you.
This is also another quiet game for Sonics down in that southwest. They just keep finding that angle. Nobody else is wrapping in there, so they're inside the safe zone already. Gen G continuing their sweep down onto the Falcons, gets the spray, and Falcons are going to get eliminated, and now they have a path into the circle.
Yeah, we knew the edges were going to be on fire, but the fire that's been lit here has been absolutely insane. Now, more space is available, but teams have still yet to make their way into the new circle. 4AM has to make a play. 17 from the west as well. Need to try and find a way. Need to try and maneuver past some of these teams. And once again, I mean, going off of Sonic's win on day 1, this is a very similar position. South side control for Sonics. They're not playing aggressive, they're playing it slow, but they're getting so much space with every single circle going their way.
These Southwestern Raps have just been very, very strong for them, and repeated victories coming out of it. They do need to be careful, because this does mean that they're kind of stuck in a Chinese sandwich right now. If you look at it, they're going to have 4 Angry Men coming in from the south, where they have one of their duos, and the other duo playing over into that west. Looks like they're going to have to contend in with what 17 Gaming, because let's be honest, 17 Gaming does not want to go after those sprinklers. They want to play that hillside. They want to push down on that compound.
I don't think there's either of 2 Chinese teams trying to really make an aggressive play onto Sonics right now. Having said that, though, of course, if they do, I mean, if 17 does read that Sonics are sat in a 2-2 split, they might just full-on ambush down towards where Shrimsy and H-Win are currently positioned. But back towards 4AM we go, as this
Here
fight
comes
does
the
finally come
crashes.
through.
It's going to be 17 Gaming making that push we were talking about just 1 moment ago. Nade's going to be prepped out. The duo trying to hold strong, getting multiple knocks out of it. 3 members, though, see if maybe they can find a pathing around. It's going to see how 17 Gaming can try to navigate this one up. Nade's going to be coming out, but reinforcements now coming in. The other duo, 4 Sonics, gets on a leave position out away from 4 Angry Men, who shifted to the east.
Yep, trying to wrap around from the southern side is Mime and Tiggleton, trying to set all the way around, fully engulfing the teams in between them. Sushu now realizing, I would imagine, that he's getting caught in the open as the peak comes over from the backside. This should have Sonics written all over it. I'm liking the off-angle assistance push over the top, but Xiaowu with a nade that could potentially turn things around.
2 members, 17 Gaming now back to back. They're surrounded by Sonics members, and they have to make sure that they secure this one. Seeing if maybe they can just play up against this wall, use it for some type of safety. You can see they are leaning into the side of the building that has no windows to avoid any sight lines, any angles coming out of it. Forrest, though, has stepped down from their more northern position and is harassing this fight, making it a lot more complicated for Sonics to go for any of these peaks. And with that, 17 Gaming has managed to make it into the building.
Yep, sat tight, gonna be waiting this one out. Forrest, the overhead threat from up north is going to potentially take shots down towards him in just a moment, and exactly that. Strimsy shot at Tiggleton is still yet to make the run, try and get back down towards the compound. It would be amazing for them to fortify, to group up as 4AM are eliminated by Cerberus towards the southeast.
And that is a impactful firefight for Cerberus. This puts them much closer into that range. Look at how on the leaderboard, just 5 kills can push them up so much further from where they're at. Sonics have shifted to more of an outside defended position as the circle has gone up into the northeast. Question mark and Gen G going to be bumping into each other while this is going on. Most notably, it's going to be PO that's trying to make something happen, but he is going to get spotted out and eliminated.
Yep, this fight keeps going up and then stalling again. In the meantime, the entire east gets blown to pieces. So more space now to be had out east as Question mark does come out victorious against Gen G. And now for Forest Gaming, 2 kills so far. Again, haven't had to aggress too much and don't want to do it either. Very smart play stuff from them being executed here as well. No need to over-aggress. We have the circle. If we can get kills down here, sure, that's great. But for now, let's just sit on the edge here and wait for this one to pop off.
Sonics have had to lean into more of a southern defense due to Forest positioning, and now forced to sit 3 members over here. They know we can pick up kill points and whatever happens out of this, because these squads are going to be walking out weakened. 17 Gaming, they're in no rush to get out of this position. They realize if they have to leave, they're going to die probably at the hands of one of these 2 squads that are right up on top of them. So one of the best things that they can do is just hold out for as long as possible and make it messy for Sonics, because maybe they can use that chaos, they can use the multiple targets that Forest is going to have to try to deal with to sneak past everything that's going on.
Question becomes now when or even how does Cerberus potentially interfere with Forest Gaming? Because if Cerberus can claim control on that northern side too, they're going to be in a very, very good position. Thing is, they've been seen already. Haisaki on approach, instantly shot up by Scabby.
Yeah, I like what Haisaki was trying to do here, but I don't think that there's just too many numbers coming up for Forest off of it, and there's not enough cover for him to navigate this too cleanly. That opens up more of a corridor for anything question mark in the east.
The thing is, for him, he doesn't have to do much. I mean, even if he's running back down now, Scabby might not see that, and they have to constantly play with the information that there's one nearby. Whatever we do, as long as we start shooting in the opposite direction, he could pop off at any time and shoot us in the back. So pressure is now going to be applied on to Forest Gaming. But now 17 Gaming in the blue, trying to lift this one out, but Sonic seems like they do not want to let them go anywhere.
This is just a strong angle to hold onto this building. You can see Tig going for a peek here or there. 17 Gaming hoping to get a knock, but it's just not going to be Sonics revealing themselves enough. This is still being a problem, as now it is going to be Himas that does spot out Tiggleton, taking some shots into his backside. The blue zone death, this is just more a, we're going to take you down with us. Mutually assured destruction strategy coming out from 17 Gaming. They get the shots onto Tig. Only thing they're wanting to do is just drag them back down the leaderboard with them.
Exactly. A little worrying for Sonics. Thought they were going to play this one more with moving in with blue, but Tiggleton does get knocked. We'll see if they can get him rest on up. Nope, not going to happen. He falls down to the blue there. H1 down to half HP as well, as Master has crept up incredibly close to. 17 will fall in the end. As now Cerberus towards their southeast side. This should be a semi-final about to happen potentially for this match. As Cerberus and question mark on one side will square off against Sonics and Forest on the other. But do not forget about Longs, the solo from Taego.
I think at this point we just have to say there is some type of rivalry that is fully developed between Sonics and 17 Gaming. Not even wanting to give over a point, even though there is the point differential. Mikado still lives on in their hearts. Pachinki, they're still fighting for it. Doesn't matter any part of the map at this stage. Is now Sonics have to fight their way through Forest. Monto with some good angles onto this one. Let's not forget, Cerberus still can see a good section of this hillside.
Thing is, Master is sat just on the other side of this ridge, and I don't think Sonics has any clue whatsoever. They think Monto is the closest threat, and maybe these shots coming through from Cerberus is actually helping Sonics a bit in the fact that that means they're going to play a little slower. Issue is, Himas has a good angle. Strimsy, though, able to get back down behind that wrist just in time.
Those couple of shots can spell doom, as Master is just a few meters away from Sonics right now, just being patient with everything. Shrimsy got that angle into Munto, but you can see Forest just slow defending this. They realize we've got everything that we want in this. Let Sonics have to make the aggressive play into it. They're going to walk right up into it. Master now revealed himself. H1 the last one up, trying to get something more else. Does get the knock onto it. Got to be careful as he's looking up this hillside. Already taking so much damage. The smoke's going to be coming up right back behind him. Blue zone forcing him to move slowly and steadily further and further into Forest grip.
Whenever issues have come in the direction of Sonics this tournament, it's been H-Win to be the one to claim points their way. He will fall here in the end, and so will Longs. Try to do damage on the northern side, and maybe this is going to allow for Cerberus to try and run up and punish question mark towards that northeast.
Here we go. We've got a circle with just a road running right through the thick of it. You can see it's a valley on top of that, a no man's land of death. And a lot of these squads have had to use a good section of their utility. You can still see sitting on some smokes. But when you're having to walk in the open, you got to have a ton to make it work.
And again, we said it coming into today's tournament, Dokmai is out, so Lolsi is in. What a way to kick things off here on the final day of the championship with a new player in, if you could potentially come out and win the very first match.
Cerberus making the shift into question marks line. They realize that this is what they need to deal with first. They are assaulting this high ground position, though. Solzy going to be the one that's kind of forcing this right up into the thick of it, but let's not forget about Taekon. On that side, Erangel can make something big for us, though. With the firefight that's been going on over there, they're actually going to send Olympus in. See if maybe he can pick up a couple of kills out of this, but I think that Dante has read it and is very, very close to his position.
Yep, sneaking up close, but he has no clue what's about to hit him. Dante is just on the other side. Olympus has zero clue. There's one right next to him, and that should be him down guaranteed. Question mark, able to live with the scare of what could have been Olympus, potentially finding a couple of knocks there.
Cerberus was playing much more in the east of this hillside, so they didn't know exactly what was going on. Cerberus, with this reposition, now seeing one of the members come out, close range firefight, it means the fact that they have to be much more hesitant of this hillside. They don't know if maybe Forrest is already trying to make a push over here, and you can see that's what Forrest is now eyeing.
Exactly.
They're saying if maybe they can get on that side of the hill and just kind of defend it up, because that will give them control, yes, of the west, but also in the east, and Cerberus has to try to defend this, but remember, they moved aggressively into question mark a second ago.
Cerberus are going to play this one slow, but for Forrest, I think they just got exactly what they wanted. Make sure there's no one on their side of the road. That's fully confirmed. Now, only issue is they lost a player in trying to find that out. So they can play it slow down the hill, but they're running out of cover. The ridgeline on the western side is very hard to maneuver, especially when you have the likes of question mark and Cerberus still in circle, still in a position from where they can take shots towards the west.
A united front between question mines and Cerberus, just making sure that Forrest doesn't make that any type of rotation. And you have to notice that Forrest also has the recess in the hillside. They're going to be walking down into the open as this closes out. They are praying that this fight in the east is as messy as possible to make up for anything that they're about to have to deal with. But yes, you can see Cerberus still making sure to fend up that line right up next to question mark, as all three of the members are near on stacked on top of each other. One big nade can destroy it all, and that's going to walk right into a doozy, though.
Few missed bullets there for him. That's not something you see too often, but good spell disaster for the team. Taekon, though, instantly there to respond. The duo from the team is really good, really holding them off as question mark lose another.
Got to be careful as they're just bouncing around through these smokes. It's already going to cost, and yes, Forrest now using this running down the hillside. They are going to lose one. Too many targets for Cerberus to try to contend in with. This question mark going to try to make something happen up in the north. They're going to get eliminated. Cerberus backs against the blue zone are finding the angles, though, as it's going to be Forrest walking down. Now just one member up.
Yep, Scabby single player trying to do this 1v3 against Cerberus. Came in to stay already down the leaderboard, and knowing that they had to swap out a player on the final day is never what you want to have happen, but here he is. So Lolsi, the guy to come in and potentially save the day for the team as Cerberus rigs up at point number 11. If they get things going here, yes, they might be set in 7th now, but there's no telling where they might finish once this day is over.
Scrappy, Scabby, can you make something happen? Taekon on the other line gets the knock onto one of them. Taekon has got to be careful. That hillside putting in some big work for Scabby to try to navigate, but two different angles he has to try to defend. It's going to be Taekon just trying to use numbers advantage, walking right and goes for the spray, picks it up, and there you go. We got ourselves a Cerberus victory to start the day.
What a start. What a finish for Cerberus. Just clean up from the southeast side. Their ability to maneuver, their ability to initially say, we want southeast control. Yeah. When they claimed that now we want the northeast as well. We took a step over to the west as well. Trying to really just eye out the opportunities for them. In the end saying, great, now we know what's around us. We slow things down and we come out victorious.
And this is a squad that technically should be quote-unquote weakened, as you were mentioning.
Definitely.
Making a switch out, you know, having to deal with some health issues as we're moving into this, and it was almost just plug and play here for them.
We saw them in the group stage, we saw them in the winners bracket. A warm Cerberus is as dangerous as anyone else on the server. This could spell disaster for some of these teams trying to get up towards the top of the leaderboard if Cerberus joins you on the hunt.
That was such an impactful fight for the leaderboard, as both those teams going to be neck and neck, as we're going to take a quick look at the highlights.
Is today the day where Cerberus makes the miracle comeback here after having a disastrous day one in the grand final? But look at that, what a win to start off day number 3, the final day of the grand final here. Avenger, that was a win and a half.
And we're talking exactly about this, right? If you're in the mid pack, if you're trying to catch up, it has to be in the very first games here, of course, to Cerberus. 13 kills and a win, 23 points is going to push them so far up the leaderboard. they're trying to get those PGS points, James. They want to go to PTG.
Definitely here. Really impressive stuff by them. Don't underestimate Sololzy coming in off the bench as well here for Duckmai. He is a veteran player himself. Looking at some of these final moments and highlights brought to you by STC for the analysis, we have got ourselves quite the hold-off here. Cerberus obviously has to keep question mark at bay, but needs to make sure Forest isn't being too assertive on the other side of the road, and they handled this really well.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Forest, they pushed over and tried to backstab too early, and they lost a player to that, and that's actually, I think, one of the reasons that we didn't see them win here. But Cerberus, of course, Taekon just too strong. That spray taking down question mark, just insane to see.
Yeah, and Haisaki as well, showing up for the team in a big way, considering that he already started things off. I think by the time we got down to the end, he had at least 5 kills himself, so really impressive stuff. Himas was contributing here and there, but unfortunately he actually does get knocked and ended up finished off here for the end of the game. But beyond that, the fact that they're able to potentially make this rise back up, considering what we saw in the group stage, they're one of the only teams that I think that could make that rise back up.
And also considering they had the second least points for a day for any team, 12 points on day number 1, Cerberus, right? So they were 16th going into day number 2, then had a fantastic day, getting 42 points, and then of course they're here today now, starting with this. That's just crazy. Getting 11 more points than all of the day 1 performance.
That's ridiculous. That you mentioned it in that way and kind of looking at the numbers and how they break down. That being said, though, another great performance here for question mark. They find themselves a 3rd place finish here, considering they were already in 4th place here, Avenger.
Yes.
They're not, like, it's so funny because this is a team that's technically unsigned, and considering that they're challenging for PGS2 championship here is insane.
Yeah, that's completely crazy. Just as crazy as you see Cerberus here, 13 kills, a lot of smokes used to try to survive that, a lot of nades coming in for both question marks and Cerberus' side here. But Forest, 4 kills, a little bit of placement points coming their way too.
Forest doing all right here as the circle does bear down on towards, and let's take a look at ourselves. Cerberus, Haisaki will be taking that number 1 spot. 6 kills go his way by the end of everything. But again, Sololzy able to contribute. Himas and Taekon as well able to contribute a significant amount here of impact on the lobby as they were able to tear away at that eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, and of course it's going to be Haisaki here for the Manamax by Kidia. Did you see the amount of damage? He took 600 almost damage. Those Curry, or 600 some damage.
Yeah.
The amount of first aid that this guy's been using, just like, guys, I need more first aids. Give me one more. I need one more. It's just crazy. Good to see here from Haisaki, of course, to step up, and they're going to be getting, as we said before, 23 total points. Question mark 14, and of course Forest here 10, and Gen G, a little bit of a coming in there.
Not bad.
Just a little bit of a start there, and if they can push this up, they could push themselves up the leaderboard quite significantly. And remember, as we talked about yesterday, just a little bit more points. It is literally tens of thousands of dollars that you could get up in the leaderboard if you're able to squeeze that out for today.
All right, let's check in with the leaderboard then. Cerberus moves up into 6th place after ending day 1 in, what, 15th or 16th place. Yeah. Ridiculous kind of comeback that is potentially on the way for them there. However, Twisted Minds got a few points on the board in this one. They had themselves, I think, 6 kills during this game. So the teams up at the top, they're trying to extend their lead as now question mark joins that 100-point club.
It's a good buffer they have, but again, they have to squeeze as much points out as for every game, and they have to have one big game, I feel like, for them to close out the tournament and win. Twisted Minds, that is, of course, Sonics and Question Mark. Still 3 teams on triple digits. It looks like they're going to be leading, and if they can continue to stat pad a little bit, maybe win a game, that would be crazy to see.
I do find that it's an interesting scenario we find ourselves in because the West is looking really strong on top. Usually I'm thinking to myself, China should be rivaling for that top spot, but it's not materialized just yet. Of course, 17 is kind of within reaching distance, but Cerberus is here for APAC as well, looking to fight back alongside Forest, to be perfectly honest. If you think about the points that they're both at right now, I think it's 77 and 74. These two teams for APAC are trying to challenge for the top spots as well.
And that's crazy to me that they're able to go from a group stage where they finished last with 31 points to come here and perform like that in the grand finals. It feels very much like that the training and everything they've had home from APAC, the chaos that is kind of evolving around them when they're playing regionals, is something they have been able to adapt to here, because it has been very chaotic for this event, I feel like.
Born in fire, and they're able to persevere through it for sure here. Here is our world champions at the moment, currently sat middle of the pack, I think, in 8th place with 70 points. They didn't really get anything going in this last one, but it's Na'Vi, man. They're able to get second.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some more consistency here and get some kills on the line here. We need to see the first or the next 2 games. Otherwise, they're going to have a really rough time once you get into Erangel. The consistency from a lot of the top teams are definitely going to be shown in Erangel too.
Definitely so.
Sonics.
Jinx.
Great minds think alike.
Go on, talk to me about Sonic.
Sonic recalls, as you said here, did he have the Breakfast of Champions? Did you check in Shrimps?
He did indeed have the Breakfast of Champions. I can confirm I witnessed 3 waffles with actually so much what's
maple syrup.
Maple syrup sauce.
No, of course, yeah. Sonic's coming into this here, and you know, once we asked Shrimpsy what he ate that day, and it's just it's something that's gonna stay with us for some time. But of course, it is something that we're not too fond about. But again, another thing is Sonics, they have a lot of wins, and that's also one of the winner chicken dinner kind of bonus award here is something they're still eyeing up. I talked to Gunnar about it. He's like, we need more wins. We need more wins.
Yeah. And I will say actually in this game, I'm surprised they weren't able to get more. They got a 5th place and 1 kill.
Yeah.
Right.
17 Gaming infiltrated their compound, right?
Considering they had an extreme 2-2 split for a while, and maybe that kind of worked against them. As you say, 17 really took advantage of that quite swiftly and was able to punish them.
Yeah, and this kind of swipe in from the left side there, they didn't manage to backstep properly, and Mime got knocked, and they didn't really get a good hold onto them.
Definitely so here. Is there from 5 as well, who have slid down a little bit considering they had a great start to the grand finals with a 2nd, a 1st, and a 2nd place as well. But I think for them, got to go back to the old tried and true. Come in maybe a little bit later, get yourself an E-pickup, get on in there. But thank you very much, Avenger. It's time to get to our 2nd game of the last day of the grand final. Miramar's on the way. Let's head over to the casters.
Waffles and all the information that you could possibly need. Thank you so much, guys, on the analyst desk, as we're going to be moving into our last Miramar of this event. After this, we're going to be moving into Taego and Erangel to round everything out. So if Miramar is your map, this is where you got to make something work.
Indeed, it is. Last opportunity to rack up points here on the sandy dunes, dusted dunes, whatever you want to call them. This is now time for you if you want to get anything extra on the board. And I think, honestly, we have seen over the tournament so far teams favoring Miramar, especially in terms of how they've been able to rack up points. So if you don't do it now, sad truth, it's the last one of its kind.
Everybody can come on down with me on this Miramar bandwagon. Man, I love this map. I know players keep talking about the fact that they keep finding more and more comfort on it as well.
I want to say sorry, but not to interrupt, but not only is it the last Miramar of the tournament, it's the last Miramar before the remaster. So not only if you like Miramar, but if you like Miramar in its current shape, if you don't like zip lines for whatever reason, because I think they're going to be fun, well, enjoy Miramar now, because you have about 30-some minutes, depending on how long you stay alive, left to do so. Because we already know now that coming into PNC next month, it's going to be the new iteration of Miramar in play.
Bye, Trailer Park.
Bye, Trailer Park.
You've been there for me through all of this time.
Oh, we should have written a little anthem.
I know, dude.
A little in memoriam for some of this.
What am I going to do without my Trailer Park meme now? It's
exactly
end of an era.
That's a new circle.
I'm so surprised. We're going to the south.
Now, please, Matcham, would you please repeat everything that we said in the previous games about bottlenecks? Go.
Sure. As we're you want to talk about bottlenecks, if you're looking at the north and south, there's a lot of opportunities to be had there as we're looking at the hillside. But let's not forget Los Leones is going to be a no man's land that nobody's going to want to go around. To the north and to the east of that, it's going to be some hillsides that a lot of teams are going to want to try to use to get information off of the get-go. But the fields to the west of Los Leones are going to be scary for a lot of these teams to deal with. And we already got close-range firefights kicking this one off.
Yep, Xiaoyang trying to fend off here against Duck Juice. Maybe it's more so the other way around. Duck Juice has himself a pump-action shotgun in hand. We'll see what he can make happen with it. There's no cavalry here, at least not for him, as the entirety of Tai Lu is pulling up, trying to fortify for Xiaoyang. So issue for Duck Juice is no one's here. Good thing for Xiaoyang as he's bought enough time for his teammates to pull up.
What do you do with the shotgun? If you step out, you might be able to get something, but you could be revealing yourself. Reinforcements now finally managing to land, moving in. I like the fact that they're wrapping around to jump Juice's side on this one. He hears the footsteps inside the building and instead going to lean into using this defense. 777, though, playing the opposing side, so full-on crossfire trying to be set up here.
It was initially the play of Duck Juice, of Xiaoyang playing it slow. Now it's Duck Juice doing the same thing. And the issue right now for Expendables is that in a second's time, the entirety of Expendables will be here. 755 is still far down towards the south, so it's going to be a 4v3 in the favor of Expendables. Should this fight come to a close quickly?
It's a very hard angle to try to defend in, so Tanfu's going to come in and just make sure that they have the numbers advantage for any potential push that can happen in here. Reinforces Boy right as it's going to be going down. Long's also going to get some vision at range, kind of shoo away what's going to be going on with this Expendables reposition, but shotguns now both sides.
Expendables in this tournament in particular, in the finals as well. I mean, first we see 777 back-to-back Erangel games get run over in the very beginning of the game. He's been going down much earlier than what Expendables would have wanted, so have never really been able to get off to just a somewhat decent start when you look back to all the good games they've had in the losers bracket and winners bracket as well. Really, here it's just every single time they've come into a new game gone, great, let's not do crazy shenanigans this time. Stuff like this has happened.
And this is a very low economy fight. As you can see, a lot of the players not dealing with their prime loadouts, to say the least. Not a lot of meds, not a lot of throwables. 777 is going to get flushed. It's also one of the things that we need to point out. The meds situation is not looking the best over on the Tyloo side either. So while you are getting the damage out, you have to realize it's all going to be about how much more you can kind of just stockpile it. But the Expendables don't want that risk. They're going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle at roughly the same time that Navi's going to be pathing by. Oh, this could be a problem, but that hillside should provide some safety. They might actually just bisect right on top of each other if they're not careful, though.
I'd be surprised if they fully commit to it. While it is, it's not just too ill-advised of them to take the fight at a distance, but now this is turning into a run on Melman. It's here, but he hasn't reloaded yet. Alia falls down. Melman needs to reload. Tanvu takes him out. The numbers advantage is in favor of Expendables, but don't you shoot Tanvu in the back of his head. I'm not sure that was planned for at all, but here comes Example. Here comes Uber saying, oh wait, you're actually giving us a chance to turn this around?
And let's not forget about Tyloo running right up on top of this. What are we going to see, Navi? How do they make the modifications? One big nade is going to be all it takes. Can they get the bounce? It looks like it's going to go right up into that pocket. Yep, hit some damage onto it. Duck Juice in some trouble. And we were talking about, look at this, Uzis, shotguns. This isn't the tools you want for this firefight.
What is going on? We talked southern rotation. We talked it being tricky. This plane path was simple. This circle they have just played without any issues whatsoever. But here we are, chaos galore, as Duck Juice now with the Uzi in hand is trying to stay alive down on the southern side. Shen pulling up with a Sawnov as his spare weapon, trying to deal with Expendables. And you can see even the crowd are laughing it off. It's 755 finds his kill number 2 with a UMP on the final day of the PGS 2 Grand Finals. What in the world did we just witness?
17 rounds, it's all you need, right? Try to make something happen there. While this has been going on, you can see that Navi is trying to get away from Cerberus.
3.
Looking through, yeah, they're going to have a very difficult rotation ahead of them, as there's not going to be too many good options that it's going to be for solos to play. It's just going to be a couple of dips that they can kind of hide out in over here. Yes, there are some shacks, but I don't think that that's the way Uba likes to play the game. Also want to point out, 17 Gaming did make a commitment into Los Leones on the circle already.
It's been a wild one. You know what I mean? If we're gonna send off this iteration of Miramar, might as well do it with a big old explosion, and that right there, at least to kick things off, it sure was just that. Let's see, Cerberus, as you said, trying to rotate down on the southern side, and Sonics taking their time again. They've played this one plenty of times, and they're rotating in very similar fashion. Come in slow, then wrap in eventually on the southern side of this circle, and try and see what you can claim from there.
And again, it's just been that northwestern pathing. Yeah. Southwestern pathing, I'm sorry. Time and time again, that has just found massive success. And yeah, there's our guys that Jackie was talking about just a moment ago. Flew in all the way from LA to see this. So big love, big respect to them.
Love the commitment. Love the commitment. Twisted Minds as well, trying to, of course, maintain control of that first place spot throughout the day. They would really want to claim the trophy, as they have been so close in so many different times, but just never been able to bring it home.
Looking in, we have a couple of later rotations in this one. No big needs, as yes, Los Leones is centered. Everybody pretty familiar with how the rotations are going to go inside the circle at this stage. So instead, just kind of play for a more equipped firefight, because that's what we've been seeing the thing. Get into positions early, then maybe try to loot in the circle afterwards, or just make a very heavy commitment into getting loot. Maybe find yourself an emergency pickup, as there are a couple of good places to jump into the circle.
And one of the things that is interesting here is as much as it's very similar to the previous circle, it is a little bit further towards the north. Now, last game, it instantly super hard shifted south on phase 2, but there's still plenty of space up north of Los Leones, but not really anyone up there claiming that space. For him, the only team on the northern side of the city that is currently sat inside the circle. There are still a few teams making their way down here, but should this next circle swing up in that direction, again, Los Leones, big city, becomes a huge factor in how do you rotate when you can't go through the center.
Falcons are a team that tends to drop around Los Leones. They opted into playing to the south. They've already got Danawell right up on top of them. Question mark's going to be right there. Just the outskirts of that's going to be Twisted Minds. You can see Sonics coming in, surprise, surprise, in the southwest, as they are going to be pretty close to Twisted Minds right now. A couple of shots going to go out between them, but nothing really too crazy. These aren't two teams that are just going to be chomping at the bit for a firefight at this stage.
Sonics as well, a team who over the last years, of course, come up victorious during PGS, but since then have really had a hard time getting anything going. So on the global stage, they change up the coaches. They get, I think, a little more help in terms of staying motivated, staying focused, even through bad times in tournaments. They slow down the pace here. I feel like we're seeing a whole new global stage Sonics from what we've seen in the past. The control they're playing with, I'm loving the changes that we've seen. It's not much, but it's what transfers them from going with an 8-kill 7th place to a 6-kill win, which in the end is going to rack them up that many more points. I love what I'm seeing.
There is so much to be said about the mental. Everybody here has such phenomenal aim. That's not going to be what you can lean into to fight your way through everything, right? You have to be coming in with strategy. You have to be able to rebound off of it. The strongest teams are the ones that we can see are just usually the most mentally resilient. And I love the fact that now we're starting to see a lot of our regions get cemented in their mindset, starting to find more and more of their confidence. I mean, just look at Question Mark. Well, again, it's not always flashy. They're presently in 3rd place, and you guys say they deserve it. They haven't been gifted anything.
And that's where the difference is from when you play 12 to when you play 18 games. While the teams might not always come out with a lot of points, it's the teams that get 4, 5, 6 points every single game that'll come out with the win in the end. Now, here we see Forrest trying to full speed send it through in very similar fashion from what we saw from Game PT in the previous one. If we just keep driving, no one's going to shoot at us, but once again, we're proving that that does not work.
Down on both sides is it's just kind of roaming around over here in this Impala Fields location, not the highest quality of position you necessarily want to firefight for, as it is going to be kind of a run and gun around the circle. He's going to pop and go down into the southeast. Keeps a good section of Puerto. We have some water in play, but this has been a circle we've seen a few times, so the players should be pretty familiar with how they're wanting to navigate it.
Indeed we have, but not with that first circle. This is a surprise, I think, to a big portion of the teams, as well as a lot of the viewers out there, because again, how do you rotate into it? If you're still out on the northwest side, this is going to be hard. 3rd on 5, going to fly straight on, and Uber is in for a surprise because there's an entire Thai team coming right for his building. And honestly, while I've questioned 3rd on 5's engagements in some of these early game emergency pickups, their timing on this one was perfect.
Uber, let's just be honest, you pretty screwed right now, buddy. As you got Cerberus on the other side, you got T5 that just landed on top of you. You've got a compound. You're just hoping that Cerberus wants to go a bit more. He found himself too centered, and that means the fact that everybody wants to make the play into this. If he can find a way to survive, great, but he is essentially just playing a stealth game from the stage.
Trying to stay prone, trying to rack up a few extra points. They are still set in 8th place. It's not done for Na'Vi yet. We know that they can go out instantly and just pull up a 17-kill win, so they're still very much in it. But if Uber could rack up just a few more here, that would make this game go from a horrible game to a, well, at least we got 4.
Throwables, he's got himself the stairwell. I mean, we've often seen stairwell is very strong to have to navigate. He can also get away from the blue zone nade. This is a lot of utility trying to get rid of this rat here.
That setup was perfect. They threw the blue zone nade in. There was only one spot Uber could sit in. They isolated him in the southeast corner. Unluckily for him, as that nade didn't go through, but that was clear as day. This is something they prepared. Throw the molly in, or throw the blue zone nade in, isolate, force him to sit in one specific spot, and then get the nade on in. Unluckily for him, as though couldn't quite find the nade, as we're now seeing Danoa taking casualties as they try to make their way out of Los Leones.
Throwing some smokes in, trying to slow down the pacing of this. Genji does have some supervision in this firefight, and they've been taking some shots into it. The T5 Forest skirmish also just continuing to be problems.
All on the roof?
This is just kind of the symptom of the circle, right? There's a lot of verticality, a lot of trenches. You can see a couple teams now already trying to lean in this, most notably Danoa's positioning.
Yeah, trying to to claim a few more spots, and with all the shots and smokes they're seeing and hearing, obviously they're gonna want to try and claim a few extra points off it. We're reaching a point where, I mean, the leaderboard is starting to be written up in stone, and if you want to make any changes to that, it better be now.
It's very, very compacted in different sections, so we'll have to see is this is your opportunity. If you can try to exploit this, and this is going to be T5, trying to make sure that they can. With all that's kind of going on over here, Cerberus does have Isaki that's still playing around that Porto line. They don't want to make too much of a commitment in. They want to make sure that they're keeping an eye on what's going to be coming in over there. Nobody going Porto, though, already assuming the fact that it's packed.
And it makes perfect sense for Isaki to sit down there, try and hold the back, because if they do go into a proper, like, full-on fight, keep in mind they're not necessarily sure that it's just one guy upstairs. If anyone pulls up on them from behind, they're toast. So it makes perfect sense to have, since you have 4 players alive, might as well just go up, aggress with 3, hold off the angle, wait for Uber to potentially make a mistake, and then clear out the compound.
It's just how much utility does Uba have to stall this? You can see now making the push up the stairwell, prepped everything. He's got that flash out. Oh, it doesn't go around the doorway. Are we going to see Cerberus try to exploit that? They're dancing with the idea. Nobody wants this. They know it does not feel good. Baits out the nade, though. I like this. Now he's going to lean into the angle, see if anybody goes for the peek around, goes for the spray, doesn't connect the way he wants. He's going to be on the receiving end of that damage. Cerberus realizes just going to push up, and that's going to be Navi going down.
And what better for them? We saw a headshot coming through from Forest, far up from the other side. It was like, oh, we saw a headshot come through, you saw blood, you heard the shot, great, let's push now. Wow, Cerberus, a little bit of help there. We've seen it so many times where even though you're an entire team pushing a solo, sometimes that solo comes out victorious. But this time around, Navi are going to fall in 15th.
Twisted Minds looks like they've got their eyes on this dip. Stop right up before the weakened Danoa, just in front of them. So Forest is going to be playing, again, the other side of that dip and kind of make a triangle of we really can't peek anymore. As it is going to be 17 Gaming, Tyloo at range, and now Cerberus that's going to have some oversight on this.
Curious to see how long, especially with the compound now cleared, Cerberus is going to try and maintain this. But Haisage has just shut down towards the south as our focus goes back towards the north. Oh, they know where they are. They saw them. They saw them. Xiaowu just goes over the top once more to confirm. Let's see for how long Twisted Minds gets to stay in this dip as Xiaowu is lining up the shots. He's got the ruler on out. We're setting it up to 193 meters as the calculations come through. Make that 92, just to be sure.
I was going to say, that might be
there we go.
Bit far. We'll have to see how it lands in. Goes for the pop off. Our Twisted Minds.
Double checking. Double checking. Always have a spotter. Always have a spotter. There comes the shot. Nothing done, a little far off to the west, but if it goes just a bit more west here, that, my friends, is a jackpot.
Bring it in just a bit more, and you can dial it down. I'd say there is a big opportunity. Even if you can take out vehicles at this stage, that's going to be
You can blow out all of them. You can blow up all of them with 2 mortars here. That would be huge.
And inside that dip, those vehicles can fly around, do all kinds of crazy stuff. It does look like he pulled back on it just a bit. Yep. Watching the skies. Nope, here comes more of them. You just got to sit here and watch. You can see a look. Imagine just being in this dip and getting closer every single time they pop in.
Xiao Bei, you gotta feed the information across as these shots ain't hitting. That was 5. Make that 6 shots, all fired, all missed. Clearly, the rulers aren't in play right now as we're going too far towards the western side. Maybe it's a left-right communication issue, I'm not sure. But Twisted Minds not only do they live through the barrage, but they get a knock on a Forest player, which might actually allow them to pull up now.
And now just trying to get out of the situation. Like, you can go ahead. You can have that one. We don't want to stay in this position. The longer they stay in, the more it's going to be beaten in. So roll back down into this dip. They're going to find themselves rewarded with at least 1 crate, as that is a weakened Forest that had to shift into that other dip. And it's going to be Cerberus after what happened with Uba that's got a sight line into a good section of this.
What a knock. Through all the chaos of Twisted Minds trying to dodge those mortars, they still turn around. They still find a double headshot and then instantly rotate off of it. Very, very well calculated move there from Twisted Minds. We're still trying to maneuver their way on through the new circle. It's going to pop as we take our focus down towards FaZe and question mark.
That last thing was just a prime example of you just got to keep your mental together. New circle is going to pop, and it is going to be right around this Cerberus T5 drop that we saw a second ago, where we see our trifecta of teams just kind of hunkered down inside that roadside. FaZe going to slow roll this one for the time being. This is outside the safe zone, but they do have the advantage. Nade is going to connect. Make sure to flush out best of luck, and see Dante not going to be feeling too good over there either.
He's got to get this fight done with quickly. As you said, the circle has popped. It's far away. It's phase 4 damage that are going to be coming through. Gustav heard the footsteps from Dante. Can't quite connect the only one tag. As now Gen G further inside the circle. Hearing these shots too, will obviously try and set up some sort of play on this as they play on the eastern side of the building. James swings, finds one. Vex finds the other. Now it's just a deuce in it. He finds one, but the instant trade is there.
While this is happening, Falcons have hopped in their vehicles. They're sitting at the T5's position while a gate-kept wall is being set up by Gen G from here. Looks like we are going to see Falcons just trying to run right through everything. That is going to be Sonics that get some vision in. A couple of knocks have come out for Angry Men, though. They've got themselves a problem, and it is going to be, if you mind, a game PT that's just going to be to the east of them.
Yeah, really, again, similar situation to FaceClan here. Want to deal with them as fast and as best as they can. 3rd on 5 on the roof. It's all good fun when no one's looking at you, but now they're trying to find a team down below them and stay without, like, not within vision from the opposing teams towards the north that can see them on that roof. Capitan should fall to that Molly. Yes, he does. 3rd on 5 gets a couple more kills as they rag up the entirety of Team Falcons.
Didn't have too many good pathing options with that one. Sonic were taking shots in the rotation. We do see FaZe already inside of vehicles. They're trying to wrap around the Gen G position down to the south of this. Looks like they're going to be able to get by most of it just using that hillside. But Gen G is running a 2-1-1, so it's not like you could really get too far away from anything that's going to be going on.
Also, I mean, Gen G are going to see and hear this, and they're going to play the circle in much more of a much more priority to trying to take a fight outside the circle to FaceClan. So imagine them sitting up inside the circle, preparing for this Na'Vi team, FaceClan, sorry, team to push on through.
But if you mind, Game PT is also going to be shifting in. EJ spotted that, and it looks like hearing the vehicles, Gen G is making a much more eastern lean in their defenses. 17 Gaming just moving, creeping down the hillside. We saw them not having to make the biggest of moves. They do have Taego that has a line in front of them. Little Ghost having to kind of navigate this one down, taking some shots, and kind of taking over the position that they were harassing just a moment ago. And this is one of the reasons why they were harassing it, is they knew the fact that they were highly likelihood going to have to move down here.
Exactly. Eventually that they did have to move, but how will they be able to get out of there come next circle? Of course, we're not sure where this one is going to take us as we are moving into phase 5 territory. Speaking of phase, here they are. Taemin trying to wrap around the western side. It's Gen G trying to regroup, but FaZe well aware of pretty much exactly where they have Gen G ahead of him.
FaZe timed this very, very well on their approach. Very beneficial for them. It's going to be also James wrapping more into that. He's going to be getting very close to EJ. A couple of shots, but he wants this flank position. He's got to stay alive. He's got to open up an opportunity for his team to try to flank in back behind this one. You can see the shots already coming out from circle. Going to move the entirety of the opposite direction, favoring that Sonics Danoa trifecta that we've been talking about for quite a while. James now, though, has to be very careful, as it is going to be, if you mind, Game PT coming up right back behind him.
This is a dangerous 1v1 that James has to win very quickly, but there comes the DBS. 2 shots fired, 2 shots needed in order to take down the in-game lead for FaceClan. Instantly after, though, EJ realized, okay, there's another team about to pop off. Spabsang Head is here. Him as from a distance finds Taemin as well. So many teams now eyeing this southern side of the circle.
FaZe making a much more concentrated commitment into that Gen G line. They're trying to make sure that they can get something out of this when they're realizing that they want to get some kills, get some points before they have to move into a very defended T5 line of defense. Bob Sanghan is going to go down, but most of this is going to be coming out from Cerberus, who shifted in. They're going to have to move into that T5 line as well, and they see a plethora of targets in front of them.
Cerberus is trying to herd all these teams together, trying to force a massive fight to pop off, of which they can get a couple of kills, because they know eventually all these players have to come towards us. So the more damage that we can do to them now, the better off we're going to be.
DG98 got that nade prepped up. Can he at least shoot FaZe from this position, make it to where they only have to deal with one team at a time? FaZe kind of caught off over here. Keep in mind, there's a field directly to the north of this that these teams are going to have to navigate. Yeah, there's a sprinkler, but that's not real cover to try to navigate running through a wide open terrain piece.
Especially not with 3rd and 5 still having players on the roof. It's so easy for them to spot all these FaZe, Gen G, and Game PT players, which is why you see them trying to force this fight. Taegon, though, double headshot onto EJ. The rest might come through, but that's a lot of damage done and a helmet removed.
DG's just going to hop inside of a vehicle. He's going to send it out, try to get past everything that's going to be going on over here. Taegon just holding the line for his squad. Every single knock going to be massive. They need every point that they can try to get. Pio left back behind, trying to defend this, and Hella going to commit into a res right now. Blue Zone going to be coming in. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish out of this. I think that this is just going to say, maybe we could try to out-survive somebody, but there's 12 teams still alive.
Able to get the first said off, Hella might be able to backstab Pio. Pio didn't see the final kill come through, and now that has him worried. Constantly looking over the shoulder. He's the one that you should play the Snake solo position, but we'll see in the kill feed in a moment if he's going to come out alive. Cerberus now in the meantime trying to pop on over the other side. Taego finds one, Scabby finds one. Easy cleanup for Cerberus to claim the spot on the other side.
Here's the problem, though. We still have a lot of contenders for this position. Throwables now starting to come out. Twisted Minds do have their focus and their eyes set a bit more up there, but man, one good nade is all it takes.
Yep, they were all down, they were all knocked, and not only do they get the kills on the players alive, they also get the flushes on through on the players on the other side. Twisted Minds continuing to rack up points as they try and maintain that first place spot.
Everything now is settling down a bit more. Tyloo's had to shift into more of a 4 angry men line, but Twisted Minds making the best of a bad situation. Taego does spot out that 4 angry men rotation as 4 angry men just getting more and more casualties. They're going to get taken out. Circle is going to shift back down to the south, heavily favoring this reposition coming out from FaZe as well as Sonics. T5, I think, lose most of their compound.
Yeah, with how T5 has been able to play this roof successfully as well and been able to hold off people, there's so much space now for them to try and maneuver out. The issue is Sonics has an angle, Twisted Minds has an angle, the 2 remaining players from Dynamo has an angle. It's going to be very difficult, even though there's technically space available, as you can see here, for them to take advantage of it because of how the terrain just goes uphill straight into a position.
This gets me very, very nervous. Tyloo's positioning closer and closer by the second to Twisted Minds. 17 Gaming also going to have to make some odd moves. They've got the road in front of them just wide out in the open. Taego, you can see, kind of caught up looking at them at the time. So the 2 squads that are going to predominantly going to have to be making the more desperate moves in this circle, kind of holding each other out at the time, and just Twisted Minds in between them, realizing they oddly don't have to move, as this is kind of like a very weird situation for them just to kind of bunker down and just pray a nade doesn't roll right up on top of him.
Exactly. Taego really saying, 17, can you look the other way while we take a fight to Twisted Minds? Because there's no way Taego can peek into this circle at all without both Sonics, potentially Dynamo, maybe not, but at least Sonics and 17 shooting at them on approach. And you can be sure that Twisted Minds is going to be looking up here as well as soon as those players from the West Group. You can see Shen, that's the amount of time he has to peek on over before a headshot comes through the other way.
And yes, for everybody that's looking at the map, Taego can shift down into the east. There is that area just down below them. But remember, there was a squad just south of Twisted Minds a second ago, and one nade just absolutely demolished him. That's one of the reasons why there's so much hesitation coming out from Taego on here, because they know if they move down there, they're just putting themselves in a very disadvantageous position to where Twisted Minds is presently playing.
Also, Taego doesn't know exactly where all the Twisted Minds players are set. You can see them still nading the dip down on that southern side, down towards where Cerberus were just taken out. So they clearly don't have all the information needed, because if they knew it was available, then sure, they would probably have gone for it, but they don't. And it's stuff like this that they need. They need some knocks now. They need to open an entry, maybe in the southwestern side. Hatsuat falls. Is that going to allow for Taego to make a Hail Mary send down towards the south?
They haven't been able to really move down into the east due to that positioning from T5, but T5 finally having to leave their compound up on top of it, surrendering that high ground. If you're going to make a move, you've got this knock. This is the time to do so. Smokes are going to come out. You can see Shin going to be playing back behind. Looks like he's going to be trying to cover up, making sure that he can get the most for his teammates. But while this is going on, you can see 17 Gaming starting to leapfrog forward. They've thrown down the smokes. They want to get a nade right into the thick of Twisted Minds.
And that is the issue right here, is that Twisted Minds cannot fully focus south, because here comes a team on the other side. Twisted Minds able to find 2 as 2 knocks come in return as well. Batulans and Perfectix are the only ones left alive, trying to clear this out as fast as possible as Perfectix finds the 3rd. Just Little Ghost left on his feet, down to low HP as well. He's going to be forced down to heal on up. So for now, it's quiet, but the issue is here comes Taego from the south.
Taego looks into the backside of this one. They want to try to get some more out of it. It's going to be a very desperate position to try to play from right now, just trying to cling into any form of life. Perfectix up in the face of Little Ghost as a circle is going to continue to go down into the south. Danoa really can't get too much more out of this. They're just throwing whatever they can into it. It's just, what do you have in your hands, and just throw it that direction, as even vehicles burning or rolling down the hillside.
Exactly. Perfectix trying to run on over, trying to get the kill, but Tiggleton stops the fun on the northeast side. Somehow Lil Ghost is able to stay alive, and Taego, they took their time. They were patient. They said, let chaos commence. We will take advantage of it. They stay alive with all 4 up.
It is going to be a shift in theme in this circle, though, as high ground advantage for the Sonics. Looking into a lot of these dips. Look at this position that they've got to play from. Every peak, though, is going to have a ton of these teams looking back their direction. But you can see DMR is already starting to come out. Bolty's lined in, looking into what's going to be happening.
Attention bait here on the other side of Taego. They saw, I think 3rd and 5 thought that if we just stay here, we're we're going to be fine with Sonics because Tyloo had yet to shoot over in that direction. But as soon as they reveal themselves, there's the entirety of Tyloo shooting in their direction. Luckily for them, Sonics doing what they can to allow them to get the rest on through, as Russian said does commit to it, and Hatsuat gets back on his feet.
Odd man out on this one's going to be Little Ghost, as he's still just kind of clinging over there next to Tyloo. Not too much more that he can do. He's going to have to fight his way through the entirety of the squad to make some type of play. Lots of wreckage, lots of bodies, lots of crates. Probably not a lot to take from it, though.
No, utility will have been spent. Helmets and vests should most definitely be broken at this point on anyone in that area. But now let's see here. Tyloo, they've made one good rotation so far in trying to wrap underneath Twisted Minds. Will they be able to cross the street here as well, though, with Sonic's looming up towards the north?
They've got it prepped out. The smokes, just waiting for them in full plume. You can see that maybe they can send something up. We do have Danoa that's kind of hunkered down right in the thick of all of this, and T5 that could have some vision. But 755 just going to cross the road itself. He's just going to walk across it, take it slow and steady, as they don't want to make a commitment into this. The moment they start trying to crest up that hillside, that time that's going to take, that just a couple of seconds, would be perfect for Little Ghost, so they don't want to go until he's gone.
Smart play by Tyloo here, throwing the smokes on the road, denying Sonics the vision on them. Sonics will be the team that has to move first. So isolate the angle, go for a peek up towards Little Ghost. They don't like what they see now. They make the wrap around the southern side. Very, very well calculated plays coming out here from Tyloo.
Sonics just still holding down that entrenched position. Ghost's going to try to move through that. Tyloo does manage to sneak that one by everybody, but they still have to be afraid of the backstab. Circle, due up center. We're moving into a massive valley for a lot of these teams to have to play around.
Keep in mind as well, Twisted Minds went out early in this one, and Sonics is well aware of that. This is their chance to catch up. This is their chance to rack up points, potentially even get into the first place spot.
They have got to be careful as they path down that hillside. Finally going to have to be moving out of it. Little Ghost, though, still clinging to life over here, realizing every single point that he can try to pick up. Unfortunately for him, the Danoa members right in the thick of the circle. So they just get to kind of hunker down, watch, wait, see what's going to be going on, and he has to deal with a full four-man Tyloo still. They are pissed at him. They want him gone.
They sure do. Little Ghost doing everything he can to damage him on the other side. Nice done. Nice job done, I should say, shooting the molly out in midair, because that would have really limited the space that Tyloo had to work with, but great effort there to take it out midair. Nothing that's going to be damaging on their part. Tyloo, last flash has been lobbed on forward. As you could only imagine, Ascent will be committed to in just a short moment.
Here's the risky part for the Sonics. They've got to move down that hillside, and this is going to be the most vulnerable point of their approach. They're running down. Little Ghost does finally go out. Corexi, though, spots out all these members. Tig, though, hits a big nade. That's a knock on the door if I've ever seen one. Now Fex moving in, trying to use the hillside for some type of cover. Tig's going to be able to spot him out, but look at this. Now we've got the fight. Also break out with there's on 5 on the other side.
This could not be any better for Sonics. They clear out the west, and in the meantime, the east takes out one another. A clean sweep might just be committed to, as they could continue to wrap around that southern side. Backfill third on 5, and then take the fight straight to Tyloo. Now, Danoa has still got 2 players alive. You can never count out Soul and Iononyx.
That is a power duo just waiting to see how Sonics are going to be making their move with this. It's going to be Path and Pong just kind of hunkered down pretty close to this position as well. Tyloo have been kind of the aggressors, having to move around through a lot of this very dangerous positionals and getting away with it. Still 4 members up, but it's been coming at a cost of a lot of armor, a lot of meds that have been having to be burned through. And I don't know if they're really prepped up for the end of this fight. Like you can see, one nade moving into this one versus Sonics, who should be sitting pretty well on count.
Soul is prone just on the other side, so wait for Sonics to try and make any sort of play over that ridge. They'll be shot at by the entire server. Maybe not Path and Pong prone inside a shack right now, but everyone else should have eyes on Sonics. The thing is, for Sonics, they're close enough to the circle center right now that they don't have to move at least for another 30 seconds.
4 points is all they need to get up in that first place position. Take holding the line, take the shots right into longs, as it is going to be Danoa just watching this so patiently, just waiting for their moment to strike right in the thick of it. Shin's going to be moving more aggressively. Let's not forget about Path and Pong as well. We are going to have a knock. It is going to be Tig that gets down one of the members of Tyloo. That's going to slow down a lot of what they're trying to get happen. And Path and Pong going to go down as well. Closer and closer to that #1 position by the second.
Sermsy finds the double as he peeks on over. Nice flank around the backside of the shack there, as they try and continue to maintain full control. Only Longs left alive as kill number 11 comes through for the Sonics. Now Tiggleton does fall right before the comes through, but now Mime over the top finds one. Iononyx is a single player left alive. He's shooting. He's been seen. This should be a clean sweep for the Sonics.
Anonix has to hunker down inside. He knows the fact that he is highly disadvantaged. Nade's now going to start landing up on top of him. Can he manage to make a miracle happen? He's only a few points right back behind this one. He can maybe try to keep up with QM, but yet tries to run away. Not going to happen. Sonic's going to pick it up, and they are vibing.
I think Anonix tried to deny there, but didn't realize he had a jammer pack on, so he didn't take damage in blue. That's going to be the kill coming through for Sonics. Huge game for them to boot them up into the first place spot, but can they keep it? You can see the smiles on their faces. This was a great game, and yet again, a Southside Miramar game that Sonics just had under full control from start to finish.
Yeah, it's just been a simple recipe for them, right? They move in, they keep an eye on what's going on, they find the high ground in these southwestern areas, monitoring it. It's just a very clean process that nobody is really trying to exploit. We talked about the importance of going back and watching what's going on. Watch the VODs, figure out how people are moving. Nobody really is doing anything about this right now.
A patient Sonics is a championship Sonics, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from the NA boys. What a phenomenal way to finish off Miramar. What a phenomenal way to finish off this Miramar as a whole, because we are never to see it again in this current iteration. But great game for them. They're going to go up first, but curious to see if they're going to be able to maintain it with Taego and Erangel coming up next.
Hey, look, at least you got some money out of your trip, right? If you're going to spend that much to fly from LA all the way over here, you're going to have to try to make something big happen out of it. So, you know, that at least it rewarded, right? You pick up a lot of frequent flyer miles, but that's not a cheap flight.
Definitely. Miramar has been phenomenal all the way through, but it is now done and dusted as our two interviewees take it to the stage. We'll take a look at the highlights here, of course, of what was a very, very peculiar beginning to this match.
Yeah, it was, this is weekend squads coming out. You also have to give respect. Look at how early Danawa did lose there too, and still managed to go all the way into second place. That's a statement to performance if I've ever seen one.
Definitely, definitely. Cerberus able to stay alive for a while, but in the end that push coming through did not work out for them. And third on 5 again, I mean, going back to the old tried and tested, just emergency pick up to the center. As long as we can fend off, we should be all right. And they get themselves a third place in this game too.
And let's not count out Taegu. Taegu had a big game inside this. They picked up a lot of kills. You can see they were having to navigate a lot of these very awkward situations as we've been moving through a lot of this. We're going to go ahead and get in, sit down on the stage, and get ourselves an interview.
Welcome back to the main stage. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and this is day 3 of the grand finals of PGS 2, and it is popping off. You've seen the clips of the people in the crowd. You've seen the energy on the main stage. It truly is fantastic to be here in and amongst everything that's happening. We are now joined by Xiaobei from 17 Gaming, and as you can see, well, you know what? I'll start off by saying this. 7 top 6 finishes in your last 7 games. An absolutely outstanding statistic. You're possibly the most consistent team that is here at this point. So try and tell us, you know, they're top 6 finishers, so try and tell us what, you know, is preventing you from claiming those chicken dinners.
首先在过去的7场比赛当中，你们都是能留到最后6个的队伍当中的其中一个所以你们的表现可以说是这么多队伍当中非常稳、非常连贯的一个。但是首先恭喜你们，但是想请问你们为什么就是总是差一点，没有能够最后吃一把鸡呢？
可能鸡还未到吧。接下来4场我感觉有我们17鸡。
Perhaps the opportunity has not arrived yet. There are 4 matches that we had the opportunity to win to get a chicken.
أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين بنرحب فيكم مع اللاعب شاوبي من فريق 17 جيمنج بعد نهاية المباراة الثانية من يومنا الثالث والأخير من PGS 2 جراند فاينلز. وحاليا حابين ناخذ رأيه ونسأله بما أنه وصلوا ل7 مرات على التوالي بالتوب 6 خلال آخر 7 مباريات، ويعتبر يعني أداء قوي جدا واستمرارية عالية جدا، يعتبر يعني أقوى استمرارية مقارنة بالفرق الثانية. فحابين ناخذ رأيه إيش الشغلة اللي واقفة قدامهم بينهم وبين وصولهم للمركز الأول والوينر تشيكن دينر. رده كان إنه يمكن الفرصة ما قدمت حالها وما كانت متواجدة قدامهم، لكن لسه في عندنا كمان 4 مباريات للنهائي وحنشوف ايش حيقدروا يقدموا.
You're right to say that the opportunities have been there, but now you have 4 more opportunities left until the end of the day, till the end of the grand finals. So, you know, how do you guys within your team, how do you keep each other calm and focused when the stakes are this high and the championship is on the line?
所以说你们是有机会的。那么在剩下的4场比赛当中，你们准备怎么样的把握机会？而在你们的队伍当中，你们又是怎么样互相让对方冷静下来，能够互相鼓励，然后来为最后这个争夺冠军做好准备？
我们也没有放弃，坚持打好每场比赛。该来的圈我们也会把握住吃鸡的。
We have not given up, and we will do our best in the last 4 matches, and we will grab every opportunity that we can take in the coming 4 matches.
حابين ناخذ رايه بما انه باقي معنا 4 مباريات فقط، ايش اللي حيقدروا يعملوه وايش اللي حيشتغلوا عليه خلال المباريات الجايه، وخصوصا كيف حيضلهم هاديين ومركزين على البطوله بما انه اللقب قدامهم والفرصه بالفوز لثاني مره على التوالي قدامهم، ايش الشغلات اللي حيشتغلوا عليها؟ رده كان انه حيحاولوا يستغلوا كل فرصه بتجيهم ويحاولوا يطلعوا على القليله مباراه واحده ومباراتين، لسه زي ما حكى لسه في عندنا كمان 4 مباريات و4 فرص لاستغلالها، فخلينا نشوف ايش اللي بصير معاهم. نشكرك يا شاوبي على تواجدك معنا ونشوف ايش حيصير معنا لما نرجع على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Xiaobei, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. You've got a long way to go, 4 more maps, and we can't wait to see what you and your team bring to the remainder of the day. But remember, it is the final day. And with that being said, we're going to go back over to the desk to continue our final day of the grand finals. And next up, we're going to Taego.
You may as well call them the Saharan Sonics here, considering how good they have looked on Miramar, and yet another victory goes their way here. Welcome to the analysis desk, brought to you by STC Play. We've Avenger Sonics looks formidable and awesome on Miramar.
Yeah, we gotta say this is just super impressive, of course, and also you could say what one of the hardest spots to get into that next circle was gonna be off that high ground round. So them being able to smoke off, take on multiple teams, win multiple fights at the same time, and then win it in. Then it's just super impressive. So yeah, definitely, and that's gonna put them super high. Of course, the man of the match here is gonna be Shrimsy, my captain. 838 damage by Gideon.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. That's a lot of damage. Damn it. Yes, and I think looking at how that's actually gone down as well, the fact that Shrimsy's able to take this spot whilst H-Wins looked awesome, whilst Tiggleton's looked awesome, the whole team really popping off. 24 points going their way here for that first place spot. Likewise as well, Tai Lu now trying to pull a Cerberus from our previous game, getting themselves 14 points on the board with the fight back after doing so well in the group stage.
Yeah, it's definitely pop off in the shin again. Just showing why he is this good. They're able to stay 4 guys strong, hold the road, and also third party so many fights. The Twisted Minds fight with 17, clear of that, and just hold on to the eastern side. Super impressive for them. But yeah, they're a little bit behind, as you see here on the total leaderboard. We have, I feel like, what is going to be a 2-horse race at this point. We'll have 4 more games though, but Taego is a little bit of a wild card, so I'm not sure we're going to see any of these teams be super consistent on it. It could be, you know, any of them winning it.
Yeah, I mean, if they continue to look as excellent as they have done so far, Sonics and Twisted Minds could quite easily be going back and forth, neck and neck. However, Question Mark still trying to stay up towards the top there. They didn't get any points this game, but, you know, maybe we will see that fight come in the next couple of matches. Danawa and 17 and Cerberus here just a little bit lacking behind them. That being said, though, some of those teams down in that middle pack here, Avenger, could quite easily get a back-to-back. We've seen it happen here in the grand finals as well, and then rocket up the leaderboard.
And again, we've seen some, even at PGS last year, right? We had some insane endings where just insane games, you know, 10+ points every single game, right? At 40 points.
Yeah.
And, you know, Sonic just mind, they could end up having 1 or 2 games that just isn't it. And if we're looking at it as is right now, it obviously could be some, it's going to be Sonics, it's going to be Twisted Minds that will guarantee another spot for the PGS points to that.
Damn it, I forgot my Doritos backstage, but you guys can check out Instagram.com/Doritos Arabia as well. Next time, there's probably not going to be a next time. Next time, I will grab those. And also Razor as well, you can check them out at Razor Mina over on Instagram too here, as they're able to provide us these lovely peripherals. So beyond that as well here though, Martin, Taego being the curveball it potentially could be here. Are there any particular teams you're looking at to try and kind of gather some momentum here?
Yeah, honestly, for me, it's just like these teams that are coming into this here, I want to see the style of play more of, you know, like I wanted to see this more slow approach, like considered plays instead of these full emergency send in first circle where, okay, let's try to get there. You know, I'd rather have a slow play, try to get into first or second circle slowly and then pop the emergency if that's the case. And also, I kind of want to see some more varied endings. We've had some northern circles, we have some southern circles. I want to see a little bit more variety. That'd be cool to see here for Taego.
A team that stands out to me for Taego is actually, of all teams, Twisted Minds. If you think about Perfectix popping off, getting 9 kills himself alone, whilst the rest of Twisted Minds was eliminated during that. But anyway, we will talk about that after the break. The casters will talk about that after the break. We're going to go to that, and when we return here, we have Taego on the way, and then Erangel right after for PGS2.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Welcome back to PGS2 here, as we just have a few more moments before we get into Taego. It's time to Taego, baby, as we've got ourselves here at the Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC. Mr. Avenger, talk to us about Taego. My friend, what are we looking at?
I love Taego. The only teams that have won 2 Taego games is Sonics and Taego.
That was it. That's the segment.
All right. Back to the stage. Yeah, that's the only 2 teams. And of course, right now, and I just actually caught H-Win going into the thing. He was like, this is it. So good calling. Emergency pickup is on point, and they are really trying to get this most winner chicken dinner placement and a special award locked down here. So of course, looking good for them. So if they can come into this, have a good performance on Taego, because they're actually one of the teams that have had a lot of points on Taego so far. Super impressive. And with that, I gotta say, the consistency that they're going to show, and they're in first place right now. I don't see a way where we're not getting like a good game from them here, and then it's going to make it a 2-horse race, because then we just have 3 games to go on Erangel, and being ahead 30-40 points ahead of third place, it's just going to be them and Twisted Minds just fighting for it towards the end.
I mean, that being said, though, it's teams like Question Mark that are trying to do the catch-up, right? And obviously, in the recent moments, we've seen as they've been able to, you know, do just that, really. I mean, not in this last game, of course, but Question Mark on this stage, I think every single one of their players has really come alive. Of course, we were talking about Phil first for a long time. As I guess there was some kind of, you know, questions around Dante. How is he going to be able to perform on this stage? But in some of the games, he's got himself a few kills here and there and tried to rise up to where Bestalosh and Aduzi are.
Yeah, and for Question Mark, 50 points so far total across all stages on Taego. Sonics 46. 17 Gaming 51. So it's extremely tight. And the very top is actually Navi. 85 points on Taego. So,
wow.
But they also played both.
Yeah, they played both, right?
A little bit there. Tyloo is second with 59. So it's very close, and a lot of the teams that we're already seeing perform really well is obviously doing super good there. Both Twisted Minds, 52 points for them on Taego so far as well. So obviously impressive, considering they didn't go into winners bracket and get any points there. But yeah, going into Taego, and if this is the playing path, I am super satisfied with that, from southeast to northwest or the other way around. I'm not sure. So
I guess a question might be, do we get a burning plane again?
Ooh, it's been what
it's been more common than I thought it was going to be.
It's way more common than it is, right? And it makes it just really hard, so much harder, because the further down, it makes the drops, instead of just spreading out, it makes it a pizza slice, where it starts is very kind of broad in the top, and then because the plane is going down, you can't really get that much further away from the plane, right? So it makes it a little bit harder. So that's of course going to be interesting to see if that's going to be the case. But yeah, for sure, Sonics, Tyloo, Cerberus, Twisted Minds, 17 Gaming, Question Marks, all these teams are performing super well on Taego. So that's really what we're looking out for, and the teams that we're keeping an eye on, right?
Suffice to say, here at PGS2, we've had some memorable games on Taego, even though we've only had one a day. We had Song Am, of course. We had that ridiculous up towards Shipyard ending. We've had north of Yongchong, and all of these positions, they're very different to one another. So it really kind of is testing the teams across just one game per day.
Give me a south of Terminal or Buksanza ending.
Ooh,
I would love that.
Ooh. What do I want? I'm not even sure. Fishing camp, because it's near a river, and that would annoy everybody. Let's get to it. It's time to Taego, baby, as we head over to the casters.
Thank you so much, guys. And I gotta say, I'm a bit worried for the Sonics players, man. Those guys are absolutely jacked. They've been spending so much time in the gym, getting all built. 4 chicken dinners, that's some fat that they're gonna have to burn off. These guys are just racking them up.
They're doing it with the recoil of their guns as the burning plane takes to the sky once more. Percentages or not, we're making it happen here. Things are not to be easy for these teams trying to come out victorious in PGS2 Grand Finals.
What did you do to us, analyst, cursing us with a burning plane coming out? It is going to be at least the tail end of it over on that northwestern island, so at least it's on the right pathing to be friendly.
True. Not too many teams are in the northwest. Hamilton, Wolsong, not too many teams do go up there. It's only Game PT out of the plane in the end. We do have 3rd on 5, and Forest Gaming flying side by side as the plane crashes into the ocean, and our players hit the ground. There we go. Big explosion as we now take to the ground for the only time today and last time in the tournament at Taego.
Looking out, no big crazy shifts than we've seen as far as drops go. Do you want to point out around that the eastern area is going to be where we're seeing Sonics go for their drop out. They are going to have Gen G just south of them. Wide spreads on these initial drops, no surprise, just given the way that the plane comes in, right? You've got more breathing space over there than you can kind of see all the teams narrow down as it gets in, as you can't quite drop as far, so that means that you're having to make a much more committed drop.
Exactly. We're seeing a few shots fired from Falcons down towards question mark as well. Seems like they should be safe though, as the first circle pops, and oh my God, that's Western. Eastern, sorry, but holy, that is that's half a circle unplayable.
And yeah, the red line's going to bisect through and make a big problem. Sonics don't really have to worry about coming in from the southwest this time, as they are just in the absolute middle of it. FaZe Clan also has been doing a good job on getting some gatekeeping and getting some kills at these different types of circles, and they're finding themselves already in a position for that.
What a first circle to give us here, because how do you rotate into it? There's no wrapping around, there's no smart, try and get in on the quiet side. You're so limited in the space you have to maneuver. We have rice fields, we know they're all kinds of atrocious to have to drive through, and then you have a select few paths coming into the city proper, and oh my God, here, if PO falls, there will be a huge loss for Gen G. They've just been given a game, both these two teams have just been given a game with a circle right where they want it. So if either Sonics or Gen G takes casualties now, it would be terrible.
He is so sneaky, tries to get away from it, but I don't know how you can really get away from it, right? It's he's now been revealed out in position.
I don't think he has any meds either.
Gen G's going to try to come up and support this one, but the rest of the Sonics are already coming down. They don't like the fact that somebody's going to be this close to him. At least smoking out this angle, but I mean, look at where we see Mime coming from.
Gen G,
they're making their approach, but you can see that they're not necessarily in the best position to be doing so. I think that they're just trying to hit and run, get out of here, but Shrimzy's position not going to allow that.
Does Sonics want to take this fight? Is my new question. They're set in first place. I think Atrian would really want to get out of here and get out of here alive. Yes, there might be points for you to grab, but you have such a good circle in your favor. Taking the fight here, potentially taking casualties and losing the game because of it, could be them missing that first place. But Atrian, nothing he can really do right now to get out of it. Is trying to stick around, trying to at least take some players down with him as it makes his way out on the balcony.
I like this. Just move full on defense. Everybody on Gen G is going to be cresting up that hillside. If H1 gets a read that this is not going to go his way, he can try to jump out, get away from this one, but he's going to brave back in. EJ's going to be pushing right up, right into the wall. Hellsabel just lands, and H1 says, hell no! This is my compound, this is my circle, we're in first place, we're staying there.
Bazooka in hand, H1 says no. 3 kills, PO, the one that started the commotion, is the sole survivor, trying to make the runoff, trying to go into the fields, trying to become as small as possible, but Sonics already see him. He should be down, and indeed, no. Not just yet. He's gonna stay alive, at least for a little while longer. But Sonics out of there alive, and there you have it in the end. You can see on PO's face, shaking his head in frustration. This is not what they wanted. They were not ready for H1 to be set up top with a Panzerfaust in hand.
If you're wondering why that was such a committal, it's because what you were talking about. We've got the rice patties. They're gonna eat up so much of this. We've got Ouyang that not really anybody's wanting to go down into just quite yet. And then we've got to get the hills that are gonna be to the southwest of this one. And then the area around Kong Nguyen. But that's really about it. Nobody's wanting to commit into these urban environments because it has just been disaster for teams, as we've seen so many big pushes. Oh, just so he bold pushes back up. This is a play you make when you're in first and you know you've got the points to play around with.
Exactly. DG couldn't get the angle on him either. Actually had a few shots onto H1 where he was trying to get the flushes. DG had the shots on him, but I think his teammates proned in front of him, blocked off the ankle, so he couldn't get it properly in there. Unlucky for Gen G. Again, saw the frustrations on their faces. They knew what this game would have meant with them currently sat in 13th and the game PT just 1 point behind him. There's no telling where they're going to end up by the end of this game.
It's one of those IGL, by the way, kind of moments that you got to keep an eye on. As we do see kind of a collapse up into the north, it's going to be 4 Angry Men getting kind of close to a very wide split coming out from 17 Gaming. No big crazy shifts just quite yet. Again, centered meta going to continue, and Sonics actually after that firefight moves back into a 2-2.
They sure do. Smart rotation on their part to instantly try and reposition, but they're on 5 as well in their emergency pickups. We've seen them use it to full effect before. I'm curious to see where they're up into land this time around, as they are still flying in the air. Na'Vi gonna play this one a bit slower. They're already in a pretty decent spot in the circle. They have a city on the southern side should they want to claim it.
But playing this one smart, as the previous game didn't really go the way that they wanted it to.
New contender going to be approaching on the Sonics line, and that's going to be Taego. That's just trying to play right up against that red wall itself. You can see that they're going to play with their backs against the zone wall, so that way they don't have to worry about anybody creeping in back behind them. So smart play, navigating a pretty weird circle, all considered, as it is going to be, looks like T5 making an approach over here as well.
They see them in the air. 2 players already down there, and 5 trying to fly straight down to the 2-2 split. They've read the split. It's not the worst idea. Strimsy is here. He's found the one, already found the double make that, but he is going to go down. So Sonics off to a great start with the 5 kills, but Strimsy has fallen.
Still trying to see if they can get some more out of that. Every single kill that they're picking up, though, they know is so vital. Expendables. On the opposite end of that, it's like, please, sir, can I have some of this? I need just any point that I can conceivably have. And Panzerfaust on the opposing side. We just saw the power of it. It's going to be 2 members walking back to back, and this is a nice modification. Usually when you try to push a compound like this, you want to run 2 together, but TE also joining the firefight.
Yep, joining in from the other side is Hatsuat. Now peeks on out, instantly takes down Tiggles, and nothing you can do against the bazooka up close. Down to 1 HP goes Hatsuat, but able to sit around the side. So kills have come through for Sonics, but again, taking casualties. Hatsuat will fall as Expendables are now here finding kills of their own.
Sonics just want out at this stage. 2 explosive, 2 powerful. But don't forget about Taego, who backfilled into the position just 1 moment ago. That was going to be where Sonics were held out. Since they made the play to try to defend this, they've kind of lost their territory control that they had such a death grip on a moment ago.
Exactly. Very, very smart read by Taego to come in from the southern side, understand what's going on, and instead of trying to full-on third-party the fight, go, wait, they just gave us a free center compound. Oh, hell yeah, we'll take that. Smart play on their part, and now for Mime and for HWin, it's not looking too good. The good thing for them is they already have 7 points this game, so it's not going to be a terrible one. But of course, knowing that Perfectix from Twisted Minds has had some of his best games on this map in particular, it's not something you want to allow to have happen.
And FaZe reading that kill feed, realizing the fact that this is probably going to be an easy pickup for them. Mime going down, HWin just going to have to play, see if maybe he can get the vehicle over here. Is going to be able to block that sight line, but as we see, it's going to be FaZe pretty split across this, and that's one of the reasons that we saw the problem. Mime did manage to at least get away from 1 firing line, but look where Fex is going to be at, and this vehicle just, it's not in a good condition. Any more shots into it just going to spell the death of Sonics.
James is going to run on forward. We've seen him get a little, I won't say greedy, but eager at times before, where it's cost FaZe dearly. So now that the rest will come through and there's no proper windows to get a good nade in here, maybe a blue zone nade will blow up. Yep, you're already seeing it in the right-hand corner there. Blue zone nade lopped on forward. Even if the rest comes through, there should be no way for Mime to be able to get a first aid off in time. As I say that, nope, he will fall down to it. And now James single-handedly up against HWin.
Charging in, Gustav on one side, but HWin not done. He is vibing right now. He wants to try to make sure that he secures up for his team. Nade's gonna go out, but FaZe still has the numbers. Pick up 1 more kill before you go, right? Shot's now gonna come in opposing side on this one, as, man, it is everybody in the lobby after Sonics right now. They smell the blood in the water, and the Sharks are circling.
And again, FaZe going back to mistakes of the past and how they have 4 people in the area. They can all come in here together, but James, too eager, wants to go for it. Ends up with him going down, unluckily for him and the team. But of course, still far from over the game from FaZe here, as Gustav and Fix will be able to wrap back to safety.
Meanwhile, there's Twisted Minds that's over here into the west, that's kind of close to FaZe, but just like, nah, you guys go forth, do the work for me. Yeah. Now I have an opportunity to try to catch up, but let's be real. 8 kills is still a hell of an amount of points to put up inside of a game whenever you go out early.
I mean, they're going to finish top 6 or something like that overall in terms of points accumulated this entire game. Normally, we don't have more than 3, maybe 4 teams in double digits in 1 match. So an 8-point game for Sonics here. If you're going to have a bad game today, and this is it, you're going to be very satisfied.
If this is a bad game, then man, don't even care. You can see it's kind of hard to even bring in all the maps.
You can't see the entire map. That's how far east we are.
The only things that you guys are kind of missing is we do have Danawa that's just up to the northeast. It's going to be Forest that's just a bit past that. Circle going to go in this direction, and now you're seeing why everybody's been fighting over this territory. This is kind of the expectation on how the circle was going to go.
Well, yeah, right down the middle issues. The middle is still containing a lot of unplayable territory out towards that eastern side. But almost everyone has managed to make their way on, and we have, of course, taken the loss of 3 full teams already. So there's a little more wiggling room, which, of course, is necessary when you have this little space to maneuver.
You were talking about it coming into this one when we were just kind of like chit-chatting in between rounds. The impressive nature of Cerberus just climbing this leaderboard. I mean, it's tooth and nail for them, but they are finding ways to get back up into a very respectable position.
Definitely is, as they come right in further forward here. They're still missing Taego, their most southern player, trying to regroup with the team, but where do they go? Are they eyeing the compound of Expendables as well? Now shots are being fired, and I think now Cerberus is realizing that that is not theirs for the taking.
Quiet outside. I just want to keep giving you guys ideas on where we're seeing Twisted Minds at. They're going to be outside the circle, one of the few squads that are at time. They do have 17 Gaming as well as FaZe in front of them. And more shots as the Expendables trying to find something to make this work. They've got a big gap in front of them, but every single kill gets them closer.
That is Salolsi getting a warning. Near my compound, get within my sight, and you will fall, my friend. Delvin is not allowing him to make that rotation without paying for it.
Forest, they had to make a bit of a desperation push along this line right now, but they do manage to make it all 4 members in. They are going to be next to Cerberus. They're playing up against the wall as well, as these are very uncomfortable neighbors with just this hillside between them. I'm not too surprised, but Cerberus doesn't know that this is coming. They're in vehicles right now, and that's going to be Hisaki spotted early. Solzy also going to be getting some bullets go his way as Cerberus playing with this wall position. Thought that they had more space to work with than they did.
Whenever things have gone the way of Forest Gaming, this player right here has usually been the one to make it happen. Scabby trying to make a lot happen for the Forest team, as I think they're trying to fall off and like fall back from this position. It's not optimal. They're already now getting shot at by Expendables on the other side. They came up, they got themselves 1 kill. That's more pressure alleviated should this fight happen later on in the game too. Now they know they have Cerberus right next door. They can wrap back up towards where they were before and sit tight and wait for the next circle to pop.
Speaking of awkward next door neighbors, you can see Batulins has moved in pretty close to 17 Gaming, but really just Batulins. The rest of Twisted Minds getting shot by FaZe. FaZe is trying to assert authority. This has been, whenever they can get a position like this in the circle, this is where they feel most comfortable. Look what they did to Sonics a second ago, harassing into Twisted Minds right now. Forcing them into more of that 17 line is preferable for them because they have some pretty good pathings that they can make out of this position as long as they can control this territory this effectively.
A lot of this circle center as well currently has no one in it. It's an open hillside. It's hard to really take advantage of. There's one shack in the middle, sure, but not really all you can play around with it. So if this circle does send up towards that northwest side, it's going to be very difficult for some of these teams to really get anything going at all. In the meantime, now Xiaowu with the arm in hand, looking for, I think they heard the vehicle from Batulins early, and they're like, he's got to be here somewhere.
Batulins doing scouting as Batulins do. I mean, that is his job. Yeah, there's a lot of brains back behind that one, but he loves to make sure to get the information himself so that way he can make sure to feed the information correctly over to his teammates. He is going to make sure that he's trying to get them into the circle as, yes, it is going to be the rest of the squad now coming in. Circle does shift pretty heavily, still keeping in a big section of that red line and a big chunk of those rice paddies to the south, too.
Look at how many teams up on the northern side that has nowhere to go. Compound crashes are about to happen with a lot of teams, I would imagine, because again, these open spaces are practically impossible to utilize. And now here comes Twisted, 3 in a car, make that 4, as now Xiaobei is going to be the first line of defense against almost the entirety of Twisted Minds as the car goes. Bye-bye.
Bye. They stopped in here. The Batulins fed the information over, but vehicle now going to be gone. That being a distraction that they did not need at this stage.
You say distraction. I say, I mean, what probably could lose them in the game. They were 3 in that car. They have nothing else to maneuver with. They're going Batulins. Did you have a bike or something? Because we kind of need that car back. Could you please fetch it?
There's 2 over here. There is Lou that's still playing back in the blue zone right now to protect this angle on the hillside, so they might be able to get an Uber, come pick them up. Lil Ghost playing down below this one, and again, this is just all tactically fed over coming from Batulins, realizing that this is going to be a bad rotation for us, so we need to pick up some kill points. We need to kind of balance out what's been going on with Sonics.
Xiaobei is creating the angle for his teammates, and now the peek on over. There's actually Xiaobei now up here on the hillside. Little Ghost is the one to try and bait the attention. They knew that they had them close. He had heard the footsteps. Now the peek comes through. Few shots missed though, but Batulins from the northern side finds Little Ghost in return.
Slowing back down the pacing on this one, just playing the hillside itself, trying to find time for Batulins and Lou to both come into this one. Nate is going to hit, make those ears ring, but the reinforcements are now coming. Batulins actually going to stop out directly in front of Zhao Wu to stop him from being able to reinforce this, try and make sure that he can't make any plays into it, but it's going to be Gustav. Never count out FaZe. They hear a firefight and they want some kill points.
Yeah, FaZe driving in from one side, Dano are doing the same thing from the other, as Batulins now is taken down by Zhao Wu. Spiro has seen him at a distance, and he is is going to get hurt, but phase 3 damage, of course, not too bad. Xiaowu tries to get one with the Orm, not going to connect.
And we have more that's going to be brewing in this as Danawa here is the Salute and Soul, both moving up the hillside, realizing that there are kill points to be had for themselves, and they want to make sure that they can try to climb just a bit behind Question Mark itself. With this, the hillside, the safety that was being provided a second ago is being more and more complex as it is going to be a crunch. 17 Gaming trying to bypass through this, and looks like the blue zone going to stop out, try to support their squad, but this is still just phase 3, so it's not the end of the world, but I will say it is pretty bad when we see FaZe and Danawa now firmly gatekeeping.
Sat in on the other side, just waiting for what's going to be remaining of this fight to come their way. The only issue could be that the fight between them might happen before they would even wanted it to. Xiaobei peeks on over, finds one, might get the second one as well. They've heard the footsteps from Spiro, tags in the foot as well, as he's trying to make his way to safety. Flash, lobbed on over, is going to force them to get into new positions.
Just down, so close right now, sneaking into this one, the last one up. Dreams for his squad. They know that Sonic's put up a big amount of numbers. They need to get something out of this, but so heavily outnumbered. Smoke's going to be pluming around him out in the blue zone. Fortunately, finds an angle onto one of them, but just clinging to life right now. He's revealed himself out. Suju playing the Smoke's gonna spot it, and there we go. Spyro's going to go down to the zone itself, and that phase fight, and as well as Danawa firefight going on.
Twisted Minds knew that with Sonics out early, this was their chance to catch up once more, but no other team is going to have a big smile on their faces as Sonic off of seeing them go down. And in the meantime, what we were talking about just before is that if FaZe and Dana were both set up here to try and take down 17 after this, they might be forced to fight one another. And that's exactly what has just happened as Loki finds Gustav.
Looking in, it's going to be FaZe Clan eliminated. The hunt not going to be able to go too well for them. While this is happening, guess what? Another team having the exact same idea is going to be the Expendables. Looking into Danawa taking those shots as 17 Gaming just cannot get their feet underneath of them, and more firefights. But, question mark, Danawa, opportunity. Can you survive through this one? Number 1 and number 2 are out. If you want to try to close that gap, now's the time.
We talked about the 2-horse race. More horses might just be added to it at the end of this match. Xiaowu getting a few more mets here, as I don't think there's any reason to try and rest Sushu, I should say, sorry. We'll see now, though, if Danawa on the Western rotate can get their foot on in. They have a position from where they can play. Issue is, are they going to be within vision of Na'Vi out west?
Oh yeah, they're in vehicles. They're just cresting down. They're going to be running right into a waiting Na'Vi. See, trying to prep out nades, instead shifts over the guns, realizing that this is going to be a close pass. Nothing too crazy, just some damage coming out. But now that's going to force them down into the rice paddies themselves. Very few options to work around, and it's going to be Falcons, Capitan, Silzen going with that 1-2 punch, trying to stall them out, and it is just death over here to be found for them as Capitan just holds it for his squad.
Solid hold, solid maneuvering around the shack there to take down the first, realizing where the second was, and then peek back down for the third once more. Great positioning there for Falcons. They knew where to expect the pushes to come in from, and they had set up a perfect plan to execute when a team would come around.
Down to 10 teams already in phase number 4. And yes, there is still one member at 17 Gaming that's alive, waiting for everybody to leave. He's up there in the north. We might see him try to bisect his way down here in just 1 second, but I feel like the story that we should be looking at right now is what's going on. We've got Tyloo holding down a strong position, question mark. Falcons with their split, and Cerberus. Yeah. It's going to be brutal coming into the circle.
Everyone is trying to play control right now. The only team with control of both the compound and open spaces is 4 AM down towards the south, but everyone right now is finding themselves in a position from where, if we get one good circle, this might be a winning game. So I would be very surprised to see any fights start happening within the next 15 seconds. No reason to aggress now, when with one good shift your way, you could potentially go out and win the match.
Joe's still just trying to sneak his way down, but the Expendables know that there's still probably some remnants that are going to be coming in on that angle, making sure to keep Tanvu, maybe Duck Juice over there to see what's going to be happening with it. The circle is about to pop, and we're going right into the thick of a terrible rotation for everybody that's not inside the circle.
How, oh how do you place the rice field, or play the rice fields at this point in the game? Na'Vi, do you rep on the northern side or play down south? The thing is, with question mark and Tyloo in full control of the compounds, with access to second floors in the buildings too, you'd imagine they would have great position and great angle to spot you in those fields out below.
The only big benefit that we're going to be looking at is the hillside that's going to be into the east. Whenever we have Tyloo's positioning and question mark's positioning, it's not going to have power to really influence what's going to be going on in the rice paddies. This is going to move into a much more vertical firefight, even though it has, yes, those hills in play, just because those are too risky of hills to be played at this time. As you can see, Force trying to make their way a bit more down this hillside, get into that position where we see If You Mind Game PT kind of playing from.
Yeah. Forrest, I think, trying to set up. Initially, I think they were setting up to try and keep out game PT, but now realizing that there's only really one way for Expendables to go. They have to prioritize a potential fight up north. In the meantime, now Na'Vi realizing there's only so many places they could go. They have to go to the compound sooner or later. And here they come. Pre-nades locked on out as the first one falls instantly. Alia falls down as well, and now it's just Uber left alive. And again, a great example of question mark being ready for where to expect the threats from. 2 players down from Na'Vi on approach.
Look at this. Vehicles even firmly protected. Information being fed over. Dante looks like it's going to be his job to go for the res into this one. Best of luck, just going to be holding the angle. A doozy. I mean, just firm, solid defense here. There was just, if you want to see how to defend that compound, that was it. Because even Na'Vi tried to use the lack of windows, that hillside, to come in over here and question mark red. This is going to be how we're approached, and we know where we're vulnerable.
Exactly. We're trying to use as much utility as we possibly can. A doozy getting in over it. Dante will be the one to get the kill in the end, but the pressure was applied as Na'Vi fall in 10th. In the meantime, a second push does come through as 4AM are forced to take the fight towards the northeast. Game PT taking a casualty already, but Papsanghek is back on his feet.
If you mind, going to have some problems is if they retreat to the north, it's going to be where Forrest is at. The only benefit of that is it is going to be Tanvu from the Expendables taking some shots into what's going to be going on with Forrest right now, so they can't really do too much inside of this firefight. 4 Angry Men realizing this is a no man's land. Let's see if we can try to get some kills, maybe just try to get a bit of control over this compound and walk it in, because you can see there are a couple of like these little shacks that are going to be in front of them that they can kind of play from, and they are going to try to leapfrog to get into that position. So if you mind, Game PT starting to lose more and more control over this.
Dodging and weaving, trying to get ahead of their opponents as Daku does go down. Forrest is still yet to get a proper impact in this fight, but they are eyeing up this fight from up north. 4AM trying to use this position to the best of their ability, but they're so limited in what they can do. Look at the angle for Master here. Spots them all, but only damage done, no knocks confirmed.
Just any form of harassment, though, just makes it so much harder for If You Mind. There's nowhere for them to go. They can't be playing into the north now. Now they've got to shift back into the south. And that entrenched area that we see for Angry Men, the crossfire that they have set up, this was their home, and it has just been taken from them.
Yep, not a whole lot they can do, if anything, at this point. Circle shifts towards the west once more as well. So what was a gatekeep from them is now going to be a gatekeep from Cerberus, the next one in line alongside Falcons. For 4AM, for Forrest, how do you maneuver into this next circle?
Oh my lord, we're going to keep so much of that Tyloo compound, that question mark compound in play, even Cerberus's compound. Forrest, 4 Angry Men, the Expendables. This is going to be you knock with your guns and you try to find a way into these compounds.
And it's all the teams on the hunt that are set in the positions to really rack up points here. So curious to see who's going to come up victorious, curious to see who's going to make the most of what has just been a very favorable shift for these teams that are set in safety.
And the way that the shifts have come, most of the teams are actually on the opposing side of the circle for question mark, which is bad for them. They want these kills. This is their opportunity game to try to catch up some. And yes, they do have some vision on what's going on that hillside, but there's enemies that are way closer to try to pick up those kills, even if they get those knocks. So yes, it's great that they've got this position, but at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword because they can't get the points that they really want out of it.
I mean, placement points are still points. We'll see how many they can rack up, because you'd have to imagine that a few teams are going to go down before they get inside. What is this next circle? Sololsi gets knocked down. Munto Olympus instantly to fall right after Tanvu, making the MK12 really work in his favor.
Just Scappy trying to move forward. He's going to get spotted. Master not too far away from him. You can see him having to dodge the vehicle as it rolls up next to him. But the Expendables, I don't think are going to let him make this too much comfy position for him to be able to play from. Trying to balance out that one. I do like the modification, realizing, hey, there might be somebody closer. I've been cooking this for a second. Let's bounce it off the tree itself. Expendables were playing a bit further back, and uh-oh.
I hear it.
Mortars coming in.
When it wasn't chaotic enough already, let's add some mortars to it, and who's better off at using the team sat comfortably in the compounds to the east. Expendables, if they can get rid of Forrest here, they're going to have plenty of space to maneuver on that eastern side still. But Dog Juices don't want it there. Peeking on over. Sanvu, though, doesn't have to. The utility does it for him, and now they get to claim the spot.
And here comes 4 Angry Men. They're pushing into the Cerberus compound. They're trying to make the best of a bad situation. But Falcons realize this. They're hopping inside the vehicles, and they're pinching this moment. They realize that this is going to be a firefight to get control of what's going to be going on in here over to the east. And while that's happening, the Expendables spotted that rotation, and now it is just everybody down here into the southeast.
It still is a 0-kill game for Cerberus. They want to get more with it as one falls. Maybe there are 2 players down. Him as the only one left alive. But again, if there's been any time that a player's needed to step up on the side of Cerberus, Himas has usually been the one to do just that. But he is alone against the entirety of 4AM, and he will fall too.
4AM just taking another one. They are just real estate moguls right now, just taking every bit of everything from anybody. They see something, it becomes mine. And now Falcons trying to get their reset just up on top. As you can see, DraftKings, it's going to be Silzen that's going to try to defend up, but let's not forget, we did have question mark that was starting to give a couple eyes into this. Emmy for Falcons is playing very far to the west, so has a defendable angle to make sure that his teammates that are playing on this western side have some safety.
Circle once again shifting up towards question mark and Taego, the final bosses of this match for all these teams that have been brawling their way in from the southeast and taking casualties with every single fight they've had to go through. It looks to be a good one for question mark for Taego, regardless of how this one pans out.
Oh, Ghost in the window and just waiting for that one. Just not going to let it happen. He's going to get popped, though. Capitan finding some ways to get his team into this one. Crazy's going to be on the outside, and yet again, Capitan making some plays.
Solid shots coming through. Crucial they get to stay put. They have Imix and off angle. They're only two up close, but nice angle for Aegis. Issue is the flash is perfectly timed. And now, with the vehicle in front, Silson needs to make a play. He needs to deal with Aegis inside. Flash locked on in, pushes on forward, and that, my friends, is Falcons up to 9.
Look at this. So many kills that they are racking up right now. The problem is they've got to make a move into the circle. Expendables do as well. They're just going to go ahead and go for a sin right along this line, but it's right after the Falcons fight ends. Emmy from that range position gonna spot that one out, and God, man, look, question mark just waiting for somebody to move into this.
Yeah.
They want it so bad.
They've been set up here the entire game just saying, oh, anyone's getting near us, great. We've not had to use any utility yet, so now is the time. On approach, taken down instantly.
Taego just needing a couple of points to see if maybe they can catch up to 17. Anything will get them above Cerberus right now, but Falcons going to be nipping at their heels, wanting to get some more. Problem with it, though, is it's going to be Falcons having to move into this very open sightline for question mark.
I kind of like how the entire southeast is on fire right now, because it was the northwest before, but because the fights between all those teams up there kind of got all of them killed together. Twisted Mind, 17, Danawa, FaZe Clan as well. They all just mutually destroyed one another. Now the teams in the compounds towards that northwest side, who should have been fighting those teams later, are going, well, we didn't have to fight them, so come to us, guys. We're ready for it.
Question mark, this could be your game. You've got Falcons in your sight lines. They're trying to navigate through, but Falcons, I don't know what's going on with them. Oh, Capitan catches some airtime, and he is going to go down at probably one of the worst possible moments. Best of luck, though. Going to take down Longs, make it not quite so bad, but that blue zone nade, that's going to be about all she wrote.
Yeah, one guaranteed at least. Silson's going to try and prone this one out and try and see if maybe he can get himself a top 2 spot in this game with 4 alive on each side. You'd imagine that the win is out of reach. 13% is what the game gives him.
Oh my God.
He really needs everything to work in his favor in order to come out victorious
with
here.
This new circle pop, this means that the road is the center point in position.
Again.
There are a couple of, like, you can see pieces of cover that can be played here, but this is going to be the firefight for angles. And with this Taego, see these walls that they can play? This is going to be massive for them in this in-game firefight, is they're going to be able to navigate a lot more angles than we're going to see question mark. And question mark still has to deal with Sills, and it's going to be hiding behind them.
Exactly, not going to be easy whatsoever. For at least for Silson to try and make his way on through. But as you're saying, how much of an impact does he end up having? I think if you're Taego right now, yes, you want the points, but you might as well just allow for Silson to stay put for a little while longer. Let question mark deal with that issue, or be forced to deal with that issue, while you, as you can see here, try and do as much damage as you can to them. Use him as your 5th team member effectively.
Just being patient with it. They've got this flat top that they're playing from. They've got, again, those walls down in front of them. Taego having a lot of advantages in this, as question mark's going to go, okay, we're going to have to make sure that we make a lot out of utility. Luckily, they have had some utility that has been delivered to them, so they can kind of use that in these different stages. But they had to also use a lot of those throwables that they were wanting to use for this firefight on a road against Falcons and some of these other pushes that have come their way.
You see a doozy, 5 smokes to work with, but no nades, no mollies. Might have a blue zone nade or 2, but that's going to be all she wrote. In the meantime now, who's going to be able to claim it as we look down towards the mortar? I'd be surprised if at this point in the game we're going to see the mortar playing, but who knows? Who knows? The compound just on the other side of the road.
It is a road. If you'd have to move it, I think, a bit further back than its present positioning to even be able to get it to land where you want it to, but looking out, question mark, all the variables are against them right now, right? They have to deal with the thorn in their side. They've got kind of a lacking of, they do have some fences that can be played, yes, but they don't give as many angles as we can see on the Taego side to work with, and that's one of the things. Add in the flat top as well. Silson, this is one thing.
Did they forget about me? No.
His LAN experience means the fact that he is coming into this one. He knows how to play this. He knows exactly what his job is.
Yes.
All he's going to be after is 1 KP. If he can get 1 KP or at least get second place, that's his victory.
Trying to stay put for as long as possible as Adusi now with a bike, moving out into the open. A little bit of damage being done early on, but he got over to his car trying to swap vehicles, but a headshot comes through. He's down to 2 HP. That would have been a crucial knock for Taego, but Adusi gets to live with the scare.
Uh-oh, and with this, Silzen's moving more to the road. It looks like he might be looking into that Taego line more than what he's going to be looking question mark. Any head that presents itself is going to be what he's going for, but oh, it's going to be Shin of everybody to go down at that point. Question mark getting a much needed advantage finally.
Silzen saying, I've done what I can, boys. Now it's on you to take out Taego. We'll see if it can happen with Dante and Phil first up on the roof. It seems to me like Xiao Yang and the remaining players of Taego knows exactly where they have him. Phil first to fall as more nades are bound to come through.
That was a beautifully cooked nade. If they keep on going with this, it is going to be so hard for Dante to kind of navigate any of it. But notice Adusi. He's already down on his belly. He's moving in. Taego just aggressing right on top of this one. They're not going to even let them get to the road. But notice, they have no cover. Stepping out, Adusi gets sprayed to 1, but he's going to go down.
Needed more in order to get this one home, I'm afraid, as Dante peeks on over, finds one. Best of luck now, finds one as well. The off angles keep coming through, and just like that, question mark out victorious. Taego thought that Adusi was the up-close threat, but in reality, he was just the bait. He was the attention grab for Dante and for Bestalok to peek from each their respective angles and claim the win.
That they needed, and they said, yeah, you can have the center, you can have the road, we're going to play firm position, we trust in our aim to be able to take you down. And Taego, they were playing for something, they were getting their goals, but man, also that Silzen flank position just onto Shin at that moment turned that game.
Indeed, and did. Question mark from a top performance in the previous Miramar game, now out victorious here as well. It was a 2-horse race, but the horses fell early on Taego, and now a third steed has joined.
Question mark, that was a game for them, walking out 10 kills and a victory. Never count them out just quite yet. There is opportunities as that's going to settle out. We're just going to Erangel for the rest of this one, and there is so much to look at, so much to deep dive into. We're going to be giving this quick look back at the highlights of what was an extraordinary round.
That's right, the fight back here from question mark. Oh, I forgot this Panzer at the beginning of this. What a game here on Taego, our last Taego of the tournament. And another Panzer.
And another one.
And another. No, we have got ourselves question mark, the fight back from that third place to try and challenge for the trophy here. Martin is very much alive.
Yeah, and we said it in the very beginning of the day. You have to do it by Taego in, because then you're going to have 3 Erangels. And now, maybe going in to be a 3-horse race here with question mark. It's going to be close. Sonic is still looking extremely good. They have a little bit of a buffer, but yeah, they did get taken out early, but H-Win managed to clean up a lot of kills in the very beginning. A lot of really fun fights, and I gotta say, we were hoping, and I was saying, let's try to get a new ending. This was one, and I actually really enjoyed it, especially towards the end.
Yeah, really difficult for all of these teams on the edge to try and scramble in here, as we saw a lot of mad dashes, a lot of sends towards these compounds, and great usage of utility. This was a questionable vault coming in here, but overall here, Falcon's not doing too bad throughout the game. Actually, they got themselves, what, double digits worth of kills.
Yeah, it was looking really good, but these nades, this utility, this push in general from Taego was looking really good. Yeah. And there's another time where question mark and Taego actually have another good Taego game. They were one of the teams that are actually in the very top, but question mark come out on top.
That's the thing, right? When you see that kind of final circle devolve down here, we obviously give question mark a big advantage. The center of that dot is focused on their side of the road, but kudos to Taego for, as you say, using the utility the way they did, because I didn't give them a chance, but they did make it competitive.
No, exactly. They got an opening knock on Phil first. Phil first was like his 4th or 5th knock, right? And then that way he just bleeds out way too fast, and they continue railing in. And then the other smart thing was they put blue zone nades on the top front of it, so they pushed it away from being close in the windows, maybe even close on the very top of the roof. So in general, super good execute here by Taego, but yeah, the roof and the advantage for the center of the dot being just on the other side of the roof is just way too strong, right? You have a really good PGS advantage, and you had Adusi on the off angle to open things up there. So super well executed by question mark, and they're able to close this one out here, of course.
And that's the strength of question mark. I mean, they didn't have to do a huge amount during this game here, even though they were shooting a lot of things. 1,600 damage go their way, but every single member of that team is capable of holding off such aggression. As we see also Falcons, Taego is only getting themselves 3 kills, but a lot of damage on the board, and the Expendables is able to do a little bit of a fight back despite having a bit of a wallowing result in the grand final.
Yeah, it's almost 700 more damage, of course, but way more nades used here. Of course, the chicken dinner team on your line, and it's looking good for Besto.
Oh, is he going to be the man of the match? I think he might be here.
Damage taken 600, 500, 400, 481. The amount of first stage used there is just woof, through the roof.
They had some important breaches they had to hold off. Obviously, Na'Vi was hitting them from the south here, but the man of the match brought to you by Gdia. It will be Bestalosh here for this one. Which big gun is he going to find this time? What a guy here. Yeah, be able to take it.
Super happy to see Bestalosh here, of course. It's looking good for him and for Question Mark to kind of latch on to that top 2 and make it a 3-horse race. And they are actually ahead when we were talking the total kills here. 4 more than Twisted Minds, 5 more than Sonics. And I feel like once we give the winners in terms of most kills for this, it's going to be from one of these 3 teams here.
Still very impressed that Taego is able to have done as much killing as they have done. Right. Considering they didn't have the easiest of starts. But that's 20 points going the way of Question Mark. Meanwhile, Falcons 16 points. As we said, man, they were fragging out here in this game. And it wasn't exactly the easiest of fights, left, right, and center. They were scrappy fights. They were able to recover, get back up, fight again, recover, get back up, blah, 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 blah.
And a few 1 versus 2s won as well. So it's good to see these clutches coming in here. Sonic still getting 8 kills, no placement points. It's going to be important for them to keep the lead here. 16 points lead, but Question Marks now joins the 120 blind plus, just 3 points by Twisted Minds. But Danawa joins our triple-digit club with 101.
Gets themselves only 3 points in that game, but there is still a world where we've seen Danawa have pop-off games in the past, right? So there is nothing out of the realms of possibility that could even propel them further there in that 4th place spot. But Sonics, they're going to be happy with their current lead, but now it's all up to Erangel to decide their fate.
Sonics has a win and 6 kills advantage going into the last 3 games.
Yes.
So if they can consistently put up these minimum games where we just saw like 8 points here, 5, 6, 7 points, and still have maybe a decent game, they could be taking home the trophy.
One thing that stands out to me so far, and I don't know whether you agree, is the potential salvage games that Sonics is able to make happen here. We're taking a look at Question Mark. They won the game, but let's hear out what I want to talk about here. Because, yes, okay, so they go out early in this game, but every time they go out early, it feels like they're taking a lot of scalps with them here, which is very important for them to hold on to that 1st place spot.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're able to do, of course, continue to do that. I was just saying, they are going to be focusing on that. I'm going to guarantee you, Gunner's going to be saying, make sure you get, if you're in a bad situation, you can't win the game, get those extra points. Make the play that is going to get you those extra points here. And if this was going to be our ending, if Sonics were winning, Twisted Mind were 2nd, and Question Mark and Danawa was 3rd and 4th, it was going to be Sonics, Twisted Minds, and Danawa plus 17 Gaming that were going to be going to PGC from PGS points as its current standings was. 3 more games to go. Let's see what can change.
Let's do it. Grassy Pastures time to round it out. It's PUBG Classic as we head over to Erangel. Let's go over to the casters for all the action.
The old, the tried, the tested Erangel is where we will be finishing PGS 2 all together. 3 matches left before we'll crown our victors. And Matchroom, this race is far from over.
This is where you can't stumble, right? You can't trip at the finish line. We've seen the capabilities of these squads, and while it was a pretty rough game for, let's be honest, our top 5, top 6 teams, we are seeing more breath of life come out from these other squads, finding these opportunities, most notably Question Mark. I think that you just have to admit how impressive they continue to play inside of all of this.
And also, I mean, one thing is that first we see Sonics down and out. Everyone else will go, great, that's 1st place, let's hunt them down. Twisted Minds can't capitalize, they fall immediately after. Then you go, great, now that's both of the 2 teams, the 2 unreachable teams within reach all of a sudden, and Question Marks just full on claim everything they could of an opportunity like that, because I don't think you're going to get any more of those kinds of opportunities. Knowing how good Twisted Minds are on Erangel, knowing how well Sonics have been playing as of late, those 0-point games, those low-point games now, I know Sonics got a few kills, but still, low performances aren't bound to happen here in the final 3 games of neither Sonics or Twisted Minds.
If you go out that early, let's be real, 8 kills is an outlier. That's not necessarily going to be your commonality. But if you can do it, great. That was kind of the recipe for success for a couple of our teams that we've kind of been seeing struggle over here. I mean, Taego, the Expendables, that was kind of what they were trying to vibe on in the group stage. Sonic's going to get a feast off of that. His playing path was pretty just east-west. We are going to be going much more north this time. Yaz Naya Center with Stolper in play.
It's the first time in 2 days the Little Ghost has spent this long time in a car without getting a kill for it. But as we saw, 777 did manage to fly to safety down towards Gatka Circle, as you said, up towards the northeast Danawa dead center. But of course, it's still very, very early days here in the first Erangel of the day.
Forest actually making a shift up into Kameshki to get some loot. I'm not mad about it. A very untouched location, and with this much of Stolper in play, we could see it shift up into the north. We do also have a pretty flat circle down into the southeast, as we do have some of Prison still in play, but it's a lot more about what we're going to be seeing going on, I think, on this eastern front, specifically the southwestern fronts as well. Stolper, if anybody opts into playing along that area, yes, we do have the 50-50 river that's cutting through, but it makes it even almost worse that it's not got that Georgia pole siding into it, and it's got the Stolper side into it, because yes, you can path up Stolper, but man, it just feels atrocious.
It is difficult to play up there, no doubt about it. We've been up there quite a few times as of late, so wouldn't be the biggest surprise if it was to happen again. If you mind, on our screens right now, currently sat in a tied 14th, 15th place with Gen G, two Korean teams who have been struggling to really get anything going here in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's a tie up between these squads, and you got to acknowledge, it is going to be, if you mind, finding a lot of these opportunities, making sure that they're exploiting it. Their good read and macro is something that I really like to see from squads and newer players. This isn't necessarily a lot of just, it's been a lot of forced errors that have had to come their way. But I mean, what are you going to do? Like, look inside that last game. They had the right compound. It's just everybody in the world comes after them, and you have to rely on firefighting skills and one of your first lands ever to be able to go up against like teams like 4 Angry Men.
And the thing is, when you look at the prize pool as well of this tournament, just one spot better could be a huge bump up in money. So even if you're expendables, even if you're Gen G down at the bottom of the leaderboard, a couple of good games here that could take you from 16th maybe to top 10, that will be huge. We call it totally double, potentially tripling up the money that you earn from this tournament off of just a couple of good games now here in a row.
And don't forget, Cerberus was down here in the thick of what was going on in the bottom half, and they found their opportunities. Don't count these guys out yet. 3 games, and you can see it's still pretty compacted down at that bottom area. What? I mean, 58, 58, 61, 62. Just look, one squad wipe, and you've already shifted yourself up several digits inside of this one, and we look at the total prize pool.
Definitely. Definitely. Xiaoyang, out of the vehicle he goes as he tries to make sure that no one is sat inside this compound. And good thing is, there aren't anyone there. He's just fine, all on his own. As example, upside down his vehicle. No one's going to see that. The observer is casually going to fly all over to Alio. He's probably shaking his head. Come on, buddy. We're in the middle of a rotation. And now, well, Uber's going to pick up example.
Good guy, spectator. Nothing happened there. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Again, rotations, nothing too dramatic that we're having to look at right now. 17 Gaming. They're moving out of that Pachinki line, kind of moving up along the school Rajak hillside as well, just trying to get some scouting out. They do have Tyloo that's just going to be playing out of Rajak. They might spot them in just a second, but that's more of a regroup than is anything else. Just Mind going to be just playing to the east of this position, as most of our teams are leaning into the southern area for this.
Now, one thing that is pretty interesting as the circle is going to start closing in just a half minute's time is that if we look at how some teams are still mid-looting phase, they're around the 5-minute mark, you'd imagine that they start rotating somewhat soon. Sonics and Question Mark are sat right next to each other on that southern side. Let me hold that thought for a second, though, because Na'Vi has opted to full-on breach into Cerberus, who are currently in a 2-2 split, with actually perfecting some Twisted Minds, finding a knock from them from afar.
Makes this breach way easier to come in and claim it, as it can be complicated. That doorway, though, could be a little bit scary. Gotta be cautious with it. Cerberus Imas does find another one. Good headshot, whatever it matters. And suddenly, Cerberus is trying to turn this one back around. It is going to be just Mel, the last one up, but can the reinforcements come down in time?
Rag up anything extra that you can. You can see that Mel now forced to turn around, forced to turn his attention to Himas. Here's the nade, land on the floor right next to him. Nothing he can do to try and commit to that. They have a player alive, so if they could get Taekon back on his feet, that would be huge. The Molly is going to force him off the angle, but here comes Twisted Minds in from the side. Alia flushed already, so also here now as well. Again, they're committing everything to trying to get Taekon back on his feet.
They want to make sure that they get the secure inside this one, plus they can get the KP out of it. Nice little do-si-do coming out, as it is going to be just a jump down from the top, but don't forget about Twisted Minds. They come in, referee, take that point, and are going to step away.
The Cerberus commitment to rescuing Taekon here was absolutely insane. Yes, they lose Haisagi. Of course, that's not the way you want to start it, but them committing to the extent that they did, him as his constant repositioning, using the utility to force Melman off an opportunity to get the flush, absolutely insane. Very incredible plays coming up from Cerberus, even if they do take a casualty.
And those utility throws were on point. That was a key component. You had to hit that. Bob Sanghendo having to hit some shots of his own. He's got Pio right down below him. Spots him, gets the knock, Nock. Now, if you mind, Game PT neck and neck with these guys on the leaderboard, neck and neck around this compound. Bonsangento gonna get spotted. He's gonna go down.
Yep, able to once again. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these split positions being punished early on. If you mind, still up 2 players up close. And as I say that, Hush and Hell are actually working together, taking down 2, and now it's just Taman left alive.
Back in, Hush knows exactly where Taman is. Push gonna come out. Ella trying to hit, finally finishes it up. And if you mind, gonna be climbing up that leaderboard, getting the distance away from Jinji now.
Yeah, battling down the bottom of the leaderboard, not where you want to be. But if there's a time to turn things around for Game BT, as we were just saying, dealing with one of the teams close to you on the leaderboard could be what's gonna allow you to propel up into the higher rankings.
And also, just think about it, being ahead of 4 Angry Men and Jinji, that's a moral booster no matter how you look at it.
Pretty impressive. Teams, of course, Orcs with a lot of history in this game. And unfortunately for them, 2 teams that have yet to find any sort of success here in the grand finals.
Shift out of that one. I do like this one. They finish up their firefight, now kind of eyeing more into this territory. This is where T5 has opted into moving. You were pointing out earlier, Sonics and QM, no rush into the circle. And surprise, surprise, Sonics shifting into the southwest yet again.
Yep, wrapping in from that southern side. They're starting to like the slow play style. Luke gets knocked, but that's all a bait, because here is Batulins over the top. He goes, finds the knock, but instantly shots now from the other side. Connects from Xiao Yang, and he's not going to be able to actually say that no, he does get the flush onto Hemas. So knock for knock, but the points are rewarded for Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's kind of fair, right? Twisted Minds should get some kill points out of just pretty much saving Cerberus a moment ago.
Yeah,
so
they did have some impact on that, no doubt. And now, though, the issue for Tycon is that he tries to wrap on over alongside Salolti to peek and see what they can find, but they have got FaZe Clan right behind them down towards the south. Salolti does get the flush on Loom, so a trade 1-for-1, I suppose, is only fair.
Looking out at this one, yes, FaZe being the kind of key factor that we're looking at. They're kind of playing in the hills just to the south, watching out for a lot of what's going to be going on, running a split of their own, and it's pretty strong control. Mirroring that just up to the northeast is going to be where we see 4 Angry Men at. Falcons running a bit more of a separated positional as it's going to be to the east from that position, as nobody's wanting to make the commitments into this Badlands area. And it's no surprise, dude. This is... It is so hard to be played from this early game section.
Sure is, especially now with 4 AM taking over the plank houses towards that eastern side as well. Not gonna be easy to maneuver, and I think if you're Twisted Minds, you gotta really rethink your positioning here. Split 2-1-1 with Spiro towards Volcano. It's not the best spot to be in right now. Hopefully the circle shifts away from where they currently are, so that they can just say, great guys, just get out of here. We'll go back to the edge, back to where we, like to play, and see this one through. Because if they get the circles right on top of them, they're in a very awkward position.
See, the question mark's going to come into school right now. Sonic's going to be playing the Potato Hill just to the south of them. FaZe is the thing I still continue to look at as they keep creeping closer and closer into Cerberus. And this is, again, looking after trying to get some early game points, trusting the fact that they can try to pick those up. Circle is going to go right up in between Yasnaya and Nolin as a center.
Still plenty of interesting end games in this one as Jeans headshot connected instantly. So Lolsey turns the car around going, great. First bullet that comes through, it's a headshot. I know I'm about to fall. And James makes a little effort of finding the second after. Point collected for FaZe Clan. A needed point at that too, as they're sat currently in 12th.
Got a little bit of a shift into Yasnaya as it looks like Twisted Minds wants to get control of this compound right down in the southwest. Tons of vision if this goes fields. No surprise off of it. Tyloo also going to be kind of playing over in that western area, playing those buildings that are right up next to the lake. Tycon, I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire kind of situation. You managed to get away from a couple of those EU teams. Now you're going to be having to run right next to Danawa, 4 Angry Men, Solo. There are some shacks. There are some things to play over here. You just got to be very careful in your selection.
Yep. Which do you pick? What spot can you sit in and go, I guess there's no one looking at me for the next little while. Is he prone next to? No, that would be weird. He's going to go into the hills. Go into the hills, find a tree, find a rock, use your car for cover. Stay tight for a while. Every single point at this point matters. And with them sat this close to a team right in front, they would want everything you can get.
We're seeing some commitments coming to Stalber as well, as we just saw Forest. That's going to be just north of where Tycon made the stop at. T5 also going to be just to the west of them. The Expendables now also going to be wrapping back down away from Stalber, as they were kind of eyeing this, but it is going to be, if you mind Game PT, that dig themselves no lead.
The thing is here, because we're in phase 2 still, and there's still enough water in play on the western side of this circle, we're already now starting to try and predict where the 4th shift will take you. Because, again, we're shifting away from from water in the next circle. So for Expendables now being down this hillside, they're saying, great, we can always wrap back up the other way. We were the last team up on the hills ourselves. As long as we can sit in a position for where we can see if any other team tries to wrap around us, which is what we're currently seeing Question Mark do, as long as Expendables catch that on rotation, they can dictate how many teams are allowed to be in that nearby position.
Yeah, Question Mark needs to be careful on this rotation, as there's a couple of entrenched squads that are going to be in front of them. Most notably, you can see it's going to be Expendables at least kind of cutting a path for them. Problem is, that means that they're also going to be taking that territory quite early, and that's going to force the Expendables to kind of navigate much further up this hillside, and they're going to kind of use those different plateaus to kind of jump right up above T5, deny any sight lines out, use those rocks. You can see there are some very good pathing angles you can take. You just got to hope that nobody gets a beat on you while you're trying to crest those rocks. That was just a second away from danger.
Well, if the previous game's anything to go by, with 3rd on 5 being up towards Stalbo, you'd imagine that the circle's going to swing in that direction too. In the meantime, Anonix able to get himself a nice little flare gun crate next to the mortar he's set up. So, well set up in that one, level 3 gear, and not liking the weapon. What are you not selecting there, Anonix? I'm curious.
It might have been one of those moments too where you just look at it, feed it over your teammates and say, okay, what are we going to do with this one? What do I leave? Who's going to come pick this up? Because he is a bit separated away from the rest of his squad. They're playing more to the north of Yasnaya, so maybe he's just being a good guy teammate.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Maybe he's just disliking one of the crate guns. Can see that happen. I'm imagining there's an MG3. That's my guess.
Could be.
In any case, back to 777. Again, this is the longest he's been alive in the last couple of Erangels he's gotten to play. Of course, love to see Expendables in this area of the map. Had one of the best games I've seen in a very long time in the group stages, and now we'll see if they can repeat something like that. Circle shifts pretty center, so we know that to some extent this one is going to go east, away from the remaining water down on that western side. But how far do we go? Into the city, into the fields, or up into the hills?
Yeah, this is, if it goes hard east, that's almost, I think, the worst scenario that can happen. Faye is going to go ahead and go. Now, you know, Yasnaya is all fine and good, but we can catch some airtime, potentially jump into it, or we can just go all the way to the top of Stalber.
Issue is, because I was seeing the all the way to the top of Stalber option too, but if that circle then goes south and they're on foot, that is going to be suicidal. So curious to see how far they're planning on trying to fly this one through.
There's a lot of fields around Yasnaya itself on this angle. Even if you go into Yasnaya and you have to foot push out, that's going to kind of suck as well. Sonic's going to make their push in. They are going to be moving in pretty close to Twisted Mind's positioning as, yep, just going to find an open avenue. No real firm defenses onto it as, yep, FaZe is going to be going, and it looks very far into the north.
Yep, flying all the way up to Stalber, saying, you know what, let's play this one backs free, play it slow, play it down the hillside, and hope that this next shift comes up towards us.
I do like this. If you're going to have to walk on foot down into a firefight, it's much better be moving down the hillside than it is going to be walking out of Yasnaya, trying to make your way up the hillside. So with this, the gamble was hoping that there was no team up here. Is I think that Taego had a similar idea that isn't going as well.
Yeah, no, trying to jump down right in the middle of what is already a pretty well fortified forest position is not going to be easy. They lose one instantly, and now 755 and Shen, the only two players able to stay alive through it, are forced to pretty much, if not prone down, there's something close to it, because no matter where they're going to be peeking, they'll be shot at in return.
Question Mark has a similar idea as what we saw FaZe Clan do, not going quite up as much on the hillside, but they're going to be playing into the north. This is going to be a problem for the Expendables to try to have to contend with, is you can see they are going to get themselves entrenched, good spot, and going to probably be able to path into this, depending on how FaZe moves.
Another thing that's pretty interesting in this one, as we see a Doozy and Question Mark get ever so much closer to Expendables, is that Twisted Minds and Sonics are next to each other down in Yasnaya too. So if you look at the kill feed, and whenever a fight pops up, that's a pretty big one of that, with the first and second place current teams potentially going at it with each other.
Oh, the Expendables, they have themselves the rock facing, but this is such an early fight for this. I like this. The Expendables realize, okay, the strength of this is the fact that usually you fight from a later stage position. Throwables just going to absolutely demolish you if you stay in it. And now Expendables going to go, nope, you can go ahead and have that. We're going to go ahead and move out. T5 is going to take some peppering shots, but Taego's trouble is just going to keep continuing.
Yeah, Expendables' position is split very thin, and as you were saying, Taego, there's nowhere for them to go. One more bullet should do it. As Xiaowu finds the first, Xiaowu finds the second, and that is time Taego out in 14th.
That is just the epitome of whenever we talk about PUBG as a game of a second here or there. If they manage to get into position before FaZe, they would be much more comfortable up on the top, where FaZe is just kind of hanging out at, instead of having to make that last-minute shift. Leads to an absolute disaster as we are going to the hillsides and the plateaus north of Yasnaya.
Indeed, we are down. Sonics 4 AM have yet to make their move out of the south, and Twisted Mind now in a foot race with 17 to try and claim Ridgeline positions. This could be a huge fight in the making, as well as we are seeing shots fired between the two teams. Remember as well that Twisted Minds lost a player earlier. They're only 3 alive. And now they're getting full on pulled up by the entirety of 17 Gaming.
They just crashed right into the back of this one. You can see Perfectix wanting to try to come in support, but it is just over. He's got to cut over into the east of it. Forest hears this firefight. They're going to be moving into a more defended position. The north also has a firefight going on between FaZe and Question Mark right now, with Phil first going to be down. And we've been talking. He is an engine for what we see Question Mark trying to do.
Indeed, he has been. And in these areas too, at a distance, he hits almost every single shot available. They would really want to get him back on his feet. And indeed, they have FaZe, though, using the time here to get a little bit closer, but now forced to prone down once more.
There's back res James, man. He has been making some plays. This is a bold shifted and just navigating it. You have to deal with the explosions next to you. You have to trust in the fact that Corexi and Gustav are going to protect you. And now he feels like he's got the angle. Blue zone nade's going to be coming out. He wants to push into this one, but you can see Question Mark stepping back down the hillside away from it.
FaZe have to take this fight and have to take it fast now. If they can come out victorious, and even more important, if they come out victorious without any casualties, that would be so much space for them to maneuver going forward into this one. Falcons are slowly starting to creep in that direction from the east, so there could be a backstep in the making, which even more so adds to the factor that FaZe has to be quick about this takedown.
This is just such a strategic shift by both of these teams. James going to get the high ground. He knows that aggression is going to be the key to opening up this door for him. Goes for some shots, expecting somebody to step around the angle. That's going to be information that's going to be fed from up on top. Corexi trying to fit it, goes for the spray, using the rock itself, but there's just too many players there.
Nice off angle from Fex. James was debated all along the up close strip, but Fex was instantly there to trade in return. Corexi around the side, shots connected onto Aduce as he falls down. Nice swing, nice double peek coming through there from Corexi, and Fex in the end of it. And once again, I mean, we've talked to James about it. He was the one to play the off angles before. Now he's sat much closer to Fex much more often, and we see it here. Yes, he falls, but Fex is instantly there to respond.
I love him in this new breach position, and just letting him use the confidence to come out, use that swagger that you know that he can bring. Twisted Minds gonna go ahead and deal with what's the remnants of what's going on with 17 Gaming on their line. Eyes on, though, Danoa, Sonics, as they are still not yet inside the circle to the south.
Exactly. Game PT on that southern side, trying to hold out both of them as FaZe continue to take down players from Question Mark.
No kills yet for Sonics, and talk about making sure that you make the most out of a salvage game, and it's starting to feel like that might be what's going to be going on. Danoa still has a beat into what we can see Sonics trying to go. H-Win just can't find a passing. It's everybody up on this hillside, and if you mind just making an absolute mess of anything that Sonics is wanting to do, finally Sonics getting some breathing room with that knock.
Yep, a little kill come through. Maybe that's going to be more space granted to them. H-Win does fall, though, with no rest opportunity for them. So one player down as they have a bit of a ridge to work with, but that is going to be it.
Danoa now pretty sure who they've got next to them, not feeling the best about trying to make this push themselves, as both of these squads are going to be walking into a potential kill box with Twisted Minds up on top of it. Mine's going to go down. Soul, though, just doing a great job of defending this line.
Not that I have anything against Sonics at all, but I feel like now it would only be fair for them to get hit by a few mortars. With how much damage they've been doing to everyone else in dips over the course of this tournament, I feel like it would only be fair that they get a little bit of the hurt that other teams are going for with them.
Danoa now is firmly defending this angle. I like this, realizing the fact that Sonics, odd team out inside this. Smoke's now going to start coming down, and whenever we say, if you mind, they are the weakened squad on that opposing front, but let's not forget Twisted Minds still playing up that hillside. Could have some vision on them if they rotate into that northwest.
Boomed it definitely with just 2 players up, but Perfectix and Spiro have been making headlines all tournament long with their performances. Now Sonics forced to leave, couldn't stick around for much longer. They're going to be running straight into game PT as Hush finds a headshot, connected onto Taego, some damage comes through, but a lot of damage in return as well. They've made landfall, they've gotten up here, but what can they make happen?
Sonics tries to steal it, but the vehicle destroys Sonics. It bounces them out. They get sent off into no man's land, and Sonics go down.
What just happened? The vehicle out of control, falling back down the hill, and Sonics fall. That's a 1-point game for our current first place team.
Twisted Minds now has the opportunity to come alive on this hillside, but they're weakened. Question mark, weakened. Danoa looks up the hillside. They see opportunity and they want everything.
And once again for Sonics, yes, they fall, but they get to live with the scares as they fall instantly after. Twisted Minds out with them.
Oh my God, we're just seeing it continue to stack. Question mark, being weakened in this stage, oddly beneficial for Sonics and their bad game. But Danoa, can you make the most of this when 17 Gaming also weakened around you? You have the opportunity on this leaderboard. 4 Angry Men, though, they want more. They are unhappy with where they're at. They want to have a good tournament, but Danoa is the one that's gatekeeping them out.
Danoa needs to make space, and they need to make it now because they are starting to fall like flies as the push is coming through. We're seeing the kill here. They get out of the corner, runs back down. Oh no! Friends, oh friends, apply the parking brakes. That is just not what you want to have happen. And for Danoa, this is the same thing, just Loki now left alive. P90 in hand, he needs points. He got one more off of the flush on Lou, but nothing more is to be found. Edge Ace SMM takes him down, and 4AM lifts to fight another circle.
This looks like it's becoming the story of the middle of the pack, the bottom of the leaderboard. This is your opportunity game. The people that have been feasting at the top, they're weakened, they're out. Can you make something happen here for yourselves? This is where you can get your prize pool.
Sure is. Question mark might only have Dante left alive, but he's going to do everything in his power to stay alive and out of vision of the opponents for as long as possible. It's still a bit of a jump up to Sonics in first. So he knows that every single little point could be the deciding factor in whether or not they can make themselves into first place.
I want to point out FaZe still 4 members up, very far up into the north of this one. A lot of control inside the circle. Falcons as well. The Expendables, no easy pathing as yet again. Forest continues to impress me with their playstyle for just being such a new LAN roster. They're playing this so well.
Trying to play it smart, trying to play it from behind, a little caught up in the shacks on the other side, but now 4AM from the south. They've lost one already. We'll see what they can make happen as the fight now goes to both Game PT, but also Little Ghost is still alive and kicking. You cannot count him out.
Man, this is a rock and a hard place, quite literally. He's just hunkered down right here. We've got If You Mind sitting at 7 kills right now. They're trying to make the most out of this one, realizing that they can try to have themselves a game. There's a lot of weekend squads to be played around, but Little Ghost going to get those nades hit right up on top of him. 4 Angry Men might bypass him, though. They might think that those nades were supposed to be coming after them. If You Mind, though, with the distraction, gonna have to realize that 4 Angry Men right underneath them.
Yep, Hella shoots on over, instantly met with a headshot in return, and the HS might be a bit too far off on that flank angle. Running one step too far over. Little Ghost peeks forward. Xiaopian instantly there with the return. Solid shots coming through as now Game PT again still with 2 players. Try to hold on, finds the first one, finds the second one as well. Hush steps up where no one else can.
And here come the Expendables. They have an opportunity down, multiple people in front of them, points to be picked up. 777 going to be leading the way. HSMM realizing it is just nothing that he can do. Every single angle he tries to hide from is going to get punished.
Exactly, 777. These rocks, they're so hard to maneuver around on, because with every single peek on over, you're leaving yourself exposed to other teams. But the nade perfectly placed on top. Tanwu from underneath finds Hella as well. And that is If You Mind. Game PT out in 8th.
Forrest going to try to backfill on this one, but this is an Expendables that's starting to get picked apart. Scappy does find 777. Now Tanvu having to look back into here, and this is really, really good for 4 Angry Men and their last member. He is now trying to get away from it, but the hillside causing him some problems.
This is the bottom of the current leaderboard saying we are not done yet. We still have games left to play, and it's 8th through 16th still up in this one. Of course, we still also cannot take out of the equation the last remaining player from Question Mark Dante, currently in placement points, trying to rag up more by the second. HSMM finds the double. That's Expendables down and out.
7, oh, look at this, 8, 9, 10. They've just got a few points between them. Falcons trying to get control over the center of the circle, but I still feel FaZe's positioning over here in the north. They're going to have to contend in with this more entrenched T5, but if they can get this firefight, if they can keep using this aggression, they could have themselves a game.
They're coming in with no info. They're playing whack-a-mole against the team in a perfect spot, and Rosset waits no time, peeking on over, finding Vex. And now Corexia is the next one on the chopping board. 3v1. Has to run through the molly. A lot of damage done in that as well, as he's trying to creep his way away from it. But just on the other side of this rock waits Dante.
I mean, technically T5 is assisting QM pretty efficiently right now with what they're trying to do. Corexia just drops down, tries to go for the drop shot, but he's going to get spotted out. But Dante back behind this going, yeah, guys, keep killing. Keep knocking everybody out. Try to get me some placement points.
And most importantly, still inside the circle too, so doesn't have to move. Third on 5 has completely given up control of that compound. They were the ones in there. Dante has snuck in from behind, and they have no good reason to believe that anyone should be playing in that spot. 3 solos. Try to sneak their way for more placement points. And I say sneak, but MX is not going quiet about this one. Finds the first one. Almost has the second one as well.
Oh, Emmy tried to get that one. Scappy reading it yet again, trying to squeeze out some more points, getting Meds back into a position. Amy playing this low ground and out of the circle, realizes Scappy doesn't have to make too much more of a move. T5, though, realizes their numbers advantage. They are taking control over this circle, but they're starting to shift more into the east. HSMM just going to be to the south of them, and that means that this is a bigger opportunity for Dante by the second.
Yep, he's found one already. Claim those points, as many as you can. Top 4 guaranteed for question mark. Make that top 3, as we're now in duos versus solos versus a 3-man team on third on 5. Dante has never been the one to go out and rack up the points for his team in terms of kills. We have Bestalog, we have Filfers, we have Adusi, 3 heavy hitters. Dante is more of the smart one on the team to call out the rotations, to hold the off angles, but now the eyes are on him to try and mitigate the gap up to Twisted Minds, up to Sonics in this game. And once again, it seems to me like third on 5 has absolutely no clue what's that behind them.
And this is a massive game for T5. If they've got the numbers, if they can walk away with the kills off of this, walk away with first place, they are going to be in so much better of a position on that leaderboard, fighting, getting some breathing room away from what's going to be going on. Dante, though, you can see playing this one patiently, realizing that the threats have been leaned up against him for a while, hoping that maybe he can jump out, do something, but Scappy just doesn't have a path into the zone.
If he times this right, that's 2 kills easily for him for the taken. The thing is, the further third on 5 gets away from him, the more they push towards circle center, the harder it's going to be to claim them quickly. If they're up close, you can get 2 at a double, but at a distance, it just makes it that much harder. Third on 5 playing this one smart. They know there are snakes in the fields, no reason for them to aggress. Play the dot, let the threats come to you, and hope that your numbers advantage is going to bring you the win.
They've played these types of positions before. They know exactly what they need to be playing for. They even know where Scappy is, and Scappy is just, he's just trapped, dude. I mean,
Scappy has a Panzerfaust, and I don't know why, but I have a feeling he's. I have a really weird feeling that he's going to somehow make a play with that Panzerfaust.
I mean, T5, you can even see.
I can imagine it. I can see it happen. And they group up just for a second, and he finds a double.
And then a good old question mark swoops in at the end of it. Could be a storyline that we could be watching. Rusted, though, he's still keeping an eye over here.
Yeah, they're expecting him to be on top. They're expecting the threat to come from up top, because again, they were the ones playing where Dante currently is. They have no good reason to think that is where he's at. Scappy tries to run on forward, not gonna happen, and now 3v1 Dante, it's all on you.
Walking out, weakened helmet, not the best feeling in the world. Pathapong looks like he's going to be the closest target to them. But with the way that this is set up, I do like that they might just be playing for blue zone damage and play for the circle 9, let it all kind of collapse in, make them, let the anxiety build.
And again, I mean, we talk about salvage games. Even when you're in the top 2, this is a salvage game. Had Dante died with the rest of his team, 0 points would have been on the board. Now, at least for Dante, for question mark, it's 6 guaranteed.
I like this. T5 realizing, okay, if they're going to be playing, there's a decent chance they could have come back to these compounds. Pathapong, if he holds here, I don't know what Dante.
There are only so many places Dante can be at this point, and I think that's what the team is starting to realize. Great, we have literally checked everything, and now Pathapong is just looking down towards the compound. Dante, what's up, mate? Down there? You gonna do anything, or are we just gonna claim this one for free?
There is some psychology to be played inside this. I think he might have gone for the peak. Pathapong's now getting a bit jukey. Yeah, they saw him. They know where he is. Is he going to go out in blue? Is he going to try to go down and Blaze of Glory? Blaze of Glory is going to be it. And T5 picks it up and gets themselves a win and a climb on the leaderboard.
They flew north. Circles kept coming north. They made space where they had to. The third party where they had to. The proactive third on 5 is the proactive third on 5 that I like to see. They come up victorious. It's going to bump them up the leaderboard. And a nice reset for them, because they've had quite a few bad games back to back here, so good turnaround.
I know a couple of you guys are going to be like, oh my God, why did Dante go out and try to stop that red? Look, we've got full information. We've got eye in the sky. We get to see everything. He's playing back up against the wall. He's trying to listen in, not even having a chance to really peek. He probably didn't know exactly what was going on in that angle. Yes, if he had pounced then, that could have changed the game, but he didn't have that information, and you can't fault somebody for what they don't know.
Exactly. Wild game here as the circles kept shifting up towards Stalber. 2 more matches left to play. 2 times now have first and second place. Twisted Minds and Sonic fallen early. If this is a pattern we're starting to see emerge, if this is going to happen with the next couple of games, I'm not sure either of those 2 teams will end up coming out victorious.
And these early game fights, man, just, you can see this is,
teams are desperate.
We need anything that we can get. We need this point, just a bit more, and it's leading in with these hard shifts coupling in after it. It's just a compounding factor of squads just coming in so weakened, or I don't know, just murderizing yourself with the vehicle.
If you thought the mental pressure was on the players in group stage, in the winners bracket, even in losers bracket, for the teams that are vying for the top, for the teams that are trying to claim every single point needed, it is on them like they've never experienced it before. Nice fights here from FaceTime, but there is something in the background. Oh, that is just not what you want to see happening.
I love our card physics is all I can say, right?
It's great entertainment, but I'm sure there are some Sonics fans and players that are not too happy about that one right there.
That is such a peculiar situation to kind of have brew out of them, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Sonics need to find themselves a bit more points inside this next game, so let's get everything set up, down on, get an interview.
Back to the main stage where myself and Sandstorm are joined by Bish Bash Bosh Bestalosh, because he is absolutely flying through this leaderboard right now. It's a caster thing, I'm sorry. They've been saying it backstage. They're having a great time. Let's cast our minds back a little bit. Taego, what an incredible performance. It's put you within arm's reach of the top spot. So what do you feel like you need to do to close out the day as champions?
Just win the game. I don't know.
I mean, that's the general
response.
It's
2 games left, so we just need to make our performance, and I don't know, just win the game.
Is there anything you guys have been discussing that you want to shift, like going from game to game, like maybe some like silly mistakes you're making, or is it just general stuff?
I mean, we're just playing our default game, like with the kills, a lot of kills, and if we can see that we can win the game, like we are winning it. But if not, we are just playing for kills.
Now, just to kind of ramp things up a little bit more, to guarantee a spot at PGC, you need to win PGS 2. So, how are you guys maintaining that focus, keeping calm, and ensuring that it's going to happen?
I mean, we're trying to be pretty confident. Of course, there's some pressure on us, but our players can handle this, so we're good.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين باللاعب بسلك من فريق كويستشن مارك بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولهم للتوب 3 بعد نهايه 4 مباريات، باقي معنا مباراتين فقط، فحبينا ناخذ رايه بعد الاداء الاسطوري وحصولهم على الوينر تشيكن دينر في خريطه تايجو، وصولهم للتوب 3. فحاليا عم نحاول نسالهم ايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يشتغلوا عليها عشان يضمنوا وصولهم للتوب 3 ويضمنوا لقب البطوله بنهايه اليوم. ردوا كان انه يضلهم يلعبوا على نفس الطريقه، نفس النمط اللي عم بيفرجونا اياه خلال المباريات السابقه، مع عدد الكلات اللي بحصلوها خلال المباريات عشان يقدروا يوصلوا للمركز الاول. وغير هيك حابين ناخذ رايه عشان يتواجدوا في البي جي سي في البطوله العالميه بنهايه السنه، لازم ياخذوا لقب الببجي جلوبال سيريز 2 جراند فاينلز تشامبيونز. فهل يا ترى حيقدروا يحصلوها ولا لا؟ وحابين ناخذ رايهم ايش الشغلات اللي يمكن يشتغلوا عليها او كيف طريقه تفكيرهم في اللحظات الاخيره من البطوله. ردوا كان ان هم عم بيحاولوا برضه يضلهم هادين ويلعبوا بنفس الثقه اللي عم بيلعبوا فيها خلال المباريات السابقه عشان يقدروا يوصلوا لنهائي المباراه ويقدروا يوصلوا ويحققوا الحلم ويحققوا اللقب بنهايه البطوله. بس لك نشكرك على تواجدك معنا and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the games.
Yes, best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Some valuable placement points that you guys managed to claim in that last map, and we can't wait to see you guys in the next 2 maps to close out the tournament, because we are within arm's reach of the $2 million prize pool and, of course, the PGS 2 trophy, and it's gonna get spicy. Don't turn off your screen. Stick with us. It's gonna be incredible. We're gonna go back over to the desk for the time being before we go into our next Erangel.
Well, the only man that got bish-bash-boshed in that last game at the end was Dante. Despite getting a lot of placement points, it will be Theraphon 5 getting themselves the victory here for our first Erangel of the day. And it's a game where, of course, they had the circle move up towards them towards Stalber here. And because of that, actually now, they're going to be getting some decent points up towards that top 5.
Yeah, if they didn't have a rough day yesterday, that would actually mean they would have been in the hundreds right now, right? So that would be fantastic for them. But yeah, for sure, this is important. It's a bit of a mystical game game a little bit, right? Because you have some crazy stuff happening. But the man of match, of course, is going to be 35 Thanadol here by Kidia. 755 damage, but only 3 kills.
What a gamer. Actually, I mean, even in fantasy as well, was one of the best budget picks during some of these stages of the tournament, and now he's been able to get himself quite a lot of damage on the board here whilst holding off on the position of Stalber. 19 points will go their way in second place here. Overall points will go over to 4AM, who were blasting on the east side, and Forest once again gets themselves 9 points on the board.
Super consistent for Forest, of course, but then again, it was a rough game, first of all. Funny things happening, you know, ghost cars just coming out of nowhere, just killing 2 guys from Sonics, and in general. And then we saw in the very beginning here, we saw like some fights that are happening with Cerberus, right?
Yeah.
But in the end, Sonics still hold on strong. 11 points lead down to Twisted Minds, and 14 down to Question Mark there, so obviously good. And there's a big gap there, 23 points with just 2 games to go, James.
Yeah, there is still an opportunity, though, for these teams to be able to catch up. And as you said, the ghost card, the spirit of Scoom suddenly comes out. Ooh, spooky. Scoom. Good times with him back in the day here. Just getting run over by cars haphazardly. But of course, yes, with Sonics there still being in the lead, they're going to try and hold on to it vigorously with both hands. And they will write this off. Like, considering it is an absolute anomaly that something like that happens, they're just going to kind of laugh at it and walk away as that car was able to deal some damage. Abdul Latif Jamil Motors, though, those cars are not doing any damage. They're great. Go over to toyota.com.sa/en/gamers and check them out as well. And we'll also see the rise of the day at the very end of the day. Cool.
We are gonna. Big story though for me is that now, with just 2 games to go, is from 5th place down to 4th, from 5th place down to 10th, it's just 14 points difference. And there's a huge gap in prize pool. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars if you're able to just close that out, get a little bit more points per game, and get maybe a win for some of these teams that are in our mid-pack.
Entertainment guaranteed, and you can check out OSM Plus as well here with the code GAMERS8 over on their website, so make sure to do that. Beyond that, though,
and a code.
For
in-game.
A code. Nice. I don't know what that was.
That's great.
It was something. It was something. Yeah, I'm losing my mind here, because actually the games have been awesome. This one, of course, did favor the Forests, the team, the GPs, who was it? Who just actually did well in the third on 5. Considering the circle, consider they were on the side of Stalber here, holding down locations like Warehouse, very, very important for a circle like that.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we were sitting in the back, we were saying, come on, yes, not ending. Please, give me a yes, not ending. That would have been great. But of course, it did go the other ways. And of course, you can see here, this is PGC announced. It's going to be the 18th of November until the 3rd of December, where we're going to be seeing 4 of the teams coming from here. And as we've been talking about a little bit, the 4 teams potentially going from here, or right now in its current standing would be 17 Gaming due to them winning PGS 1.
Yep.
It would be Sonics.
Yep.
It would be Twisted Minds, and it would be Danara right now if they're able to hold on, because they did have a good performance at PGS 1 as well.
The crazy thing is, though, is that, as mentioned by Banks in that interview, Question Mark has to win the tournament to guarantee themselves a spot, and they're actually capable of doing it. We'll see here throughout these next 2 Erangels. Time for a break here at PGS 2. When we return, we have those grassy pastures on the way. Just 2 more games remaining to determine our champion.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Ain't no brakes on this train as we got 2 games left to figure out who is going to be our PGS2 Grand Champion, and we just had ourselves a wild circle over in Stallber that left a lot of dreams dashed and opportunities on that leaderboard.
And I think importantly to add to it as well, if you take a look here at 3rd on 5, our winners of the previous game, once again, we see Sonics, we see Twisted Minds out early. And what better team to come up and rack up points behind him? question mark. It might not have been a flashy fashion here in the previous one, only placement points going their way, but 6 points to count, like to start accumulating coming into the final two is huge. So can Sonics, can Twisted Minds get good games, or are they going to allow for the teams on the hunt to take them down?
You had your bad game, both of you. You can't let it happen again, as it is going to be just an absolute catastrophe to get this close to greatness and then just let it slip away. I did manage to bump into Tig and Hisaki. I saw them out walking around, so if you're worried about the mental after, I don't know, a car fiasco, it looks like we are seeing some smiles, everybody coming back into this one, so we will see, hopefully, them coming in rallied and ready to go.
I feel like with every single game coming around, more and more Sonic signs start to appear in the crowd. So who knows, maybe the boys in blue are starting to turn people over. 2 more games left to play here as we take to Erangel once more.
Oh, what is the plane path going to provide, as it does look like we're going to be going over Stolber yet again. North plane path coming down over military bases. I know some eyes can be drawn that direction.
Sure can, sure can. We've been down here quite a few times in this tournament already. So if we were to go here once more, it would be no big surprise to anyone. Forest out early, Game BT doing the exact same thing.
I just cannot believe it. This is such a great series that we're moving into the tail end of. As our analysts love to say, the penultimate game right now, as it is just going to be pedal to the metal from here on out.
Let me put it this way. If Sonics has the opportunity right now with the lead that they currently have to close it out. They can close it out in this match. If they can go out and get themselves 10+ points, next game is theirs for the taking in terms of going out. Who knows, maybe take a fight to Twisted Minds early, maybe try and hunt down question mark, depending on how they're set at the leaderboard coming into the final game. But with the passive, and I won't say passive, with the calculated playstyle that Sonics has been kind of incorporating as of this tournament in particular, I'm not seeing them try and go out and go flashy. I'm seeing them saying, you know what, guys, it's been working so far. Yes, we had 2 bad games, but let's just go back to it again, because it has really been effective from start to finish.
You have to admit, they're a very, I would say, Circle 4 and 5 focused team right now. They are perfectly fine with letting the rest of the game kind of play out, as long as they don't really have to get too involved until the stage that they want to. Sometimes that can be a problem.
This is a gamble that has paid off massively for question mark. Question mark loots Primorsk. Primorsk was easily within reach, but when there was a time to go out and say, you know what, boys, I'm feeling the military. You know what, boys, I don't want to loot next to Sonics this game, and you gamble on it, and then you get this circle, that could be tournament winning potentially for the boys currently set in 3rd.
I just get worried about debates on circles, man. We've seen the circle a couple of times.
That's true.
And I want everybody mathematically knows how these things should go, but math is just out the window. Every single one of like my high school teachers would be watching the math and geometry on this, losing their minds.
Sure would. Let's take a look at the leaderboard with Gen G getting looted on up on military. Look at the jump from 3rd down to 4th. 23 points down to Danawa. As much as I said, this is Sonic's chance to really separate themselves for the final game. This is also what I feel like the only chance for anyone in 4th and down to get in on the hunt for the trophy.
I mean, 2 games, 11 points at the top of the leaderboard is not a lot. And so there are a lot of things that we're going to be looking at, but we are at least looking at a separated top 3. But after that, it just gets so much messier down this leaderboard, as so many of these teams are just absolutely neck and neck. And Twisted Minds, yep, this is the time to do it if you're going to do it.
There's a team you don't oftentimes see commit to the early emergency pickup. That would be the boys right here. Currently set in 2nd place. We're hearing shots coming through. I believe that's Xiaoyang from the other side. Now shots coming through. Yep, from the north. There's no one on the south side, but here they go, flying up high. If Xiaoyang hits one here, that could be very, very brutal for the team currently trying to make their way down towards Millie.
You know, whenever you're on a roller coaster and it's doing that start right before the very first drop off, and it's just doing a tick, 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 tick thing up. That's what I always feel like right here. Is it's just like I have no control. It's about to be adrenaline. Just hands off the wheel. What's going to happen is going to happen.
We saw the trajectory. We saw the line that Twisted Minds is flying in. If they're fast about it, if they're smart about it, they could take out Dante. There's one player sat on the observatory right now, and there would be no time at all, even when the parachutes are popped, full question mark to regroup fast enough up on the tower up high. So if they go for it, if they see Dante alone, that could be a huge game in the making for Twisted Twisted Minds.
You can see Sonic's kind of eyeing the pier, and that's going to be the way to go. Bringing vehicles over, making sure that that is prepped. Gen G did kind of have a position on the southern area of military base on the opposing pier where it was going to be landing at. They have now moved more into the east, and that is a bit of a factor. Is uh-oh, Twisted Minds, where are you dropping? And I'm nervous.
They're going in that direction. They're going towards the tower up high now. Adusi is getting closer to the hilltop itself, but I'm curious to see if they're going to commit to it, because even if they do, it is still a 4 versus 2. The numbers are going to be in their favor. We're not seeing any knocks in the kill feed yet, as the first teams are starting to fly in, but Tulix able to get on off as the first shot comes through. Lou, solid positioning, because here Dante very, very ready with the Panzerfaust in hand.
This is a massive game for the leaderboard. We've got 2 and 3, stacked up on top of each other right now. Twisted Minds, 2 members down, but they've got the high ground into it. Adusi having to make his way up that hillside. The Panzerfaust never got to come out.
It's done. They should not imagine Adusi wanting to commit to this. Yes, there's 2 players knocked. He needs to hit a Hail Mary with this nade. Lopped on over. Does it go far enough? No. Falls short. Perfectix finds him. That's Adusi down. Back-to-back great games for Question Mark, but now down to just Bestoloch left alive. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they dared. They committed to the early jump towards the tower. They said that at 5 minutes in, no one's going to be grouped up there, and you can see the frustration on the faces of the Question Mark players as they realize that what could have been one of the best games for them of the tournament has just been completely pulled out from underneath them.
And now they have to worry about everybody else nipping at their heels. Yeah, there was a drop-off behind them, but down to 1. We've seen them last game. They managed to make something happen here, but to die at the hands of Twisted Minds out of anyone is so impactful.
See the frustration. I know it's annoying, Adusi, but you gotta shake it off. You gotta get ready for the final match. There's still 1 more left to play. Now over to Lipovka, over to Duck Juice, and then straight over to Question Mark afterwards. Bestoloch here in the vehicles from Gen G. I mean, Bestoloch, well, I mean, all fairness, Dante did it last game. Now it's your turn, buddy. Rag up some extra points for the team, because more than ever, you're in need of him.
Yeah, this is, you can see he's trying to navigate away from any sight lines. He knows exactly where Twisted Minds is at. He knows that they can force that. I will say, also, that shot from Lou was so impactful.
The fact that it takes him down right as he's about to shoot the Panzerfaust as well.
That was just a massive knock inside that firefight, a massive knock for this leaderboard and the positioning for Twisted Minds. You can see the Expendables having to deal with Forest, but a couple of good nades coming out from Delwyn, going to kind of stop what's going on. Duck Juice is going to be able to get out of this one and regroup, as this is a Lipo fight of all things.
Going here for boats, and both teams catching each other at the exact same time. Nice again. We're seeing so much isolation play being coming out here with the blue zone nades. Set up a blue zone nade, force all the players into one corner, and then spam them with nades, with mollies, whatever, you name it. Lob it all up there and claim points off of it. Master, the only player left alive now, as Tanvu and 777. You would imagine an opportunity in getting the kill confirmed here.
And Force was doing a good job on stringing some games together, picking up some points. They were wanting to try to make themselves into that top half of the leaderboard. Now down in a pretty desperate situation. Falcons, though, also going to be flying down from the heavens. A similar path. They got shooed away by the people that were playing the top of that hillside.
It's quiet for a split second, but here comes the push on through. Tanvu, a few extra shots just to make sure that he stays down, as Forest Gaming is eliminated. For Expendables, huge game for them. They can still climb further up the leaderboard. Now, that's 1 point grabbed. 1 team pushed down. Gen G now down in last, but there's a bit of a jump up to GP in 14th. Again, where they might be out of winning, but so much money is on the line here with every single placement spot they take.
I mean, this Riyadh prize pool is absolutely insane. So every position point you can get is just going to be, that's going to modify so much of the training, the amount of time that you can spend dedicating into just playing more ranked, not having to go to work, do all those other things. Every bit of money that you can pick up here is going to cement you into a better position to make more money at PGC.
Exactly.
Danoa making their rotation in. They're going on that western bridge. No bridge camps to be had over there, as we do have Tyloo on the eastern bridge. FaZe that's going to be playing to the south of the eastern bridge. Is T5 not going to lean into an emergency pickup yet. I think that that's kind of the learned lessons, is the way that these circles can shift. Don't do it until you have to.
That's the thing, right? Because there is still, I mean, while we are kind of just already alongside the players for the most part, calling this a military circle, there is enough space up north that this one could swing up without it having to be a, jaw-dropping mecha hard shift. It could still go north. And right now, pretty much everyone is committed to the southern side. Tyloo not really gone for it just yet. And then, of course, the late rotators in Expendables, 3rd on 5, and Game PT aren't quite there yet either.
Sonic's going to be kind of wrapping, and there's nobody around. Almost closest team going to be the 17 Gaming, and that's way further north, up into military base proper itself. Falcons, who we just saw make their drop, they did land along this line, but Sonic's probably going to be eyeing a bit more into that eastern terrain just to try to get more centered. But surprise, surprise, Southwest paying up yet again for him.
Yeah, sure has so far. Again, I mean, it's all about the sun's position in the sky compared to what they're lying to look at. It seems at this point, regardless of the map, they'll find their way in from the southwest side. It's Taego now, again, still sat in this position, waiting for teams to come their way.
We do need to keep an eye out. Dano, it looks like they're going to be prepping up in that same ferry. They're going to be coming right back behind Sonics. There is presently H1 playing back in where the ferry is going to stop at, but I don't think that he's going to stay in that position by himself. If anything, this is more probably just getting more of the loot situated, kind of prepping out, making sure that they're getting ready for what's going to be the next stage.
I would imagine that they're going to sit around here, at least wait out this next circle. As you said, 10 seconds to go until the next one pops. Third on 5 are getting ever so much closer, soon within audible range of Danoa as this circle pops. South, north, where are we going? South, military base confirmed.
And most of the teams breathing a sigh of relief with the way that the circles have been popping. Okay, this one's going mathematically the way that we thought it should. Taego not going to have anybody that they can really bridge camp, so they're going to cut a path in. But Danoa caught up around Ferry Pier. Guess what? It's going to be T5. This is how they want to come in.
They heard the vehicles, and now third on 5, a team that will do everything they can to avoid early on confrontation. Opting to wrap back north around smart rotation on their part. As I say that, though, Rosented goes, hey, guys, let me just check if you can aim. Good thing for him is that Anonix, what could have been a free point there, not going to go his way.
It's a bit nerve-wracking for Dano as well, as they do have Soul that's already back on the island itself. Taego taking no chances in this one is, remember, we do have Twisted Minds, high ground advantage, taking the shots in, using that underpass to kind of sneak their way down and through. This is becoming a much more popular route to avoid the catastrophe of that bridge camp that usually happens in the south.
This is something where you go, I don't think the devs had thought that this was going to be used more for vehicles than for people on foot, but that's pretty much exclusively what we're seeing, those lower staircases being used for these days. Smart to abuse the catwalk when there's space for US to wrap on down.
And I did like the fact that Expendable stopped on this peninsula. 3 members up, they left Duck Juice, grabbed the boat, he wrapped in. They are going to be coming into this one. Nobody really in front of them. Nobody in Novo. They've got a couple of options they can work around. FaZe, though, got to be careful.
Gustav
G is pretty close here.
The Panzerfaust just over the top, finds one instantly traded in return, though, as the flush does come through. Tainment goes down, and just like that, Genji forced to regroup. Pio backs off. He had just gotten rest himself, so the timing could not have been any better for FaZe Clan. Issue is, they lose Corexi, but at least they have now gotten a foot in the center of the circle.
I still enjoy the fact that FaZe we're seeing come in with confidence inside of their approaches. They are not afraid to commit into something. They know a lot of these choices that they're having to make aren't the best ones. And sometimes it's just better to commit to the strategy that you can get than just trying to, you got to make the most of what you can. So have everybody on the same page, send it, hope the fact that you can fire your way out of it.
Not sure if Sonics had a flare gun in hand, if they've just been blessed with a crate landing on the southern side of the island. But Shrimsy should be well kitted out for any fights to come, with a crate landing right next to him on that southern side. Danoa, of course, as we saw before, they heard them in the vehicles around, but I think third on 5 again, they're not liking this at all.
And we do have, if you mind, game BT that is going to be wrapping over here. They've been eyeing this bridge for a while now. No big firefights, but Daku's got to be careful. They're going to be running right over next to that 6-pack, and it's going to be Thanadol that's going to be there. It's Hata as well, just waiting, spotting this one out. And Daku does read it. Here's the vehicles as well, and he's going to retreat.
No. Turns around, and smart play on him. Able to get out there safely again. Of course, it is only phase 2, so not too much damage is being done. Thanadol has plenty of bandages to work with. As I say, that actually only 3, but enough meds between them that they should be able to sit around here at least for a little while longer.
But it is also going to be a lot of meds that are going to be burned out, and that pathing doesn't have a lot of compounds that are going to be in play in front of them, so they're going to be kind of setting themselves up for some risk in these later game firefights, as a lot of these meds are going to be hard to retrieve.
Definitely. Hella trying to swim on over as the remaining players of Game PT trying to get to safety on the Millie Island. In the meantime, best of luck, as we saw earlier, the entire team down but him. He is going to be sat here hoping to claim just anything for him and his team. Haisaki falls as the circle swings east, and oh my lord, Twisted Minds, a team that that we rarely ever, if ever at all, see commit to the emergency pickups. Here, they committed, they dared, and they have just been blessed with a hard shift and a half.
Radio Tower Central. My lord, how do you handle this one? Sonic's already regrouping. Looks like they're going to commit into the south. Our teams that are playing more into the west and up into that hillside, realizing that they're not in the prime territories. 17 Gaming can't even really find a good pathing to work around yet. This is just pretty much Twisted Minds with so much control.
Now, one thing I was a little worried about, because they did fly very early on, do they have ammo to sit up here and just shoot for days? We know that they're dead question mark players up here as well, so some loot should be there, but we see it oftentimes where they have plenty but just can't get it going. Here we see the double from Phil first, really tried all he could to fend off against them, but a doozy came up a little too late.
See the Sonics approach to the south. This is also pretty big, as note, only 8 points separating out Sonics and Twisted Minds. High ground advantage for Twisted Minds does mean that they're going to be able to do a lot of harassment, while we have Sonics that's kind of playing in a more, I guess, dangerous position and much harder to get kills out of.
Believe me, whenever Sonics start fighting Expendables, if that does happen, regardless of it, whenever Twisted Minds realize on what side of the circle Sonics are, if they're at any point within reach, they'll have a guy dedicated to try and shoot at them, to make their lives miserable for this entire game.
Keeping an eye on these rotations, T5 has now managed to get at least one member inside the safe zone. Danawa is eyeing the pathing along this road where we do see Sonics that are playing from. Might lead to a dust up. Best of luck. Ooh, having to run away does manage to kind of thread the needle, but you can see his vehicle is not happy having to hop inside the shack. He just jumps, bails out of it, realizes the risk, but right on the edge of this zone, and Solo.
It's not a fun time to be a question mark player in this match, that's for sure. As now Xiao Bei and the remaining 17 players try to wrap out towards the east once more. Shushu did take it down just before, so the remaining two here in Xiao Bei and Little Ghost try and cross on over. They should be able to do so, yes, able to sit tight on the other side.
Now we can see that Dips becoming the factor of what you've got to play over into this western area, kind of playing the piece of the pie that's over on that northeastern area for military base proper itself. Lots of shots coming out. It's going to be PO, moved back into that strong position he was trying to play from earlier that FaZe was controlling, but they have now shifted more into the hillside that's just going to be to the east of that, moving much more into that radio tower satellite building areas. Tickleton did move down to the south and was trying to set up a crossfire, and that did stop out a bit of what we see Danoa trying to set up, but Salute trying to do a similar fashion.
Talked about the crate just before as well. MK14 in the hands of Strimsy as he tries to find more. Onyx is knocked, but he's in a car, trying to be brought to safety. In the meantime, now FaZe, they were sat on the other side of the road just before, but they saw and heard the vehicles from 17 pulling up. They want to make a play. Issue is, as soon as they peek on over that rich 4am, and Falcons as well have angles on them. So now once more, they're forced to back off.
Oh, new circle pops, and it stays right on top of Radio Tower. Reinforcement for FaZe could be coming, as Jinji does look like they're moving into that 17 line. The Danoa Sonic standoff still going to be going on. If you mind, Game PT does spot out Uba. They get to knock into him, and here they come. Where are they going to even try to land in this?
Where is Na'Vi going? If they're going up high as well, that will be a very late commit to a very, very dangerous play. You'd have to imagine that Twisted Minds is looking in the sky right now. They're going to be that much closer to the opponents as well, so we're going to have to wait and see where the three Na'Vi players that did manage to get away drop down. They're going straight in towards Expendables. You could only imagine that this fight is going to be over in a second.
They're going to have to land hot and heavy. They're going to go for some firefighting off of it on the get-go. 17 Gaming, though, they still have to make a pathing into the circle. We do have the land. It's going to be Na'Vi. Lands, gets the initial knock on a 777. They are out in the open, but they're just trying to lean into their aim, but it's going to be time to move down one, find another one, and that's going to be it. Na'Vi did not find the landing that they wanted.
Coming into the grand finals, Na'Vi looked like a team that was going to take the win from start to finish, but now things have fallen apart. 11th place is where they're currently sat, but at the end of this game, it could be even further down. Sonics heard the commotion. They want in on the action.
Creeping into this one, see, they've got to be careful. This is a very vertical angle to play from. Low ground, Duck Juice can put in so much work if he walks out. Nades coming through. Sonics know that they need to get some points out of this one. They've got Twisted Minds high ground and nipping at their heels on that leaderboard. Duck Juice, are you going to be able to make this play happen?
When oh when does it jump up? When oh when does it start shooting? Here comes the first shot. Up for 1 by 2. Tanvo finds the third, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, Sonics are torn apart.
Twisted Minds, high ground, Sonics now gone. This is the opportunity. They now look down into that sidelines. They saw it. Na'Vi out. Danawa just clinging to the south. Question mark. Solo, what can you do from here, Twisted Minds?
Oh my God. 2 times they fall early, and a third was meant to be. They still have 1 more game to play, but with the position that Twisted Minds currently has, it should require a miracle for Sonics to go into that final match in first place.
Sonics wanted to lock the door behind them, but instead now Twisted Mind with all of the keys to be playing from. Jinji trying to push in from this western area. They're being held out right now by If You Mind Game PT as well as T5. Falcons do see a bit of what's going to be going on here and might harass some of this firefight.
See now, PO peeks on over, instant headshot, met Pompella. Fall down, that's going to allow them to cross further forward. It's Julius Daku is there just on the other side, takes down PO, and return of that is going to be Genji down and out. Nice push for Game PT, who continues to come out victorious against their brethren in Genji.
Let's also keep our eye on Danawa. They're doing a very slow wrap down here to the south. There are a couple of kill opportunities, but there's an entrenched Cerberus that is in front of them. They're kind of playing that no man's land to the south as well. But Twisted Minds very focused up in the north. No surprise, we're keeping that radio tactic active, but we're also getting the Badlands down to the south as a key component.
How much impact can they have? We've already seen the flushes start to come through. Fights are starting to take place closer and closer towards the observatory tower itself. So Twisted Minds will be very active in trying to claim as many points as they can before eventually having to come off the hill.
Having to just fight along this hillside, nobody wanting to reveal too much. Danawa trying to creep forward. 17 Gaming is going to get eliminated. The Expendables wanting to try to climb up this leaderboard, but Danawa, they want it so bad. They know the fact that Question Mark is down, weakened. They know Sonics are out. If they can string together a solid game here, they could start trying to assault up this leaderboard, and with 777 down, it's going to be Cerberus that's providing some support.
Yeah, Cerberus from inside the ball on the other side, trying to find as many points as possible. That's going to be the end of the Expendables. 11 plays for them.
And here we go on the west. It's about to pop off. We've got FaZe that's going to be moving down into the south. T5 that's trying to fend up, where we see If You Mind Game PT at Falcons trying to fend in. Best of Luck just trying to creep in, sneak inside the circle, and oh my god, Bath Bomb just trying to use the vehicle to dodge out the mollies.
Yeah, able to do so as well. Able to stay put here, but as you're saying, teams are getting so close to one another, and once the second knock comes through over this hillside, you'd imagine that the fight is going to be done in a blink of an eye. Fex and Gustav creeping on forward. I think they wanted to play the northern side, but there's nothing left for them to play at this point. The circle has come too close. They've snuck up, they found the knock, and maybe, just maybe, they'll commit to the northern side anyway.
This is just such a hazard place to be trying to play from. If You Mind Hush trying to creep forward. Falcon still holding down the high ground, but it's not like they can go for too many big peaks on it. Silzen trying to shut down this angle, and he manages to do it. Best of Luck still going to be creeping back. Is Imi going to spot him, though?
Nice place here from Falcons. We're seeing them take full control of this ridgeline. 7 kills already, and all 4 players still on their feet. A lot of teams in the nearby vicinity on the leaderboard, too, so look to Falcons to potentially aim for a top 5 finish here on the leaderboard by the end of this game.
Yes, a lot of eyes are drawn to this hillside as, yes, we do have Twisted Minds holding down the radio tower itself, but 4 Angry Men have got the satellite compounds. They're defending this out, and this is why we're seeing so much of the defended line over on this angle. Tai Lu doesn't want to have to deal with the Twisted Minds angle, shifting in, but there's nowhere for them to go.
Tai Lu is tanking so much blue, they thought they could wrap around the ridgeline, but it was too steep, and now they're setting the ball outside the circle with nowhere left to go. Xiao Yang falls to the blue as well, as Shen and 777 try to get to safety, but there's nowhere for them to go. No, it's Sen and Lane, sorry. This is crucial.
Danawa doing a similar path. They're just going to go ahead and hop in their vehicles. They're going to cut in right next to Cerberus, right below this, with Tai Lu at least manages to get pretty close in, but they're right up on top of 4 Angry Men. Shin, Longs, what can you do? You've now made yourself entirely surrounded.
Yeah, trying to stay alive is not going to be easy at all, especially when you have the entirety of 4 AM lingering around the side. Longs forced to go out the backside of the building. Not going to happen, not going to work for him at all. Xiao Pian claims a double, as that's going to be Tai Lu down and out.
Sneaky, sneaky. Best of Luck still staying in line, watching in as Falcons now have their attention drawn to this Danawa Cerberus situation. He might be able to creep into yet another circle as Falcons have an unofficial 5th member that's just watching everything that they do. But Danawa, how many points can you get over here? They're going to take the shots for Cerberus to make a send right into the center.
For Danawa, it's a chance to get up with the top 3 teams. For Twisted Minds, it's a chance to claim first. And for Question Mark, it's all about just staying alive.
How much more can you get, Twisted Minds? There is just a couple of points separating you out from first. You've got the high ground, but the circle has shifted away from you, and you know, trying to come down this radio tower, it is a mess.
The circles favor Twisted Minds, or at least they have so far now. Perfectix, of all players on the server, is being blessed with a P90 for the late game up-close battles. We are bound to happen at some point soon.
just riding this one out, trying to pick up as many points. He knows Danoa is still alive. Best of luck. Just let it go. Lou sneaks down with his best of luck, manages to get 2 of them down. The distraction, though, massive as Falcons has to shift back in. This opens up the door for Danoa, and with Danoa now having to shift her attention, that's going to allow Lou to get a foothold in the circle.
What a play from Best of Luck. What a play indeed. Again, every single point he can claim for his team are points that could turn this one in their favor. Trying to stay ahead of Danoa, who are currently on the hunt for top 3.
With that, though, Twisted Mind's just bailing off the top. Spyro is going to go down as he makes a bad, hard landing on this one. Perfectix trying to come down the hillside. He's pretty close to the circle as well. Batulin's the last one up, just trying to get that last bit of information for his squad to feed over so that way they can make the best plays moving forward.
Also absolutely huge that Best of Luck does what he did here to Falcons, because it allows for for Twisted Minds to hop off the mountain. They were set in a position from where they could contain. But right now, Best of Luck, even if he falls, has done enough damage to allow for Twisted Minds to get off Observatory.
Danoa now making the push in. They want to see if maybe they can pick up a bit of these kills. Anonix, Soul right up on top of that hillside. Falcons now just getting backstabbed, realizing there's not a lot of cover to be had. Danoa is already taking control over these hillsides. There is nothing for them to work with.
Not at all. Not at all. Luckily for Twisted Minds, they're able to get the res up out to Spiro. So, gets to live for the scan, that salute. Oh, doesn't spot Perfectix, but of course the knocked player, when they see it in the kill feed, they know they've made their way down. Now, Perfectix, P90 in hand, is starting to creep ever so much closer to Salute, and he's hearing the footsteps.
Just playing this one 2 and 4 lined up against each other, with Twisted Minds having the opportunity to stab this one, get first place, just 3 points back behind it. P90 in Perfectix's hands. All the tools are going to be there for Angry Men, though, being a chaotic factor down into the south. Going to make it even harder for Falcons, but it's going to be Sills, and yet again, making the play when it matters.
Loving the positioning here from Falcons. One up close, one further behind to create the attention. Now, DraftKings, though, seen from the side, is going to be forced off the angle from Soul. Soul, though, has to now got bigger things to worry about as one picks on over. Salute does get one in return, but that's going to be the end of it. Falcons falls.
Panzerfaust, Spyro's hand, so Loot has got to be careful. It's going to be more explosions happening right up on top of him. Twisted Minds, can you make something happen here? You're so close. Just one more point is all you need.
Yep, ever so much closer. Spiro tries to make something happen. Whenever anyone peeks over this ridge, you can be sure there's going to be a Panzerfaust flying forward. No, he doesn't get it off in time. Salute peeks on over, finds him, and Anonix on the other side takes one down too.
Danoa realizes that this is an opportunity to get a ton of points. They've weakened the squad that was vying up for in first. Perfectix gets the res. They're looking in, but Soul walks right up into it. Twisted Minds goes down.
Danoa is on the hunt. Danoa is back in form, and they're looking for top finishes here. 3 teams left alive. They've still got the entirety of 4 AM to deal with, unless if Solossi can do something for them. Can't find the first. Xiaopian gets the knock, but with 1 HP to work with.
4v3 lined up in the end. 4 Angry Men wanting to get themselves a game. 1 point behind Forest right now, but Danoa, eyes on the prize. They want more. They want to be creeping up in and fighting against Question Mark in this last game.
Sure do. They sure do. Things quiet down for a moment. There's still some distance in between the 2 teams. Xiaolu up close on the right side with HSMM right next to him now. Peeks on over, spots Anonix jumping for info up the top. You've got to keep in mind, Danoa has been on this side of the circle for so long. They have very limited info from what's happening on this side. Now it's when they're starting to spot these 4 AM players for the first time.
We are in phase number 7, waiting to see how we're going to be moving into phase number 8, where that last dot is going to lie. But we can see Anonix, Salutes trying to move more down in the south, and man, these guys are on fire right now. They just line that one up and get a knock. That means that we're looking at a 3v3 situation if they can manage to get the flush.
If there's a time for Danoa to get things going, it is about time right here, right now. Coming out victorious would put them so close to Question Mark and within reach of a potential first place. Could they get back-to-back top performances? Salute has done everything he possibly could to try and claim this one for his team, but the job ain't done yet.
Oh, this flank could spell it all. Anonix playing that high ground, trying to be the distraction, letting him sneak in. He hasn't spotted it yet, but as the res comes out, he does spot the heads pop up. He's now revealed himself. Shift comes back out from 4 Angry Men. Can the high ground do enough to support him? Soul now starting to brave his way down the hillside and spots out one.
Soul finds one, Xiaopian instantly there to return it. Now on the other side, Soul finds a second, and Onyx finds the third. And just like that, it's only Crazy left alive, but they've lost him. He's on the other side. The issue is, if they get a chance to reset, if they get a chance to push up together, they might just be all right. And Onyx hears him, sees him, shoots him, can't connect.
Now just dancing around at Crazy, realizing he's just gonna have to bold push right up into Anonix, and Anonix does not allow it. We are moving into an absolutely wild last game.
What a finish for Danoa to come out victorious, to be sat down the hillside with only Salute tasked to hold off the entirety of an aggressive Twisted Minds. They take them out, they reset, they clean sweep, they take out effectively the last 4 teams all together in their victory here in the second to final match.
1 point, Toby. 1 point separates out first and a massive prize pool. The tensions mount. The mental is going to be massive. Sonics haven't been able to find anything these last couple of games, and it's allowed people to start creeping up on them. Are they finally going to find at least 1 point?
We are in for an absolute banger of a final match as always, but before that, let's head over to the desk and let them break down game number 5.
I said always the bridesmaid, never the bride here at the start of the day, but they're crashing the wedding here. Danoa is on the warpath to try and claim themselves the victory here at PGS 2, and just in the nick of time here, down in military on Erangel. Eventually joining me to talk about this one, the analysis brought to you by STC Play. Soul is actually off it here in these last moments.
Yeah, for Danoa to be able to clutch this was just absolutely insane. I can't believe that they're able to do this. They potentially could make this a 4-horse race, making it into the very last game. If any of these 4 teams are going to have a big one here, it could very well be Danoa after that huge morale booster here, James.
I can't wait to see the actual full breakdown of the leaderboard. I actually don't know it off the top of my head. Obviously, it's very, very close, etc. But yeah, Danoa finishing this off as well. Because let's be honest, there was a potential on a circle like this that Twisted Minds could have converted massively. Having Radio Tower, being able to shut down Question Mark at the very beginning of all of that here, Martin, but it was not to be the huge game that they were hoping it would be after taking out Question Mark.
Yeah, a little bit sad for Question Mark because they actually had a fantastic spot for it. But of course, Twisted Minds with that huge drop onto the top, that was just an emergency pickup to be executed like that. And you could see after it, Adusi, he was so sad. He was, yeah, it was just, it was pain, physical pain for that because that was a game-winning position.
Definitely, definitely. But yeah, with Twisted Minds being able to wrestle that away, they were able to get some big points on the board. As the commentators said, 1 point separating Sonics at the top here from Twisted Minds. For Sonics, the last couple of games, they've not been easy. They've not really racked up too many points. They've allowed this lead that they had to be eaten into.
1 point in 2 games here. And we were talking about this consistency to kind of keep this lead a little bit, but it's just not happened. And now it makes it extremely exciting here. Of course, put this code into your game and you'll be getting some exciting stuff in game 2.
Brilliant stuff. We always, I mean, on internationals, it's almost always down to the last game nowadays here for PUBG.
Doesn't matter if it's 20 games, 30 games, it's going to come down to the last one. These teams are just so close and so good, equally good, that it's just going to come down to the very last game. And of course, it's always a pleasure to watch because it's always going to be a banger for last match.
I'm particularly impressed at the fact that Danoa here in this game as well. They don't really have the most advantageous position. They were playing it slowly and steadily, but they really come alive in those last moments. As was 4AM, who kind of really posed a significant threat to them as we take a look closer at the numbers coming in here from Danoa.
Yeah, huge, of course, to come in for this one here. Salute being able to get 743 damage. Look at how much damage they've been taking. They were bruised and battered through this one here. They had to change vest. They had to get heals off. But of course, it's going to be Soul. That's going to be our man of the match here by Kadia with 4 kills and 480 damage here, James.
And I think it was close with him and Onyx, to be perfectly honest. Both of them neck and neck. And it really does go to show that Danoa at present here, really an all-star roster. So getting Soul up here as, again, you know, Banks in an interview yesterday asked him, some people consider you the best player in the world. How are you able to step up to that plate? And here is that step up. 20 points coming in for Danoa. 15 points, for much needed points for a 4AM who were languishing down towards the bottom of the tables. But again, that's an all-star roster and just really not gather momentum here in the final.
Yeah, and Sonic's making it exciting for all of us here, getting a 15th place with 0 kills. It makes it very, very open for our total leaderboard, of course, coming into this here. And as you see, as our total here, 1 point separation here, James, between Sonics and Twisted Minds. 9 points points from Twisted Minds down to Question Mark. 123 here. It's 17 points different up to the first. A huge game with early eliminations on Sonics, Twisted Minds, and Question Marks is going to make it. But at this point, the only way that this changes in terms of the PGS points is if Question Mark goes. Otherwise, it's going to be 17 Gaming, Sonics, Twisted Minds, and Danawa. That's going to be our 4 PGC teams from PGS points. So Question Mark, they have to have a huge showing in the last game to close this one out.
Who is going to be able to live up to that pressure, especially here? Question Mark came in day one saying their mentality was better than anybody else's. So they've got their heads firmly secured to their shoulders and they were able to clutch out in certain situations. But considering how close it is, we are getting to a situation in this game where we are closely monitoring 4 teams. Any fight that goes down could be absolutely pivotal here in this last game.
It could. I gotta ask you, what would be the most fair circle?
Oh my God.
For everyone to have an opportunity. Something in the middle, like a boring Rorschach ending or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I mean, you've got Twisted Minds that's so close to that. They could potentially set up shop early.
Sure.
Like, that causes complications and problems.
Or we could throw in a curveball, make something completely wild. Like
Toby's been wanting Zaki forever, but it's not going to happen.
No. Style ending's more likely, I feel like. But yeah, to make it fair, could be anything. Could also be a curveball. It could be our military. We've seen some wild ones. The 50-50 split with the water in the middle, going through the middle of the circle there, that would be a huge and a rough game for most of the teams too.
In this tournament, we have seen these circles come in 2s. We have seen when we got school again. When we were going military, we went military again. We could go back to military and have a rerun, a repeat of what we just had.
The most important thing going into this last game is to have your team kill feed tracker, the guy on the team that's the best at that, to be on point, because you have to be able to track that, because it could be hundreds of thousands of difference going into this one.
All right, let's get to it. It is ready. It's time. It's the final game here of PGS2. Sonics, Twisted Minds, Question Mark, Danawa, they're all in the race. Who's it going to be? Who's going to become the champion?
Years of practice, years of preparation has led these players to this very moment. And just one game and 1 point stands between the 2 top teams in Sonics and Twisted Minds. They both want to claim it, but with what we've seen so far during today's matches, nothing is guaranteed at this point. I'm Toby, joined by Matt. Matt, we are in for a hell of a game.
This is where you have to be a superstar. There is no other answer than that. You've got to prove your mental. You've got to prove that you're the best, because this is the closest we have ever seen. This is the closest it could possibly be for first. 1 point, 1 mistake is all it's going to take. And let's be honest, there has been a few for Sonics that have happened in a row now, and I have to say, your mental has to rebound as hard as humanly possible.
It's getting very, very, very close indeed. Circle, oh circle, where are you gonna go? How root are you gonna be? Playing far out towards the east. Usually that means the circle is gonna be somewhere here too, but they just set it on the desk. We have had back-to-backs and weird endings, and that military is still very much within the playing path.
Military base, Stalber, both have eyes. We've seen school become a factor repeatedly. We're going to have to see, is so much of this relies on just how clean, how strong. Can you step up? Can you rise above and become the best player that you can potentially be at the moment in your life it matters most? And we're going back to Stalber.
I wanted Saki, James wanted my Saki, Martin said Stalber, and that's where we are going now. It is important to add that Sonics, in case of a tie with Twisted Minds, which at this point could very well happen, are currently in the lead on placement points and would therefore win this tournament should Twisted Minds and Sonics tie things out.
Oh, Circle. Remember, the Circle did not go the best for both of these squads. So we got our eyes drawn. How much can you learn? How much work did you put in that 10-minute break you got?
Martin said it coming into it. If there's a team that needed a momentum boost, if there's a team that got a momentum boost after that previous one, you saw the Dynamo players jumping out of their seats in joy with just one more game left to play. Now, it's not easy. It's still 17 points up to first, and that's taken for granted that neither of the top 3 teams does anything. But Danara is currently sat dead center in this circle.
Sonic's going to be kind of stretching out. We want to point out, though, we do have Gen G that is kind of playing along that western bridge. Remember, we have seen kind of Sonics playing around Ferry Pier, that type of thing. This could be an early game skirmish rolling through. Sonics did read it before coming over here, though. Going to take a couple of shots into him. Just say, nope, nope.
Yes,
don't go too much further than this.
Say nope, get the hell away from there. Don't matter if you don't get the loot that you wanted. This is not worth it. Drive north, drive to safety, go away. You cannot risk losing players in a moment like this.
But this is pretty much a damage control loot situation that we're looking at for Sonics. It's pretty much just going to get those 6-packs that are going to be over there to the east. Gen G just making this so much harder for them.
For 4 people to share, they know they have Na'Vi out east, and Na'Vi is not a team that's afraid of taking a fight early if they feel like they have to. They're a team, quite contrary, they need points desperately if they want to fly further up the leaderboard.
Positioning being the key factor that Twisted Minds has their eyes set on, as they're going to be getting into that kind of gas station area very close to the west of Yasnaya itself. We also have seen them kind of play along that that lakeside and the compounds that are around that. That does provide a couple of opportunities that can be played, most notably due to the fact that that's kind of the water in this circle, right? You get a path into Stalber, you get a path into Yasnaya. It provides a pretty decent amount of options.
Sure does, sure does. A third team for us to keep our eyes on here. Question mark. It's been 2 tough games for them. They've been able to salvage a bit. First it was Dante with the 2nd place, then it was Bestelage able to claim points, both in kills and placement points as well. But the jump is still high. 10 points up to first, but not outside of reach at all.
And they made the Novo gamble that you talked about that rewarded them last time. This time not paying off as well. But let's be honest, Novo got a lot you can loot there. There's a pretty decent chance that you're going to find yourself an emergency pickup to work around, and that might be something.
Salute alone against the entirety of Forest Gaming. Have they seen him? Because here comes Master, full speed forward, driving on up, turning the vehicle around. It feels like some spider sense in us are tinkling somewhere. Salute is sat here with no helmet to work with. Has a couple of nades, but no backup either. Loki would have to get all the way over that ridgeline for him to play any factor. So
I do like this though. If you're running low economy, lean in, play back, let them come to you.
Oh yeah, of course.
Use that open angle. As sometimes you can see people try to venture out to control this. He wants to control it by just having this warehouse be his.
The worst thing you can do in that situation when you don't have a helmet is peek with your head exclusively. Yeah. That would be a no-no, and of course, Salute, a smart player, would never do such a thing.
Taego wanting to move into the hillsides. It looks like they're going to get themselves no lean. Strong compound inside of this is going to be, if you mind, Game PT. That's just going to be to the west of them. Dano looks like they are starting to regroup some, but man, our top teams are having to deal with some really weird economy choices.
Yep. 4 teams on the hunt here. A lot of teams further down the line who you, at this point, unless if something absolutely absurd happens, would have to count out of getting a top finish whatsoever. Sonics, 4 in a car. As you said, little to no proper loot. They need vehicles, and they're rotating far west. They're saying, you know what, screw the circle. We need safety. We need loot. We need to play this one smart.
And they're going to take their time off of it. And with this, you can see, if you mind, did kind of give no lean a look, and they're going to lean away from that. Well, I say most of them are. Hush going to kind of be trapped over here for now, and he's just going to try to secure the safety of his teammates, and he's not going to have to run away. Shin, though, not going to allow it, trying to find it, does finally hit that headshot and going to pick up the kill point off.
I like Hush going, guys, we're not pulling up on this. What's going on? As soon as he turns away, Shin was already there. Xiao Yang there with the flush as well. It wasn't clean, but Taego racks up an extra point.
Twisted Minds presently running a 2-2 split. So yes, you did see them taking shots from that mini-map. They're going to be just to the east of where we see Taego on the outskirts of Nolene in that hillside. But the other section of it going to playing to the south, as that's going to be where 17 Gaming is making pass.
This is a mega gamble from Twisted Minds. They're saying we'll play the Stalp, but we'll play the city of Yasnaya at the same time too. But now, as you say, 17 Gaming sat right in between them. How do they regroup? Pretty much regardless of where the circle goes from here. I don't see them being able to get back together at all.
But this is almost a statement to Sonic saying, we don't believe in your mental. We think that we can get enough placement points. Yeah. We think that we're fine. Even if we can't regroup, we trust in our duos to get the salvage points. We don't think that you've got it in you to get any more points, because the last 2 games have proven you can't.
Exactly. It's not been good on the side of Sonics, with just a couple of points in the previous matches. And here they are, again, not in a hurry whatsoever. They're looting, they're taking their time. They know that the blue can hurt them all at once. They'll play it slow, because best case scenario, Twisted Minds ends up fighting early. They don't have to do anything about that. Question mark falls early. They don't have to worry about that at all either. And then just a 1 or 2 point game could be enough to seal the deal.
Gen G and Sonics kind of mirroring each other as they make their way over into the west. It's just been slow, steady, looting, trying to get everything secured. We do see the QM, I believe, is on the ferry right now, and they're making their pathing in as they're going to be appearing in that center section ferry drop-off point on the dock. 4 Angry Men still down on Military Base Island itself, being very hesitant, scouting out everything, and hesitation, I feel, is a big thing for a lot of these teams, realizing that we can't make a mistake. Look at how everybody is just fighting for something right now. So many ties on this leaderboard.
We've seen it so many times in the past, though, with Question Mark and Sonics rotating in very similar areas of the map, especially with Sonics again starting to implement more of this late approach to the game strategy. They have run into each other before, and if it does happen for Sonics, would they dare to go out and take the fight, knowing that the team they could potentially go down to is a team on the hunt?
And you've got to you have to think about it too, right? As Sonics are looking at this circle, remember the last time they tried to approach this circle, it was themselves that were their biggest problem.
Yeah.
And coming into this one late, you know it's in the back of their heads. And they want to make sure that they do not have another situation like that. They're just going to come take this one easy. They're going to come in a Rajak. They're going to be playing right on the edge, still just trying to make sure that they secure their loot situation.
Now, Sonics ran into Gen G before mid-loot rotation. Now they might do it here again. If they instantly swing north, if HWin goes up quickly towards that northern side, Gen G is currently rotating parallel to them north of the river. There could just be a case where timing is off and unlucky things happen that would be casualties on either the side of Gen G or Sonics.
I'm getting very nervous for these duos for Twisted Minds. Yeah, you got the aim. We know you guys can firefight, but this lobby can firefight. And given the fact that they're they're isolated in the way that we see this all lined up, Tyloo looking down against Spyro, against Perfectix, and there's no support to be had. If this pops off, Danoa can get involved. And it's going to be Sonics, Gen G bumping into each other right off the get-go. Multiple Sonics members here. You can see they want to secure every single point, and they're going to try to do it early. Gen G, though, has got to play this one carefully. They're going to be wrapping around. Are they going for a firefight? Because it looks like PO wants one.
There's sharks in the water trying to take them down, but right now Sonics are the ones claiming the points off of it. Sonics just cannot avoid early game confrontations in these games. Good thing for them is that they're the ones currently coming out victorious. HWin's looking around, trying to find the last player. It's just Taemin left alive. And Sonics, oh my lord, I saw it happening from miles away. They ran into each other, but Sonic stays alive, and right over to Twisted Minds we go. Spiro, it's the first to fall.
And with that, Perfectix realizes it's bad here. I've got to go. Making his way down the hillside. The circle shifts, though, and it goes straight up into Stolber.
It goes up towards the north. Had they just banked on it, it would have played in their favor massively. But now Perfectix forced to go back down the hillside, forced to try and regroup with the rest of his team. But again, they have 17 gaming in between him, and with every single step Perfectix moves forward, that's him moving further and further out of what is phase 2.
Wide wraps coming out for so many teams. FaZe inside their vehicles. Looks like they're going to be cutting up into Kameshki itself. Cerberus going to be following him back behind him. You can see Perfectix just trying to cling into life. 17 Gaming making a recommittal back down into Yasnaya itself. They want to fortify and defend into this area. Falcons in that position next to FaZe have got to find themselves to be pretty careful. Perfectix, I know you got the aim, man, but it is scary here.
He needs to get away. You cannot fortify this position on your own. Your car is there. Even if people that haven't seen you yet come in here for the first time, they see the car, they look for a player in the nearby vicinity. Perfectix realizes as he has to get away. With Danoa on one side, with Tyloo on the other, he needs to get to safety. He needs to somehow regroup with his team.
But the 17 defensive line, they aren't looking this direction, and he might be able to sneak this one right by.
Oh, no.
Lil Ghost, though, he hears this. He's moving in. Perfectix going to be running in right next to him. Where is he going to stop? Right in front of him. Goes for the seat swap. Manages to survive. Goes for the peek back around, and Little Ghost is going to get him and goes for the flash.
This could not be any worse for Twisted Minds. Little Ghost will say thanks for the vehicle. Sonics were the ones to run into trouble early. They came out victorious, but Twisted Minds have not had the same luck. Down to just 2, but still only a couple of points behind.
Catching up into the air, Taemin's like, no, I just gotta get out. Look, we just want something. We're at the bottom of the leaderboard, man. Just let us go.
Sonics. Well, where are you planning on playing this one? I would assume they swing hard north. That's usually the area of the map where fewest teams are. And again, if Sonics can just sit back, do absolutely nothing for the rest of the game, and let Twisted Minds, let Question Mark, and let Danoa die altogether, they will be all kinds of happy with that. No more things like we just saw with Gen G. They want to avoid any sort of confrontation.
Twisted Minds, yes, they are in Yasnaya, right next to 17. That's why the regroup was coming out that direction. Question Mark on the outskirts, kind of watching this. They know specifically how Twisted Minds likes to rotate.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a very logical defensive setup because they figure Twisted Minds might go for a far southern wrap. And if they do, we are waiting.
Taego set center. Question mark far down south, outside the circle currently, looking for an entry, looking for a way to claim a good spot from where not only can they stay alive, but also get kills with it. Because a win alone wouldn't be enough. They need points on the board here in the early to mid game.
Question mark still continuing to slow roll their approach into this one. We should also point out 17 Gaming did send Suju over into the east. He's just going to be to the south of where we see Cerberus, so he's not in Yasnai. He's kind of their safety anchor just in case. If you mind Game PT getting some harassment coming their way, as that's going to be the Danoa line. Taego starting to just compress in a bit more to the north, is that's not feeling too good for them either.
Not feeling too good at all. Perhaps Sanghet trying to get the safety as now Taego looking in his direction. And again, I mean, Taego is a team that within the hunt needs the best game. So if they can go out and start getting those early points in their favor, what was a very, very difficult 17-point, now a 20-point catch-up could be doable.
Taego picking up yet another one. Shift happens. It keeps Kameshki Bay in play.
Couldn't shift further away from question mark. Couldn't shift further away from Sonics either. How, oh, how do they wrap into this one? How does question mark from the east get in? How does Twisted Minds, currently still out in the blue, wrap into this one with just 2 players left alive?
This is an insanely vertical circle, and we can see fortifications early going to be big. The Expendables already moving into a very strong position. FaZe holding a very wide split is going to have a lot of control, but man, there's 55 people alive. A split can be punished so heavily.
Yep, indeed it can. Question mark again, playing this one smart, playing it slow. They're not going to take any chances. Navi in the meantime, though, spinning out on the shorelines. They have to try and make their way further towards the north. Melman, an example, have already gotten there. Ali has turned around, and now it's Uba's turn to try and get to safety. But here comes question mark, forcing the fight against 17. A Doozy, first one to fall. Instantly a knock in return, though. But that's the captain down and out.
17 Gaming just going for some sweeping lines, seeing if maybe they can get a knock out of it. Not going to be too heavily rewarded. A Doozy being lost inside of this does mean that 17 Gaming going to go ahead, push into this little bit of a dip that they've got to work with. Keep in mind, this isn't in the safe zone. This is a rotational fight.
Oh, if you're Sonics and you're seeing this in the kill feed, you are clapping your hands as hard as you can. This, though, not what they want. Dante able to get one more. More points accumulated for question mark. But Sushu, he's been left behind. He's gone missing. In the info of question mark, he's seen. No, not going to happen.
But in the north, I want to point out, it is T5 firmly entrenched in the Stallover hillside that are presently trying to keep out Sonics, and that could be absolutely massive. Sonics not finding the pathing for it. Question mark, though, nades prepped, going to be rolling, cooked pretty well, and going to go ahead and connect.
One more down, just one more left to be found. A Doozy fell earlier, but this could be 3 more points added to question mark if they can find Sushu here on the other side of the road. But for question mark, how much are you willing to risk? How much are you willing to go on the hunt here? As you said, the circle is still far up north. They have to make a play. They cannot stick around here for too much longer.
Bestalaunch is moving back into position to try to reinforce it. Roughly the same time Twisted Minds is going to be moving in. They hear this firefight, so Twisted Minds just shifts into the north into a more gate-kept position. But I think that Bestalounch might have seen this coming out and knows exactly where they're going to be.
So I'm only seeing Batulins here. Still have yet to get the last player from Twisted Minds inside the circle. Curious to find out where he is currently posted up, as he seems to be pretty far away from what is this circle.
Everything's kind of settling in. With the verticality, with these edge fights, it's just becoming this awkward standoff. Nobody really putting too much into it just quite yet. These outside fights being so much of a catalyst for what's going to be going on these inner fights is, yes, 49 still alive, but that verticality being such a big factor. Still keeping in Stalwart, keeping in that hillside, but Tulins...
He sees him. Don't stand still, Bestalounch. Don't stand still. Now he did for a moment. Batulin starts shooting. Hits connecting. Not going to find more of it, though. As now, Taego taking the fight to Danoa. That's Loki down early.
And with this circle pop, we're going to keep the Stallber top in play. That big drop-off going to be a key component in this road. Going to be fought for as it is high-value territory.
Batulins gets the floss on Bestalounch. There's one more point added to the Twisted Minds team. They hunt for first place with just 2 players left alive. The dream is still there, but it's not going to be easy. Danoa as well, trying to stay put. They have Salute down already. Anonix are trying to come up here, but they have the first place team on the hunt as Tick and H1 is wrapping in right behind.
Flanking right back behind this one, but Anonix has just been a beast so far. Shots. It is going to be H1 that gets the initial knock into him. Danoa now finding themselves in a shambled position. Taego damage in front of them. But let's not forget Taemin also surviving over here.
Exactly. Taego up towards the north, sneaking in behind Sonics. They cannot give up the angle. They cannot allow themselves to get backstabbed the same way they just took out the team in front of them.
Every bit of damage just making it more nerve-wracking. Mime creeping forward. He's got to watch that angle. Longs could just absolutely spell their doom. Tiggleton reading into this one. They step away and they go, no, we do not want to be attacked that.
We saw what Delvin did to them in the previous game. Now Longs had the chance to do the exact same. An angle left unchecked could have been the downfall of Sonics, but they stay alive.
Taemin going to try to pick up one, see if maybe he can get some more taps into it. And if anything, this just makes Sonic's approach into this circle that much easier.
Sure does. Now fights happen once again. Long's position has been revealed as he's trying to make the run for it, trying to get the safety. Twisted Minds finding points in the meantime, but here comes Taego over the top, finds the headshot, connects it, and that's going to be one more down, one more point acquired for current first place team.
But Daku sneaking up back behind this one could be big. It looks like Sonic's do. They read it. They're like, nope, 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 we're not going to let this one happen. While this is brewing, though, question mark, Twisted Minds, they did exchange some shots between each other, but have separated away. Question mark now getting in, and that is going to be Daku gone. We have Sonics, 6 kills, top of the hillside.
Sonics have battled against the odds. Everything's been pushed at them. Rotation crashes, sneaking in from behind. But here they are, still with all 4 up, 6 kills and counting as they try to claim this one, not by sitting passively and letting other people do the work for them, but by winning it on their own.
Goal first taking a lot of damage, looking down into the Falcons, as this is just a mess over here. Falcons trying to make their way into the zone in the compound. It's going to be held out by, on the edge of the zone, the Expendables, but then in the compounds just right after that, that's going to be Na'Vi. Up into the north, it's going to be 4 Angry Men and T5 skirmishing on what we saw, this angle that we saw.
Yeah, Falcons fall down, Expendables the ones to claim the points here. Again, it's the battle further down the leaderboard, but a lot of points being obtained by some of these teams and a lot of prize pool being added with every single kill they're claiming. 4 AM trying to rack further down towards the south as they're going straight down towards Pathenbomb.
Oh, but this road, this is going to be the Sonics controlled territory. Twisted Minds, question mark now taking shots into each other. The circle is going to shift back into this road line, and everybody that's been playing into this eastern area going to have to make a very difficult rotation.
Yep, Dante is looking down towards the southwest. They know they have Twisted Minds there. They know it's a wounded team, but do they dare take the fight to them? I think he saw him. I think he saw him on the other side. Patulans instantly connected a headshot upon, and now Dante can rack further up forward. They know exactly where they have him. Do you have a nade? Do you have anything to lob on forward to allow yourself to push further in?
Forest have themselves a good position up on the top of this hillside. They've got the compound. They also have the vision down the hill that they can try to work with. That's led to this firefight happening. The control that Forest has is making this much more complicated for anybody that's playing in the southeastern area to deal with. And now getting closer and closer. What? Just 20, 30 meters away are our 2 weakened second and third place teams.
What a world for Sonics to be in right now. All the doors were open. All the chances were given for other teams to claim, but whenever Sonics fell early, Twisted Minds fell immediately to follow, and now more points being acquired. We're closing in on placement points too. If there's a chance for Twisted Minds or for Question Mark to win this, they need Sonics down early. They need to be able to claim placement points where Sonics get none.
Taemin's still not quite done yet, though. Spots out correctly, goes for the spray in, takes a lot of damage, going for the peek back around, and he is just fighting for his life. It's a matter of pride. Any points that he can get just to try to catch up to the Expendables who've already managed to pick up 5 is just a dream at this stage.
Yeah, Taemin trying to stay put, trying to rag up more to find ourselves for the top 10 teams left alive. Na'Vi down in 11th. Their run in this show is over.
It's getting more and more hectic as Sonics getting control over that western area. They've got the hillside now shifting into a 2-2 split. Looking down into where Suju's position is going to be. 4 Angry Men playing into the north. They still have to contend up against what's going to be going on with FaZe, who have to path into the circle still. Phil first. Oh my God, question mark. You're running right down into Batulin's lines, and that's going to be it. Goes down at the hands of the team you are trying to take down.
Yep, question mark goes down. More points added to the side of Twisted Minds. But look who fed the info across. Look who saw them. Look who shoots them. Strimsy finds Lou. You could only imagine that more commitment is going to be set on the southern side now. They know that 2 fell early. They know they just got 1 more. Batulans, oh Batulans, where are you hiding? Because Sonics are coming for you.
This just became a hunt. This is no longer about trying to win the game. This is about we've got the numbers. We We know that we're on the leaderboard. We've got the lead for now, and we want to make sure that you have no chance to make anything happen here. But Tulins, he has got to be sweating.
It could not be better for the Sonics team. They've set up perfectly on this one. And look at this, they're fully committing to it. They know the north is clear. They know they have full control on the west. They know they can commit to this. And Batulins can do nothing but just running away. Hope that Forest, hope that Danoa, hope that anyone else does the damage needed for him to stay alive. But Sonics, they've seen him, and they're on the hunt. Damage done, down to half HP. Batulins down to 1.
There is nowhere to go. It is going to be Forest Scappy that finds it. Sonic secure their first place position, as well as so much circle control for this last game.
What a way to finish things off. Again, Sonics have had bad game after bad game coming into the final one here, but now the smiles on their faces. They want to bring it home. They know that it's within reach, and it is surely a Sonics time to be alive.
You got to admit, the mental is there for Sonics right now. 9 kills. They know that they needed to make this game happen, and they're making it happen in a big, big way. Forest secures the center of this circle, but let's not forget, Danoa, 4 Angry Men still have some things to fight for.
Look at 4AM, look at Forest, look at where they're sat on the leaderboard. A few more points could send 4AM all the way into 5th from 11th. We're talking thousands and thousands of dollars of prize pool accumulated with just 5 points obtained in this best of 5 game.
You can see just the heartbreak coming in off of this is just so close, and they're trying so hard, so much riding on this. You have to admit, everybody that's at the top of this leaderboard are playing their absolute hearts out right now.
With everyone cheering, an equal amount of people will always be sad for the teams that fell short, and kudos to Twisted Minds for the run that they gave at it. But Sonics, it's been masterful. From mastering the mortars to everything else that they've been delivering. Their tactical play, their slow approach to mid and end games. They've won matches that other teams could never have brought home. And now here they are looking to do it one final time.
4 Angry Men just sending it down. You got to make something happen here. But throwables yet again going to start to be the key component to try to work around 4 Angry Men, having a lot of utility dropped on top of them. But Forest, they have to be careful. Forest Scappy now starting to move up into the north, where Taman's going to be at Blue Zone. Nate doing a lot of damage. Mime also sliding down this hillside. He's going to find himself more awkward, but Trimsy connects with the nade.
They're not done yet. They're not done yet at all. They don't want to make it seem like there was a 1-point lead at one point. They want to claim it all. They want to get all the points and get closer and closer to a potentially record-breaking performance here in a best of 18.
Spots out the last one, going to pick them up. Now it's going to be Forest trying to fight for more in this one, but the problem with it is it's going to be Taman being a big issue for them. Scappy's going to be playing up to the northern side of this hill, so it is a 4v4v1. Well, let's make that 2v4v1, as it's not going to be about just securing first place on the leaderboard through kills, not going to be about making sure you navigate, take down your opponents. Now Sonics are saying, we're closing the door on this one with a chicken dinner.
They sure are. They sure are. What a ride it's been. What a wild one for anyone supporting the team. It has been through this tournament. They finished out on top in the previous bracket, and here they are once more in the top. Olympus, Munto, can you do anything to deny the win here for what will be the tournament champions?
Forest just pinched right now. Nothing they can do. And it's going to be Sonics, just dominant setup. We are in phase number 7 right now, so we still got a bit more that's going to be cooking off of this one. Taman watching this one, but now he has been spotted out by Shrimsy, and it's just, I mean, it's shooting fish in a barrel at this stage.
And to go off the start of this game, we saw it early. Gen G were rotating side by side with them. They clash, they collide. It becomes chaotic in all ways possible. And still, they come out victorious. They've done it 3 games in a row. All the crazy shenaniganery, they have fallen to it. This time around, though, they say no. They say, we're done being pushed around. We will take matters into our own hand. And here they are, one final time in a 4v3.
The Stolber hillside almost giving them a catastrophe. Now rewarding on the opposite side of the hill. It's going to be a chicken dinner in the highest likelihood. But Forest can still make something happen. Let's not forget, Forest still playing for some stuff in this one. They want as many points. They want to secure it, as it is right now heavily favored in location, as the Sonic split is just so strong. Right?
Waiting for the last circle to pop, no doubt. And even if it goes over towards Forest, they would have to come off that hill eventually. Question is, will Sonics potentially being forced to move closer become an issue for them? Or can Olympus, Master and Munto do something? It is one of the teams that people had the fewest expectations for coming out of the APAC region. But here they are in the grand finals with a good chance of racking up a lot of points. And as we've been saying, a lot of thousands of dollars of the prize pool.
I mean, Force has just earned my respect through this. I have loved watching these guys play. The issue is there's not much you can play whenever every single angle is going to be contained against you. Munto's going to go down. Sonics just flexing their strength, realizing the fact that they just want to close it clean. That's why we're not seeing them make any of the crazy Sonics plays. You guys might have tuned it before, see some pans come out of the stage, do some different stuff. No, international stage, this is a statement game that they're going for.
It sure is. They're looking at a potential 16-kill chicken dinner to finish this one off. When things were tight as could be, Sonics came out and they said, no, we will be the masters, the single masters, far above and beyond anyone on the hunt.
And now Forest, I mean, you can see that they're getting the reses off, but it's just the attrition battle is so heavily favoring Sonics right now. Look at the fact that they're still sitting mostly kitted, most meds to work around. They've got the tools. They spent a long time prepping for this in-game firefight, and it is paid off massively.
And what a ride it's been for Sonics now that we get a little bit of a quiet time here as Forest trying to figure out how do they get out of the compound. Sonics, I mean, they've been through thick and thin. Again, they came out victorious at PGS 1, and ever since then people were saying, what are they going to do at global stages? They did not deliver, but now the smart play styles, the calculated plays have brought them into the top. They didn't go out for the flashy wins. They took a 5-kill win. They took a 6-kill win in Sonics-like colors, but it was the continuous just racking up of points, the consistency that brings them up here to the top, and then to be able to finish off in flying colors back to the old Sonic style of just clearing out an entire side of a circle the way they've done here. It couldn't have been written up any better.
And Force not relenting on this one. They still have the opportunity. They realize trying to get something, but you can see it is so hard to navigate. Munto realizing the opportunity. A big nade here could actually turn this one around. Gonna land on top of vehicles, and you know Sonics players trying to dodge out them vehicles right now as they have been mean to them today.
They sure have. Mime shoots on over. Olympus spots him in return, though. It's going to take him down, making this a 3v3. Taegleton knows that Munto is just over on the other side. Every piece of utility is being lopped on forward to try and allow them to make space for themselves.
Panzerfaust coming into play. Master going to be back behind that one. That's something to keep an eye on. Blue zone nade, though, going to be right up on top of Munto. Master gets another one. Force not done. They know they're going up against the champs, but they've got a statement of their own to be made. Shrimsy now the last one up. Olympus low on life. 1v2 situation as Sonics suddenly find themselves out of the driver's seat.
He's got 4 HP trying to get the heals on up, but Shrimsy is trying to claim this one for the team. 1 versus 2. Master over the top. Has a Panzerfaust in hand. Is this tournament gonna finish with a Panzerfaust kill, or what are we about to see?
1v2 situation. It's just gonna be lined in. Forest picking up this last game. What's it gonna do for the leaderboard? But the champions feeling it, vibing on it. They bounced back and they picked up a big last game.
What a game. What a finish for the Sonics to be able to bring it on home when it matters most. See the joy in their faces and consider what they have been through coming into this one.
That is just a wild ride of emotions to have to deal with in a last day. And you have to give it up to the competitors that were fighting up at the top of the leaderboard with them. It has just been an insane tournament. Twisted Minds were just neck and neck with them every single step of the way, as this has just been an immaculately cool event.
Absolutely insane. Let's hop down to this. Let's give these guys the
Ladies
reward
and
they
gentlemen,
deserve.
if you're at home or if you're in the Gamers 8 arena, make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
حضورنا الكرام أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين من جميع أنحاء العالم، رحبوا معنا بالبطل العالمي، بطل PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals، Sonics!
You may now step onto the main stage and lift the trophy. And now it is time to begin our trophy ceremony. presented by the Saudi Investment Bank.
الآن أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين حان وقت التتويج المقدم من البنك الاستثمار السعودي.
Gentlemen, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tense
Thank you.
at the end, wasn't it?
A little bit.
So, you know, first and foremost, just take us through how you guys are feeling in this moment right now. Just try and put it into some words, Trimsy.
There are no words. I mean, we almost got done with the game and Gunnar was already there hugging us. Like, I didn't even get to say anything. I was gonna be like, oh my gosh, how is he not blind? And then Gunnar's already there, so I can't even complain. I'm happy the whole time. I mean, the whole team is happy, I think.
Took a little bit of time to absolutely pop off there towards the end, especially you absolutely racking up the kills towards the end there. But you know what? What moment was it? You know, was it when Batulins went down and then finally, you know, Twisted were kind of eliminated? Did you guys say to each other, we've got this? Or, you know, what was that moment like?
I think when QM was eliminated, we were kind of getting more hopeful. For me, the moment was I'm driving across a bridge and I see Mime get road-killed by EJ, and I was like, oh, this is shambles, what's going on? And then we just dominated Gen G, managed to play in. That was the moment I thought, all right, we actually got this.
Well, finally, you know, is there anything that you would like to say to friends, family, fans who have been supporting you throughout your entire journey, all the way up to this moment as PGS2 champions?
Yeah, shout out Mum and Dad. I know you guys are probably at home watching from the couch. I love you guys so much. And also shout out Intel for making the dream work.
بهذه اللحظة بنرحب بأبطال البي جي اس 2 جراند فاينلز فريق سونكس. حابين ناخذ رأيهم كيف شعورهم طبعا بعد ما حصلوا اللقب وحصلوا جائزة $2 مليون، طبعا فازوا فيها بحصة الأسد. وأكيد يعني ما عندهم كلام، ما عرفوا كيف يوصفوا المشاعر لأنه وصلت لآخر لحظة بآخر مباراة من البطولة. وأكيد بشكروا كل داعمينهم وكل اللي متواجدين معاهم، إن كانوا معنا من بوليفارد الرياض في أرض الأبطال أو إن كانوا متواجدين معهم في جميع أنحاء العالم.
Mine. You good, bro?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. That's all I wanted to know. So, you guys stay here, stick with us right now, but for now we are going to head over to the desk so that they can break everything down and go through the final moments of PGS2.
هنرجع باذن الله على استوديو التحليل عشان نشوف بالضبط كيف قدروا فريق السونكس يحققوا اللقب وياخذوا جائزة المركز الأول في PGS2 جراند فاينلز.
Sonics are back. Champions here of PGS2. They're able to make it happen here after years of not being able to claim the top spot internationally. After PGIS all those years ago, now they're able to take it back here in stellar fashion. What a way to win things here. Avenger, Sonics, the champions.
Yeah, it's been 2.5 years since PGIS, of course, and here they're coming in a completely new form with Gunnar, new drops, everything. In the last game, they just show up and show us why they're going to be the champions of PGS2 here. Fantastic. What a fantastic ending to it as well. I love this.
The excellent thing about so many of the fights, so many of the games, so many of the campaigns that they were going for in each and every one of these games, you saw as they were calculated in a lot of their fights here. 159 points up at the top here. Absolutely undisputed as they're able to take the championship. There were challengers to try and make that happen. Twisted Minds, Question Mark, and Danawa, but that was not to be the case. They were not able to put up a fight here against our North American champions, now claiming PGS2. And it begs the question now, how is it going to be for them going into PGC? Because they looked awesome on this stage.
Yeah, they did. It's obviously a huge statement coming into this, especially when the defending world champion is down there in 12th place, James. It's going to be a huge statement. Also a fresh form coming into a global tournament for this, but it's looking super strong here. And of course, our top four is looking great. But of course, James, Tiggleton, the MVP.
The MVP brought to you by Gadia here. It will be Tiggleton. I know a lot of people had him on his fantasy teams, and considering what I said this morning, we spoke to him this morning, he said he is going to be the champion. And look how he followed through here alongside the rest of his team, because this was an absolute team effort. We watched as H-Win looked fantastic. We looked as Mime looked fantastic. We looked as Shrimzy looked fantastic. And Tiggleton alongside it claims the MVP spot.
Yeah, it's just so good for these guys. Of course, H-Win to have the best tournament of his life so far, if I can say say that. Honestly, he's just been looking so good. Most kills, of course, also going to Tiggleton. So that's huge. And that means another $20,000 for them coming their way, of course. It's just, yeah, on top of the $600,000 that they just won. Super impressive.
I also think that they might have won a lot of chicken dinners down the line here.
You
but
think
yeah,
so?
They were the most kills here going over to Tiggleton. Just such presence on the battlegrounds.
That's $30,000 just for him for this. It's crazy.
Fantastic stuff to watch here in the final. So not only did they claim the championship, they're also aiming some big rewards here throughout the tournament as well, as Tiggleton looking fantastic. 29 kills alongside almost that 5,000 damage here across this. And the thing is that you got to put this into perspective, right? Considering the actual position in this tournament, considering the lobby strength that is clearly on show, and one of them is the unstoppable team here that has been able to take this spot. It's going to be Twisted Minds, who, again, it's another podium finish for them, but not the one they want.
It is crazy, honestly. These guys have just so many times, again and again, just been up there on that podium, and they just haven't been able to grab it. But a $20,000 Band-Aid is going to be coming out for them for the unstoppable teams here. Most kills coming there is super impressive.
Almost $1 per damage here for them for this, the unstoppable teams. 93 kills as well. You've got to look at a guy like Perfectix as well, especially, who was able to rack up so much. But again, it's similar to what we see from Sonics. Individually, they're all unbelievably talented.
Exactly. 4 more kills than Sonics. That's $5,000 per that extra kill that they got more. So Sonics was close, but of course, them getting both the MVP and the most kills on a single player is going to be $30,000 for them going their way. So super impressive here for Twisted Minds. But yeah, right now it feels like a defeat. The biggest loser is second place right now. And of course, the most winner chicken dinners, James, is going to Sonics.
Going with 9 wins here. And we saw obviously their dominance effectively on Miramar. That was a feat in itself. But I mean, across the other battlegrounds as well, able to rack up win after win after win. And bear in mind here, do stay tuned, as we will have ourselves the awards going on later on the stage as well. So we've still got more to watch here, especially with Sonics claiming the championship as a whole. Here's the PGS standings and the 4 teams that will directly be going to PGC, Martin.
Yeah, of course. It's Sonics, 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds, and Danoa. That means that Americas, China, EMEA and Korea is going to have another spot to PUBG Global Championship 2023. Super impressive. Question mark, 5th place there. It's a rough one to swallow.
It shows absolutely how close the global competition is right now, with every single region stepping up. I mean, we would be remiss if we didn't also mention, of course, APAC is not getting themselves an extra spot to it, but they have a host region invite in theory.
They do.
Because the tournament is going on in Bangkok as well. And obviously we've sang the praises of APAC, whilst the other regions have also looked incredible here at this tournament.
Yeah, of course, Players and Star 5 stepping up to the case like this and actually ending in such a good high fashion for them. So in 6th place overall, Forest Gaming to end in 5th place overall. What a tournament for them, especially for Forest Gaming to come last place in the group stage, turn that around in losers and get into the grand finals in 6th. That's super impressive.
There they are, your all-star teams that will be guaranteed that spot at PGC. And of course, all of them are eyeing up the championship. There is no doubt in my mind that any one of these 4 could take the championship at PGC, considering the level of play that they've been showing here as well as regionally.
Yeah, they've been super dominant. Actually, Dana was already qualified through Korea points. So they're picking another spot for PGC, home to Korea, and that's all the guys. Of course, we saw so many teams, so many different teams that are watching from home right now. They're cheering on these teams that they're usually competing against to get another spot on their home. So many guys saying it. I hate it, but I'm cheering for them right now because that could mean a good thing for me.
Yeah, definitely could. Definitely could. What a tournament it has been, Avenger.
It has. Fantastic. And honestly, to end it like this, $2 million on top of that, $50,000 for Sonics. That's $650,000 going their way.
All right, let's go to some awards for the day then. The KFC Colonel's Choice as we take a little look back here. Bestalosh being able to rack up a few points here and there, even after losing 3 members.
Bestalosh going Bish Bash Bosh, of course.
Bish Bash Bosh, Bestalosh. That's right. He was on point here. And as we take a look at the little further moments in this game as well, Danoa put themselves in the running with this game, which honestly, I think for most people, we thought of ourselves 2 or 3 horse race.
Yeah, Danoa taking as a 3-man, taking on a full 4-man strong Twisted Minds and taking on a full 4-man strong 4 Grim is just super impressive.
Awesome. All right, let's take a look at the Dr. Zulaman Al Habib saves of the day as well. There's probably plenty to boot here, as it's all question question mark, I guess.
Yeah, there's been so many situations throughout the whole tournament, of course, where it's, you know, the pickups, getting in the cars, getting the rests off, and clutch moments where it's being down to just a couple of seconds longer and the teammates would have been dying. So this one, of course, as well of Adrian to put Mime into the car and drive him safely to get him away and get him safe for that. That means points in the bank.
I'll save you, my prince. Here he goes into the shed. But yeah, very well done. I mean, even small potential knock-on effects, right? If you don't have this happen, who knows what could have happened later on in that game to maybe even deny them some points or something like that. And as we see here, that's kind of rounding that out. Now we go over to Abdul Latif Jamil Motors and let's take a look at the rides of the day, because you know what? There's been some crazy car action.
A lot of car action, a lot of fantastic drive-bys. Again, a huge testament to these guys that are just able to control insane recoil, insane prediction, just driving in to the action, pulling up and taking down all the competition. Some of these was super fun, of course, but I gotta say a big moment for me in terms of cars was the Sonics moment when the ghost car hit him.
Yeah, definitely so. Of course, as those two unfortunate knocks by Sonic. Can you imagine if that had been the thing that would cost them the championship? They would have, I don't know.
If that would have been the last game and that was like, okay, now Twisted Minds wanted GG, that's it, that would have been, yeah. But it wasn't the case. Sonics able to step it off, of course, with a huge testament game here in the very last one. Big amount of kills coming their way and a big amount of points, of course, just to say on our guys. And you saw it throughout the cast and we saw it in-game. Batulians was destroyed. Another second place for them. Sad times and more than $300,000 going down the drain for them.
Just got to recoup it at PGC, I guess. Yeah. Just got to recoup it there. This is, of course, the analysis was brought to you by STC Play. So a huge thank you to them for being with us for Gamers 8. Again, man, what a tournament. Sonics winning, fantastic stuff. Twisted Minds, the second place again. Question mark really turned up as well. Third place for them.
Yeah, super impressive. Huge amount of prize pool going their way too. Of course, it's going to be a great thing for them, but still, they were hoping to go straight to PGC from this. It wasn't the case. It was Sonics that were able to take it home.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you, of course, to everybody working on this. We are going to head on over to the stage here. PGS 2 concludes, but the festivities are going to continue here at Gamers 8.
Welcome back to the main stage and welcome back to the trophy ceremony brought to you by Saudi Investment Bank. We would like to now invite two very, very special guests to join us up here on the stage to present our championship awards.
الآن أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين رجعنا لكم في مسرح الجيمرز 8 التاريخي. حنبدأ بإذن الله التتويج ومسرح التتويج معنا بالمقدم مبدئيا من البنك السعودي للاستثمار. لنشوف وطبعا حنقدم معنا ضيفين مهمين جدا معنا في المسرح في جيمرز 8 اللي حيكونوا موجهين معنا وحيكونوا موزعين جوائز البطولة.
First up, please welcome the Vice President and Head of Esports at Krafton, Min-Ho Yi.
والآن بنحب نرحب بنائب الرئيس ورئيس قسم الرياضات الإلكترونية في كرافتون مين-هو يي.
And now, please welcome to the main stage the President of Global Business at VSPO, Shenfan Wang.
والآن بنحب نرحب برئيس الجلوبال بزنس في شركة VSPO, Shenfan Wang.
We would now like to present our Qiddiya Finals MVP Award. So, Gamers 8 Arena, put your hands together and make some noise. From Sonics, it is your Qiddiya Finals MVP, Taego.
بنرحب أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين بجائزة القدية للأف MVP الفاينلز من فريق سونيكس تيجلتون.
And now we would please like to have our Qiddiya Finals MVP check brought onto the stage for a grand total of $20,000. Congratulations, Tig.
والآن بنقدم شيك المقدم من القدية لMVP البطولة بجائزة $20,000 للاعب تيجلتون من فريق سونيكس.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Tig, you stay right there, and I think you know why, because we are now going to welcome back to the stage your PUBG Global Series 2 champions. Please welcome, it's Sonics!
وبنرحب بالمسرح التاريخي أعزائي المشاهدين والمتابعين بأبطال الببجي Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonics!
And finally, we would like to present the lion's share of the PUBG Global Series 2 prize pool. It is $600,000. Congratulations, boys.
والآن بقدم لكم حصة الأسد من جائزة $2 مليون، $600,000 لأبطال ال PGS 2 Grand Finals.
Thank you so much to Minho Yi and Shenfan Wang. You can now exit the stage over to that side. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, congrats one more time. So, for those of you at home, please remember that the PUBG Nations Cup will take place on September the 15th to the 17th in Seoul, Korea. And the PUBG Global Championship as well will take place in November the 18th to December the 3rd in Bangkok, Thailand. So, make sure you tune in to catch all the action.
أعزائي المتابعين والحاضرين معنا في بوليفارد الرياض، لا تنسوا متابعة الببجي نيشنز كاب اللي حتكون بادئة في 15 سبتمبر إلى 17 الشهر. بداية مبدئيا حتكون في عاصمة كوريا الجنوبية سول، وأكيد لا ننسى البطولة العالمية الببجي جلوبال تشامبيونشيب حتكون مبتدئة معنا في 18 نوفمبر إلى 3 ديسمبر في عاصمة تايلاندا بانكوك.
Now, gentlemen, I don't want to lay it on too thick, but this now is your moment, okay? The hard work is done, and the only thing left to do now is to step onto this stage and lift that trophy for one final time and take your rightful place as PGS2 champions. I'll take the flag.
فريق سونيكس وصلتم القمة والحلم أصبح واقع. عيشوا اللحظة يا أبطال، اللقب لكم، البطولة لكم، الكأس لكم. حضورنا الكرام وأعزائي المتابعين، أبطال PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals سونيك.
What an absolutely incredible 2 weeks of competition that we've had here at PGS2. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken part. Thank you so much to the talent, the production, and of course all of the players for all of your hard work. And most of all, thank you so much to all of the fans for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams. The determination and support has been absolutely phenomenal throughout this entire competition. Shrimsy's about to steal the microphone and I'm worried.
Hey, none of this would be possible without the Sonic skins, so go buy them. Thank you, guys.
And with that being said, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in for the final time. My name is Banks, and this is Sandstorm, and we'll see you very soon.
نشكر جميع من شاركنا هذه اللحظة التاريخية في بوليفارد الرياض أرض الأبطال، من معلقين للمحللين إن كان عربي أو أجنبي، وطاقم العمل على المسرح وخلف الكواليس، وكل من تابعنا في تغطيتنا خلال ال11 يوم الماضية. شكرا أنكم تواجدتوا معنا وعشتوا هذه اللحظة الأسطورية معنا، ونشكر المملكة العربية السعودية على الاستضافة في موسم الجيمرز 8. نتمنى أن كنا عند حسن ظن الجميع ونراكم في البطولة القادمة. أنا ساندستورم، هذا بارني بانكس، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, hearing us now. أخي I'll fight for us. Face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, I'll try, I'll fight.